All right, we're live again. All right, today we're going to cover a couple of topics. Hopefully, we'll get someone in the chat. I don't know what this red glare is about. I don't know if it's the camera. I may have to send the camera back. Let's see if I can close it. Did that do it? Slightly? I think the lens was open a little. That's what it was. All right, so a couple of things I wanted to talk about today was the kind of a continuation of the Drake Kendrick Lamar thing, strictly from a business standpoint. I think the rappers probably aren't seeing the bigger picture that Drake is seeing. And I think that is leading to a lot of the angst and anger at Drake because I don't think they're seeing the bigger picture. And I'm going to see if I can walk you through that. And the basis of my thought for this is that they is a movie, The Founder. And I don't watch many movies, but I did watch The Founder. If anyone has seen The Founder, put yes in the chat. Not, I'll go ahead and describe the scene that I'm referring to here. Let me make sure my mic and everything is good. Should be good. All right, cool. And so in The Founder, there was this scene where the guy, Ray Kroc, I guess that would be his name. He was in the bank. He's trying to get a loan. And he qualified for the bank loan. And there was a guy sitting in the next banker's seat over, and he sees a guy coming out of the bank, and he says, "You don't know. The problem is you don't know what business you're in. You're in the real estate business, not the restaurant business." And I think that is what applies to, well, and after he told him that, the guy shifted his whole business model to go after the real estate. And the restaurants are just kind of downstream from the real estate of McDonald's. So if you look almost anywhere in America, McDonald's is going to be in a prime real estate location, typically on a corner, a very busy corner. It's that way here in DC. It's that way pretty much everywhere you go. You're not going to find, and they're going to find the best corner. And all the other stores will kind of jockeying around that corner, that McDonald's. In other words, they kind of use McDonald's research in determining if it's a good place to locate their business. They're in the same fast food business. If McDonald's, which is the biggest, has chosen a particular location, then you're going to see the other ones flock there. So it only makes perfect sense. So, and that is kind of the thing with music. Years ago, I read an article, and this was years ago, about 10 years ago, about a music executive. And I think he was talking about Soulja Boy, one of those rappers that were like one-hit wonders. And the guy, the music executive was saying, our business now is singles. Fast forward to the streaming business, it makes all the more sense now. And I'm going to pull up a couple articles for you. But before we get started, is Portia here? Is Portia in the chat today?
She was in the towards the last 10-15 minutes of the previous stream you had with Master Kim that had just ended. But I haven't seen her in the chat as of this new one as of yet. But I'm pretty sure she should have gotten the notification to do so.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Portia is in the chat, let me see if I can reach out to her. I want to see if she can do me a favor here. Let's see if I can send her a text. Let me see if I can find her text. And then...
And by the way, I'll still be listening. There will be times when I'll be muted, and if you guys see me carrying anything, is because I'm converting a lot of movies that I have into a digital format. Not necessarily going to be getting rid of them, but I'm also converting movies like The Virgin Suicide, The Players Club, just more so of like the special features with like music videos, original theatrical trailers, and that kind of stuff. And that's what I've been doing like this weekend. This past weekend, to be exact, is I've just been converting a lot of like movies on DVD media disc. Just for like the special features, like how Players Club has We Be Clubbing by Ice Cube, and then My Loved One by Ice Cube featuring Mr. Short K-Hop.
You like that song?
I've like listened to it on various like the stations over the years, but I had no idea as a youngster it was by Ice Cube till years later.
Angel, I think I heard the other day, did you say you were in a mental hospital or something?
Earlier this year, I was in a mental health hospital / facility, whatever you like to call it. Earlier this year, I was there from December 28th to January 8th of this year. So December 28th, 2023 to January 8th of 2024. So
Now,
a little over 6 months.
How did you find yourself there?
The day after Christmas, the December 26th, I had an appointment to see a neurologist, and because of like how irritated I was getting when she was asking me like these questions, they wanted me to stay at the UPC Urgent Psychiatric Center overnight, so I did. And then because of like I guess the more safety of me and the others, because they thought I was unsafe for the quote unquote community outside of the UPC, they put me in the mental health facility for the remainder of the time. So really, I think when I just got irritated of how questions were being asked to me by my neurologist, I ended up needing, by their conditions and recommendations, of staying overnight. But apparently, my irritation was too much of a hazardous / danger to go back and be released / discharged. So that's why I ended up in the mental health facility by because come the like morning of December 28th, they said like someone is here for you, and I wasn't too sure who it was. I knew it wasn't any family member, so I then like just followed orders, and I was in the skirts of a van, and not necessarily like taken down or anything. I followed orders every step of the way, but I ended up being brought to a mental health facility all the way in Tempe, Arizona.
Did you have what, anger issues?
Sort of. If you put it that way, I like pounded the neurologist's bottle of hand soap up and down in frustration, and then afterwards, I took a chair and didn't necessarily broke it or anything. I just slightly lifted it up and put it back down, but I didn't use no strength at all.
Did you knock the hole in your wall behind you right there?
This was way before where I was put into the mental health facility earlier this year. Those holes have been in there since October of last year, and it was at the time, I guess you can say, one of my worst weeks, so to speak, because I just got irritated and frustrated of how some of the people were just trying to. I know they were trying to help me, but I just don't appreciate the advice of how people should tell me how to be as a human being, and I don't appreciate people telling me, "Oh, change this about you. Oh, do this to be better." Meh, 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 meh. I don't need to change who I am as a human being just to be myself at the end of the day. And it just seems like a lot of people have the smallest of problems with who I am just because I'm quote unquote different. And at the end of the day, sometimes I may take advice a bit too seriously. And come like I think it was October 27th or 28th, I was doing a stream on CT's React channel, and then once when the stream was going on, I just had an outburst and destroyed a wooden dinner table that I had in my home, where I threw pieces around the home that caused the holes that you see in my living room. And I just don't appreciate people giving me goddamn advice. If I don't ask for it, don't tell me. If I am a problem, then hey, suck up. I don't tell you to get rid of your skin color. I don't tell people how they change who they are. Am I telling people how they should react? Would I say hell no? I just, but if people want to think as though I'm telling them, well, at the end of the day, it's how we react to what we are said. And I guess one of the major things about me is the fact that people try to dictate me. Not necessarily there, Ice Cube. I'm keeping my composure, man. But at the end of the day, when.
Hey, Angel, who do you live with?
I live by myself there.
Oh, okay. So did you furnish your apartment?
It was already well, when I first bought it, there was hardly anything in here. But all my prior stuff, like my coffee table, the one that I destroyed and threw around the home to put the holes in the wall that you see, John. I believe I bought those at a used furniture store, but the prior couch I had, I bought it I forgot the furniture store here in Arizona, but an appliance store of the stack washer and dryer that I have. I bought that. So a lot of the stuff that was originally in here when I first moved in. And what does it mean by furnished?
I don't know, bed, sofa, coffee table.
Other than my leather couch, I've used to have like a not a sectional sofa or a sectional couch or anything, like one of those couches that are sideways, if you know what
Do you live by yourself? Do you live by yourself?
Yeah.
How do you pay your rent?
Most of the time, my rent comes out of my per cap savings account that I have with my tribal reservation here in Arizona. I'm a registered PEMA member of the Salt River community here in Arizona that's located in Scottsdale. I've been getting per caps for a very long time now, but in the beginning, let's just say I didn't know anything about it.
Let me give me 1 second, Angel. I need to send Portia the link. Someone can put the link in the chat too. That'll be perfect. Because I think Portia's trying to join. Someone put the link in the chat for me. That'd be perfect.
But yeah, it seemed like I was. It's just I just don't like people telling me what to do in general. Ice Cube, it's fine with some things, but telling me who to be as a human being, I just don't appreciate it, because I've had people, and maybe it just depends on the kind of advice what people give to me that causes me to, I guess you'd say, get triggered, Ice Cube. But I'm pretty sure John understands. No one tells him how to live. No one should tell me how to live. People have been telling me to get rid of my frozen meals I've been getting the last 3 or 4 months now.
Hey, Angel, I'm sorry, I was a little bit distracted. I was sending a text message to Portia. So how much do you get for being part of the PEMA
It's adjustable. Meaning it can go up, it can go down. It's never as consistent as it like would be, as some people think. Like we don't get, like, for example, 5K every quarter. It varies of what the casino makes. That is split amongst all Pima tribe members, and it ain't necessarily a quote unquote reparations, as some people want to call it, because the tribal reservation that I'm a part of ain't necessarily on like the kind of level as the Navajo reservation is in America. So we ain't necessarily, as the Salt River Pima community here in Arizona is in that kind of level. People will like think as though, well, how is it distributed? Well, however they operate, that we get from the casinos of the reservation is how it's dispersed, unfortunately. And at times it can be as high as 3,000 per quarter. It can be as high as whatever. Like, but I think the like most recent the deposit I got was only like 2,300, and usually on average each person gets like 12,000 a year, divided into 4 quarters of the year, aka every 3 months. But it's never as consistent as people make it look out to be, as though we get the same amount. I thought it was at first because it was pretty high in the beginning stages, but over the years, it's not been as consistent, because it can fluctuate at the end of the day. And imagine if like Black people got reparations, as they want to call what I get from my tribal reservation, which ain't really that. But if Black people got reparations distributed from our tax dollars, they wouldn't be getting the same amount from our tax dollars divided if Black people got that kind of government handout as they want, even though
Hey, Angel, I thought it would be. Let me take this autofocus off. It's kind of distracting me now.
Well, I'm sorry, John. Hey, Portia, I love you.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay, Angel. Let me see if I can turn this off so I can.
Hey, Angel.
Hey, hey, guys.
Happy Monday, Portia.
Before I started, go ahead, Portia.
Oh no, I was just responding. Hi everybody in the chat. Hey John, I put some messages in the back chat for you.
Yeah. So what I was thinking about doing, since CT show is suspended, and all of us guys usually over there when he's streaming. So
right.
I was gonna have Portia have the banner streaming across, and you guys should support CT as if you're watching his channel, because it's what many of you would be around by this time anyway. So if
Samuel, oh yes, John, I know how to do everything with StreamYard. The only thing is that you would have to, how whenever HB is on and you gave him permissions to your StreamYard,
right?
You have to give me permissions, and then I can do all of that for you while you're focused on the show.
But yeah. Your question, how my rent is for my per cap savings of what I explained, John.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time, Angel. I was a little distracted.
My rent is paid for my per cap savings account that I have with my tribe reservation.
Gotcha. What was I going to tell you?
Love your new picture, Portia.
He likes your new picture, Portia.
Oh, Angel. Thank you. Thank you.
You give me the Black woman from Austin Powers Gold member vibes. If you know her, you give me those kind of vibes with your picture there.
Oh, thank you. I wear my hair in an afro a lot, so.
Well, I love it, Portia.
Thank you.
Did you send me your email address, Portia?
Yes, I did. Let me email you again so you have it.
Well, I have it. I know it. I'm just being lazy here. Let me you don't have to do that. I'll just.
It's
well, put it in the back chat to make it easier for me to just copy it real quick.
Okay.
I love
If you don't
you.
mind. Otherwise, I can go.
I love you, Samuel. In the chat, I was like laughing a few minutes ago from like reading
Hey,
what something Samuel had asked me. Like I'm guessing hysterically, Angel, how much of your freezer is dedicated towards storing Lunchables and Hot Pockets? Well, just because I get frozen meals doesn't mean it's necessarily Lunchables or Hot Pockets. On average, I get about two boxes of 2-packs a week amongst all the other frozen foods that I get because I'm trying to I've always wanted to learn how to cook, but it just seems complicated to me when I look at a cookbook.
All right, Portia, did you get it? And before we get started, we're gonna have that banner put up for CT.
But you know,
hold on, Angel. Some of you guys may already have his cash app, so you don't have to wait on Portia. But for you guys that don't,
I have it. I'm about to do it right now.
Yeah, she's about to put the banner up right now.
Well, like, what exactly happened to CT's shows that caused them to suspend or like stop for right now? Did he get like some strike again, or that he can't go live for another week or so, or is he like not like doing them as much because he has other stuff?
I can't answer that. Portia may be able to answer that question. She may be able to answer that question for you. The industry is expensive. But yeah, I want to get into the music industry a little bit. And there was an article, and maybe an old article, but I think it is coming to fruition now with the technology. Yeah, it is an old article. And I'm going to share this article with you. And I think I already have some stored quotes for you from these articles. So let me see what I have here. Let's put it in the chat here. And again, I think I'm going to give you kind of a deeper explanation as to what Drake is doing, why he's been successful. And I think that the rappers that are angry at him really are missing the boat in what he's doing, and they're becoming angry about it. They've even spoken about it. And I think the guy McConan, or whatever his name is, he was like a public victim of how the business is going now. And I almost equate Drake to like a coach or something now. He's not on the field. He doesn't even have to make songs. He just needs to get on your song and make it a hit. And that is the, let me add Portia. Well, Portia, she can add herself now. And I think that is the, has been his avenue for success, is that he's been able to jump on up and coming artists, leverage his brand and his power in the music industry, and use that to dominate. And here's a couple quotes I want to see if I can show you if I have them. Damn, I mean, I have them in this one. That would suck. Let's see. I may have to go to another one to get them, but I'll pull this article up. And here's an article. It was written in 2019. So it's 5 years ago. And this was probably right at the beginning of the streaming going full bore, maybe a few years after. But here's the article. Sure. What's up, Angel?
Did you look at the private chat of how Portia wants you to like advertise or put up CT's Cash App and that stuff?
Yes. Is she gonna do it, Portia? If you're gonna do it,
yes, I'm doing it right now, John.
Okay, so Portia's doing it. For you guys that already have his Cash App, you can go ahead and send it now. You don't have to wait on her. But for the people that are here that don't remember it or whatever, also don't forget to hit the like button, share it if you can, subscribe if you haven't already. So here's an interesting article about the record industry. Well, the record industry, 2019 again, expects a windfall. And the question is asked, where will the money go? With streaming poised to infuse billions of dollars into the music business, artists are once again hoping to get their fair share. Hope is not a strategy. And here's one quote that I want to bring to your attention. And I'm going to see if I can find all of them, because I set this up for another stream, and I may not have added it to this one, so I may have to do a little digging. But here's one of the quotes from the article here. I'm going to put this on the page here. I hope this is not too long. Let's see. So this is a quote from the article. Musicians could also face new threats to their livelihood from fake artists, pseudonyms, or whatever, how you pronounce it. Composers allegedly paid lower royalties than the real artists vying for their spots on streaming playlists. Along with beyond that, it was cut off here, or even, and I'm going to paste the rest of it so you can see it. It's taking a minute. There it is.
Could also face new threats to their
or even artificially intelligent computers. We technically could be replaced by AI. And this was in 2019. I let off the stream earlier.
So just about 5 years ago.
5 years ago, yeah. And I let off the stream yesterday with earlier today, with AI producing a song for me. I mean, you may find it cheesy, but hell, as I said, you can't even understand many of these artists today. You put a good beat around it, it's not going to matter. It'll be a hot single. And so I also talked about how many people don't listen to albums today. If the Lil Wayne or whatever artist you want to insert into the equation, he drops an album, you may only listen to 1 or 2 songs. And so in that sense, the money becomes in the 1 or 2 songs. You have to curate a good hit. And there's something else I want to mention that they're incorporating into music now is, since it's streaming and all of the data that can be analyzed, and some of these data points are being used to determine payment. Hence, they have a term called, I can't remember the name of it, maybe fast forward pass rate or something like that, where if you turn on a stream, you start listening to your girl Beyonce or whoever, and you get distracted and close that tab. If you haven't reached a certain number of seconds, it doesn't even count. And I think the pass rate may be something like 30 seconds. I developed software for it. Sure.
Are you talking about the kind of rate that like rideshare service companies do, like Uber and Lyft, that deteriorate the rate like the day or something like that?
No, what I'm talking about is when you turn on a song on, say, YouTube Music, if you don't listen to, say, beyond the first 30, 45 seconds, whatever it is in the country, you're not going to get paid. The artist doesn't get credited for a stream. And so,
okay.
So 30 years ago, you were forced to buy the whole baby. You may have only like 1 song on the album. I guess you could buy a single, but typically most people bought the album. You may want other songs from the album, and you buy the whole album. That would be $13, whatever the album would be. And then the artist will get, 39 cents per album, whatever his contract rate would be. But now the record companies have basically broken down payment to the artists by song. And you're not going out physically buying the song anymore. It's being sent to you digitally. And
pretty much like with let's say if the movies weren't being sold by collection, they'd be sold by the individual title of streaming. I think I understand where instead of like being the artist getting like the percentage per album, it's depend on per single of not necessarily purchase, but listenability, if I'm understanding, John. It's much like if me as an actor in a movie, and if a person doesn't watch like the first 5 minutes of that movie on Netflix or Hulu or wherever you would watch your movies nowadays on streaming service, me as an actor wouldn't get that like percentage per.
Right. They've gone from selling albums to effectively selling songs. And that is what I think Drake is recognized. And that is why he jumps on everyone's hit song. And he brings his leverage and his power to that song to increase their album spins and things like that, to get them into spins that they would never reach by themselves. And he wants to get paid for it, because otherwise that song coming up on a Tuesday, no one would even care about that song until Drake jumped on it. It wouldn't have sold in the capacity that it did without Drake. It would have been a summer hit without Drake. And he brings that power to a single, and that is the business. And I'm going to show you more here from the article to explain to you how that is the business. When is this channel going to Hey, you know, I was thinking about that last night, DG, and I don't think I'm going to do the super chats, to be honest with you. You know, I haven't decided what I'm going to do, but I don't think I'm going to do that. It's just something about me. I don't like giving someone 30% of my money, what I earn. I don't like that. You know?
But even if I think if you don't want to do that, then just don't get monetized, because I don't think you are able to turn on and off your super chat button and keep, like, let's say, your memberships. But I've like seen many YouTubers over the years that have the eligibility that never actually applied for monetization, just because they don't want to, as you said, give up 30% of like the super chats or what you would earn to Google or YouTube.
Yeah, you know, and again, like, you know, if I needed the money, believe me, I would be like, hey, let's get to 500 so I can get these super chats rolling in. But yeah,
by the way,
I have a little time on my hand. Since I have a little time, go ahead, Andrew.
By the way, you spelled super chat wrong. You spelled it supper chat instead of super chat, man. I love you, DG.
Anyway, Portia, did you get that banner working yet, or no? Let's see.
I just sent you a message in the back, and I said that we could talk about it offline. But so I can see all of the banners that you have ready made, but there's a way that you can allow access and permissions to where I can add to the banners that you already have made. So like right now, I can't.
You can't create one?
Yeah, it won't let me create one. I can just see them, the ones that you already have, but it won't allow me to create a new one. So I don't want to disrupt the show.
I gave you all the permission there. What permission do you need?
There's one that says that so whenever you share out like the link how you did to my email, before you do that, it'll ask you questions like all permissions, some permissions, and it'll give you like the banners, the brand, all of the things in the back. So the only thing that I can't do right now, it pertains to the banners and the brand, so I can't add anything.
Okay, let me see if I can change it, and then
okay, sorry, I just didn't want to. I didn't want to interrupt you in the show.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I wish you had
interrupted the chat until after the show.
Yeah, because I don't check the chats that often, the back chat. So let me send it to you again.
Okay, because it just says it removed me, so it's gonna bring me down, and I'll come back up.
Okay, all right, all right.
Do you want me to try, John? I mean, you could give me access, and I could help Portia out as a tag team kind of thing, or do you want her to take care of it?
Yeah, I think I'm out of people here. Let me see. Contents, brands. Okay, maybe that's what you need. All right, all right, all right. All right, I think I sent it to you again, Portia. Let me get back to this article here. That's just like artists like Drake, a little products that have paid and boosted placement on music charts. I mean, I think that's just the business, you know. So if that's the business, then all of them are doing it. It's like steroids if you're playing sports. If everybody's taking steroids, then well, you just have to take steroids too, or be happy with the results that you get. Yeah, you know, I've been thinking about that. I need to talk to my accountant and all that first. Again, I want to work all that out. So let me get back to this article.
Hey, DG. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Angel.
But when I saw you spelled the super chat wrong there, DG, I thought it was like dinner time already, and I guess I could ask you, DG, what's for dinner?
Let me see if I can find another quote from this article. And then I'm going to just dig into the article, but I sent myself a couple quotes, so I want you guys to pay attention to these. Here's one.
I mean, from what I'm hearing of what you've read so far, I wouldn't be surprised if the what you quoted in the chat about songs being artificially intelligent were to happen, but at the end of it, I highly doubt that AI would be able to create as good of a song and originality as someone like Drake does.
Well, of course, there's always going to be room for superstars, very talented people. But what I'm saying is that the people at the bottom, the ones that can't create hits, they're going to have to lean on the superstars to make hits for them, because that is the business now. Let me put up a quote. Hey, Portia, can you make that scroll, like a scrollable banner? According to Daniel Glass, president and founder of Glassnote Records, the label that helped turn Phoenix, I like Phoenix, Mumford & Sons and Childish Gambino into arena headliners. There's very little middle and lower class in recording. That world has dried up. And that really is, I think, at the crux of the issue with the Drake, Kendrick, Lamar, and all the other rappers that are aligned against Drake. The lower and middle class money is dried up. And here it is again. According to Daniel Glass, there's very little middle and lower class in recording. The world is dried up. Just like in all of America now. When COVID happened, the big businesses won. The lower and middle class businesses, they dried up. Drake is above the fray in music. He's not lower class and middle class. He can go out and get a $500 million deal. And I think that is go ahead, Angel.
Looks like you went solo mode. Was that you or Portia that made you solo?
Oh, I don't know. But don't worry about that, Angel. Garen, let me see what else. Let me pull up another quote here. Hello? Portia, you here?
It seems to be working, Portia.
I'm
But
here.
I don't see no banner as of yet.
Let's see. So
If you contributed, CT, we'll put your comment up on the channel if you have something you want to say, if you have a question. Just be honest.
So John, one last, since sorry guys in the chat, this is obviously live, and
that's okay. Not a problem.
Things happen when you're live. So
yeah,
John,
that's a problem. Go ahead.
I don't think that I don't know if you saw it, but if you go back into your StreamYard where you can invite members, you can invite me, and under the role, like how you have me as admin, you can switch that to co-host. Co-host gives me the permissions to do the logos and the banners, so I can do that under the co-host, and then everything else we can talk about after the show.
All right, not a problem.
I feel bad.
No, you're fine. It's a free flowing show, so I got to remove you.
Yes, remove me and then add me as co-host.
All right. I would have thought admin would have given you everything, but that would have made sense from a programming standpoint. But it's interesting. Okay, I've done that now, so you should be good. You should be good to go. All right. So back to the article here, to kind of give you an understanding of where I think this is going and why I think Drake has already won the battle, because he recognizes the business that he's in. So let's scroll down here a bit. And I'm going to see if I can find all of the quotes rather easily. And I'm going to scroll down. So one of the things that the guy mentioned was that there's been a lot of consolidation in the music business. And I think this is the article that mentions it. Maybe not. But I think there are only 3 now. And I'm sure I have those somewhere. But it's like Warner, Sony, and UMG. And UMG may be owned by someone. So there are 3 companies. These are very large companies. I'm talking about billion-dollar companies. And so here's one of the quotes here. I'm going to push you back. You should be able to add yourself, Portia. Did that work for you? Portia, did that work for you?
Give me 1 second to
Okay, take your
check
time.
a few things to see. Give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, take your time. All right, let me see. So Open Mike Eagle, who's been a low-key fixture in the indie hip hop world for more than a decade, tells me the streaming model is built for people who have millions of fans, not for people who have thousands of fans. Again, the middle and the lower classes dropped out of music. There really is no interest for a $1 billion company to be interested in a guy that's selling 10,000 albums. Even though that may be enough for him to make a living, it's minuscule for a $50 billion company, which some of these companies are. Mike goes on to say that when he began his career in the late 2000s, a healthy do-it-yourself culture could help him develop his skills below the radar. There were enough musicians that you can link up with and tour with and blow up that way. The DIY paths are the ones that are drying up the fastest. Again, the middle income people. His most recent release, it cost him $10,000 to make. That's everything. In 4 months of a release, he says the record totaled about $20,000 in revenue, with roughly 40% of that from selling 2,000 vinyl copies and a few grand from 1 million total streams. 1 million total streams. He got a few grand. Which brings me to mind, has anyone in the chat heard of the Tidal scandal? Put a yes if you heard it about the Tidal scandal. Anyone ever heard of that?
I haven't.
You have not?
I've never heard of the Tidal scandal.
A few years ago, when Jay-Z bought Tidal, and again, I'm a software guy. I said, wait a minute, something's up with that. Like, that's a bad deal. Because a software company, you have very high paid employees. It's hard to keep them. Retention is high. And you're a company that's going up against Spotify and all of those.
Well, I actually did for a few years up until the T-Mobile buying Sprint out, where I was getting Tidal music for free as part of my Sprint plan that I was on till T-Mobile merged and changed everything up and took over Sprint. But I'm familiar with the streaming service Tidal, but I don't know anything about the scandal that you're talking about.
I'll show you the scandal. It went under the radar, but Jay-Z was basically stealing from people.
This is crazy. Okay, so Tidal. I'm sorry, I understand what you're saying now. Tidal, the actual
Tidal, yeah, Tidal.
Like Spotify.
Yeah, like
so
the music service.
Like he sold it or something, but I never got Tidal because I was like, y'all are, hey, I'm not paying for this.
Now remember, he did that to, if anyone remembers the announcement, he did that to, in his mind, what he told people, it was for the benevolence of artists. Does anyone remember that? Put a yes in the chat if you do remember. No. So anyway, he did this for the benevolence of his artists. And they all were on the stage that day. Beyonce, some white group that wears helmets or something. And I don't know if Kanye was there, but they were all going to move their music over to Tidal and not be on the other platforms. I think Beyonce is still not on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, him and Beyonce have both paid millions. That is correct. Trope said, let me put Trope's comment in this stream there. Yeah, it's correct.
Can we look more upon this article? Because I see that top portion.
I'm about to show it to you now. And so here's what they were accused of. And this can't happen. It cannot happen by happenstance. I'm a software developer. Like, there's no way this happens unless you want it to happen. In other words, it was complete and utter fraud. They stole from the people that he brought up on stage that he was going to do right by. And so let's get into it. Tidal, accused of faking hundreds of millions of plays for Kanye West and Beyonce. The Record A newspaper in Norway says it got a hold of internal data from the streaming service, which showed that of users had unknowingly been playing songs from Lemonade and Pablo. That's Kanye. So I give him credit. At least he shared some of the stolen money with Kanye, but he was stealing from the other people. I'll dig into that. And so you notice again, this is Jay-Z moving up into the ranks where he's able to steal from other people. And again, if he's able to steal for his own benefit, and he's willing to do it, then don't you think these other record companies are doing it to these smaller artists? They have no access to the streaming data, YouTube, Spotify. They don't have any ability to audit these companies. They probably, in many cases, don't even have an ability to argue what they're being paid. And so we can dig into it. Go ahead.
I almost want to like go ahead and let CT take over like one of my channels just so he can continue his show, Portia and John.
Yeah, CT's welcome to come up here anytime he wants. I don't know what the terms of his YouTube thing is, but if he wants to come up here, yeah, he definitely can. John, is it true that Biden sided with Lamar against Drake? What are your thoughts about that? I don't think Biden can side with anyone. But I showed a clip from HB the other day where Obama, this must have been 8 years ago, he was asked the question, who did he choose, Lamar or Drake? And he chose Lamar. And so that was rather interesting that Obama was being asked these questions 8-10 years ago. But more interesting to the point was the that performance by Kendrick Lamar with the crown of diamonds and the blood and the gay people and him screaming out women's rights. That just struck me as odd, and I think HB sent me that link as well. What rapper is concerned about women's rights? Most of these guys, at best, they're neutral as it relates to women. But to be advocating for women's rights, it just seems also odd. Anyway, if you guys remember that, the Kendrick Lamar, I think I showed that yesterday, where him, he was screaming for women's rights, abortion, things like that. It's just odd for a West Coast gangster rapper that Crip walks around the home to be screaming for women's rights. And the fact that all of the politicians, and I can show that brings to mind, I wanted to show you something. I'm glad someone asked that. You'd be surprised here in DC that the Congress members have also chosen sides. Let me see if I can show you that. If you've heard of that, let me know in the chat. That way, I may not go over that if you have heard of that. But if not, I do want to go into that. Let me see if I can find that article because I know I sent it to myself. Oh, yeah. I found it here. Is anyone familiar about what's going on with Congress in terms of the not like us? Let me look at the chat here for a second. CT taking over Angel Stream. John, if you want some insight into rap business, find some Russ interviews. He managed to make a name without a label and owns all of his music. Yeah, that's interesting. Russ.
I didn't know that Congress was involved in this monstrosity of this so-called rap beef. It seems like they would have more important things to do, John.
Well, a couple of weeks back I mentioned, maybe even CT did a stream about it because we talked about it, I think, offline. You remember when 50 Cent came to DC? You remember what he was begging about? Remember that?
Wasn't it because he wanted like a business opened or?
He wanted Congress to basically give contracts and things like that to blacks, and he wanted the music business to be fair. And he feels like the artists are getting cheated, and the same old argument that Prince had, that Michael Jackson had, that all of them had. And so he came to Congress, and he met. Clearly, he has to meet with both sides, but he knows that the Democrats are going to, if he's going to get any, one to buy in, it's going to be the Democrats because they know that they can own him and he'll get the blacks out to vote. But if you guys are interested in seeing that, you should go Google 50 Cent in Washington, D.C.
Really quick, Angel. I'm sorry. Really quick. I just want to address this really quick. In the chat, if you guys go to CT's Rumble, if you do not have his Rumble, I will post that in the chat in just a second once I finish saying this. He had a Rumble stream the other day, and he just let people know about what happened. So YouTube, you know, they hate on CT sometimes, but right now we're working on it. So he did get in trouble with YouTube, so that's why he's not live on his main page. So,
hey, Portia, you don't mind me asking, what is the issue? Like, you know, because most of us watch this show every day. And what was the issue?
You know, some language on the panel. You know, words like raccoon without the RA. You know,
well, they ban you for that.
Yeah, or they can give you a strike or give you a few days, 3 to 7 days, sometimes 15 days. It just depends. And they'll get you up out of here. And so he's fine. But, you know, I kind of want to look at it on a positive side. Of course, we all love CT and going over there because we get to fraternize, but we also get to fraternize over here too. But he needs a break as well. I mean, he streams like every day, 12 hours, 8 hours, 6 hours a day. So I'm
sure he would much rather take a break on his own terms.
Of course he would on his own terms, but he is working on it, getting it, what is it called? Basically, he's fighting it to try to get that removed. So yeah, so a lot of different things. I just think too, people like
so he's trying
to hold on.
Angel, don't make me put you backstage. You interrupted, Portia. Go ahead.
He has his haters, and you know, people they'll try to report and they'll flag him and stuff like that. So
yeah.
In the back end, we are working on getting that fixed. But until then, of course, y'all please continue to come to the Urban Landlord and check out John's show and CT. He could possibly be going live on Rumble or on his Reacts page, but I do not have anything definite on that. And then CT might even pull up over here today and talk to us a little bit more about it. But
yeah, I would love to talk to him about it. You know, generically, of course, right? You know, we want to talk.
Yeah, we've been working on that too. And I see Stanley's comment in the chat where he says he needs to, why doesn't he just go over to Rumble exclusively? I want him to, so that we can just always black out and just say what we want to say. However, there's more reach on YouTube because more people use YouTube. And if you guys remember a few weeks ago, whenever we were trying to stream the debate live, Steven Crowder, which he does this quite often, he literally breaks Rumble.
Really?
Yeah. Whenever whenever Steven Crowder goes live, like he's live right now, like he always has at least 20,000 people, some 50,000 people, 80,000 people. But the night of the debate, he had almost 1 million people watching him on Rumble. So, and like Rumble's it's not there yet. But I still think that it would be good for CT right now while Rumble is still growing and developing and more people are going over there, just to get his footprint on Rumble in the event something happens with YouTube. But we're also working on a website so that you guys have somewhere to go and we can notify y'all, you know, whenever CT doesn't go live.
You know, the thing is about the Rumble, you know, I've thought about that a lot. It's like, it's probably always going to be small audience. That's, you know, that's not to say you can't get a big audience, but it'll probably be hard to grow an audience there because I think Google is so dominant. You know, Google owns YouTube. Their algorithms, I wouldn't be surprised if it steers people away from Rumble, to be quite honest with you.
Oh yeah, of course, absolutely. But the thing is that like even whenever CT goes live on Rumble, he always has over 150. He's even had over 200 people before. But whenever he would go live on both of his channels, on the Reacts and the main channel, and he sent people over to Rumble, people would come. And then, of course, there's a component of me communicating that with our audience in the Discord. But we want to, you know, expand the brand a bit more by having a website so that you can reach, or you can talk to them whenever you're on the panel with them. But so, you know, hey, we're streaming on Twitter, Rumble, whatever, and especially if we have a situation like the one that we're dealing with right now, where YouTube is, hating and all of that, so where people can come and still be able to watch the show via his website. So that's what we're working on right now. So hopefully, and maybe he'll come in to the show today. But yeah, so because I keep on seeing everybody in the chat talk about it, so I just wanted to make
everyone's interested. Let's see. We had a comment from Stanley here. Welcome to the American music industry over the last 100 years. That John Galt sound like Jay-Z, be so white. Well, I mean, I think the thing is, again, Jay-Z had every opportunity to turn the scales and really do right by the artists, but he didn't. Just like the big companies, they do right by themselves, and maybe there's one or two guys that they cherry pick, just as Jay-Z cherry picked. We can go back to the article. I'll show it to you. He cherry picked who he wanted to give the streams to, at the to the detriment of everyone else. And let's see. And what's interesting? There was a lady in DC. Somehow they were able to identify who they attributed the streams to, and they went and asked her. And we may see it in this article. Hey, did you listen to Beyonce 10 million times or something like that? You're gonna see it. Let's see. You maybe see it here. But Tidal, streaming service purchased by Jay-Z and introduced to the public 2 months later in a celebrity stacked event, that's what I mentioned, has been accused of artificially inflating the play counts of Beyonce and Kanye. This was back when they were friends, I guess. Some news piece out of Norway said it was surreptitiously given a hard drive containing internal company data, billions of lines of data spread across dozens of files. The paper found evidence of certain users having streamed the 2 albums a surprising amount, 15 plays of Lemonade in full in one day by one person. Look, here's who the person I mentioned. The paper interviewed that person, a 34-year-old Washington, D.C. law student, to ask if she could verify that the plays are hers. I love Beyonce, but 11 hours? No, wasn't me. He deliberately stole these people money, other artists. And this is the problem that, again, that all of the smaller artists are facing. If Jay-Z, a hood guy, can come up with a scheme to steal the streams, don't you think Vivendi or whoever, UMG, and all the rest of these companies are stealing their streams a million ways to Sunday? One other thing I read that was interesting in the music business, and some of you guys that know music might know, is that when they used to send out CDs and albums and things like that to the stores, there was something, I think it was called the tape rate or something like that. And it may have been 10% if I'm not mistaken. I'll look it up. Where the artist basically they took 10% of his gross based upon what they assume would be either returned or stolen, broken, whatever. And when the streams were introduced, for years, the record companies kept taking the 10%, even though there was nothing to be stolen or broken. It took a few years for the artists to even claim, to fight that. And this is what they're up against. As the Glassnote records show, the middle income and the lower income of music has dropped out. Back in the day, these artists could go and tour at least and make some money, but now they're pretty much all wrapped up in 360 deals, where even their tours are being, some of that revenue is being captured by the companies. And we can look into the 360 deals if you're interested. The Life of Pablo was streamed 250 million times in the first 10 days it was available. That's amazing. That's 25 million streams a day. Am I right? That's 25. It also claimed last year to have 3 million subscribers, meaning each user played the record 83 times. Before the numbers was released, West was said to have requested his streaming numbers from the platform be withheld. A different investigative piece published by the paper last year also accused Tidal of inflating its subscriber numbers in public statements. Now, you should be asking yourself, how the hell Jay-Z never get accused of some kind of financial crime here? And I think we should all know the answer by now. In total, it accuses Tidal of fabricating 320 million false streams because of the way streaming revenues are distributed. The effect it had was drastically inflating two albums' listen counts. Is to apportion more revenue toward those albums and away from others in what's called a pro rata distribution system in proportion. This means smaller artists are, in a way, pitted against the most successful artists in the world for pieces of a finite pie. And the large artists, for the most part, receive a disproportionate cut of the revenue. And there's an explanation there. If you want the article, I can put it in the chat for you. But this is why, again, why I say in the music business is strictly business. And the business now is singles, not albums, because no one buys albums anymore. No one even listens to an entire album anymore. And these rappers are mad that Drake is able to basically, he's figured out the business and he knows that he has to put out singles, not albums. That has been the key to his success there. Any questions so far?
No questions so far. I'm listening. This is very interesting.
I'm
I had no idea about any of this.
I was listening to you reading the article too, and I don't know if anyone remembers the Spike TV show from like the late 2000s to early 2010s when they were still a network. 1,001 Ways to Die. Imagine if there was 1,001 ways, which I'm guessing there is more than that. 1,001 ways to steal. Because sounds like this story would make a great piece of like a TV show, like not documentary, but just like a great form of like topic of a TV show. Much like how 1,001 Ways to Die was all about the different ways people had done criminal activities of that show, and much like if there was 1,001 Ways to Steal, this one would be probably within that. In terms of the ranking, I wouldn't have no idea how to rank this story of what you just read, John.
Yeah, let me respond to Ghetto point of view. He says those artists get funding from labels well before any actual deal is ever signed. These labels are funding mixtape and indie projects for months and sometimes years before any actual deal is done. I'm hesitant to say they're giving money to just hood guys like YSL to go make mixtapes. I'm sure some money probably filters down through an A&R guy, something like that. He go to the hood. He has a little allowance to play around and see if he can find the guy with a hit single, just like it always used to be. But I think the big difference is that they're now having to sell song by song. When 20 years ago, they needed 2 or 3 hit songs that they could sell a whole album. And if I find the article, we'll talk more about, for those of you that don't know, how little they get paid per stream relative to what they used to get paid, which is very little for an album. And they have to find other ways to monetize their abilities. You're starting to see that kind of with the streamers, in YouTube streamers. It's the same thing, that the big businesses are sucking up pretty much all of the revenue. And the rappers, in my opinion, are getting desperate. And they see one guy get a big deal and they're wondering why the hell they aren't better. They've had Obama tell them they're better. The members of Congress, I'll show you here, are telling them that they're better than everyone, that he's better. Kendrick Lamar is better than Drake. But when he goes home and he has to check his bank account, he doesn't see how much better he's doing. And that right there is the source, in my opinion, of much of the anger. Let's take a look at the members of Congress. One could wonder, why are the members of Congress even involved in this? But we'll take a look and see. Kendrick Drake beef reaches Congress. Let me know in the chat if you can see this. I can increase it. Should I put the volume on, or do you want to look at the article? I'll put the volume on. I'm not sure if they're talking about Kendrick Lamar and Drake. Let me refresh this to see if there's anything coming up about Kendrick
And yes,
Lamar.
we can see it on the screen.
All
the
right.
people in the chat can see it on the screen.
You may hear some of it. Well, I guess they're talking about, let's see if they're talking about Kendrick Lamar and Drake. Let's see if I can skip this ad. Let's see what's going on. It's a long ad here, but I think it's going to be probably, you're going to see most of the, and I haven't read this article, but I would just imagine that many of the Congress members are going to take the side of Drake. I think you can see that even from the headline. They're going to couch it in Americanism versus, let's see. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Americans, conservatives all over the country that gave us the majority.
All right, we don't want to see that. All right. Anyway, so here's the headline.
John, before we read it,
yeah,
I think, because I did not know about this. However, I don't think that Congress needs to get involved in this, because I don't see this. Listen, I know how you said that they might go with Drake. I just don't see this being beneficial for the Republicans at all. Like, y'all just need to stay out of this.
Well, I think they are out of it. I would imagine that this is mostly Democrats that are going to be coming here. I know that Hakeem Jeffries, I think it was Hakeem Jeffries, maybe even Bowman, some of the other Black Congress members. You've seen the Taraji Kamala BET award thing. Did you see that? Where Kamala said they're not. Kamala said in a little skit with Taraji.
Oh yeah, the one with Taraji. Yes, I did see.
They're not like us, right? And they won't define us, and they. I guess they won't define the they either. So they leave it up to you to decide who's they and who's us. And I think that's very dangerous when you're creating wedges where people are forced to pick a side. It's kind of like Black Lives Matter, where they could have chosen a lot of other terms to express support for Black people, but Black Lives Matter is a one-way argument. And you remember they used to say, people used to say, well, all lives matter. And when you would say that, you would be scorned and looked down upon it, because you were supposed to say Black Lives Matter. And so now these people have come up with a they're not with us. It's very interesting.
The funny thing about that, 4 or 5 years ago, when I was going on another, I don't think he does YouTube anymore, but when I went on another Black man's panel, he asked me which lives matter more, and it felt as though it was like a rhetorical question, and I answered Black lives, because it made me think he was one of those BLM supporters / ADO / FBA kind of people. And then he pretty much just removed and banned me from his StreamYard. And he wanted me to say all lives, but it's just a lot of Black people I've had seen around over the years before any of the people I know of now have always been the BLM supporting kind of type of people. And I just had thought he was another one of those type of Negroes.
Yeah, now, it does happen. Let's take a look at this article. There's no question that Kendrick is the victor. Jamal Bowman. We all know. Do you guys remember Jamal Bowman? The other day I showed him jumping up and down before he lost his election. He was jumping up and down, and here he is talking about Kendrick, Lamar, and Drake. Let me see the date of this article. Very interesting. The date of this article was, wow, this was back in May. Can you believe this?
No.
It's still going on. I wasn't even following this in May. Were you following this portion in May? Portia may not be there, but anyway, so Bowman started the congressional. Man, this is amazing. I can't even believe what I read here. This is my first time reading this article. Bowman started the Congressional Hip Hop and Justice Task Force, and I told you, Portia, with a coalition of Democrats earlier this year. I knew it wouldn't be any Republicans involved. Is anyone surprised? Dang,
no.
Is anyone surprised at this?
National Hip Hop and Power and Justice Task Force.
With all the things going on in some of these communities that these people represent, and they came up with the Hip Hop Power and Justice Task Force. You know, I wish Stanley would get on the panel because these are the people he votes for. I would love to hear.
That's what it seems like, obviously. But I'm not too sure if he'd be willing to come on. I mean, obviously, you or Portia will post the StreamYard link, but I would love for him to come on and like have him say about this, since these are the kind of people he's like for.
Let me put the link in the channel here. Maybe Stanley will join
But,
because these are his kind of Democrats right here. We're gonna hear probably from all the people.
I'm surprised that someone like Bowman started this congressional hip hop power and justice task force. Seems a bit odd to have like a music type of like thing be affiliated with politics. It just seems a bit odd trying to take down or trying to take more control of what is in our music, much like how the FDA controls what's in our food, John. So it just seems like a bit odd to have a music task force like that to try to control of what we can and cannot listen to.
Hey, hold on, Angel. Here comes Stanley. Stanley, what do you think about this hip hop and justice task force?
I think it's a waste of time. Congress has better things to do.
I love you, Stanley, man.
I mean, don't they?
Well, yeah, they do have better things to do besides creating like a task force to try and control music, if you ask me.
Well, I mean, if there was some crime or corruption or, as a matter of fact, there are better things in the music industry they ought to be checking out, let alone, the rap, I didn't really keep up, other than the occasional, I'd hear the rap battle news, who won today. Yeah. But I'm not that much into either artist. I'm not 18. If I needed to know something, I'm sure I could ask my son, but I don't need to know much. So, like I told Portia, though, I am kind of curious to know what Marjorie Taylor Greene's take on it was, just out of sheer curiosity.
Yeah, me too. I think so too. It's just, and Stanley, I do agree. And hello, Stanley, an American.
Hey, man. How you doing, Portia and Angel?
I am great.
And who's that American man?
That's Black Thoughts, but he's American Man now.
Formerly known as Black Thoughts.
Yeah, American Man, aka Black Thoughts.
Let's get it right. Let's get his name right here.
Yeah, formerly known.
But Portia, when you're done, let me. I want to address John's thing about Jamal Bowman being my guy.
I'm going to have a few more to ask you about, I'm sure, because there's.
Oh, I'm sure you will, and I bet I'll have answers.
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
I was going to say, Stanley, that I agree with you. They do have better things to do.
But let me ask Stanley this. Let me ask Stanley this.
Hold on, Angel, because we got a little bit to get through. So what were you going to say, Stanley?
Well, I mean, Jamal Bowman specifically, you and I briefly touched on that topic. I think it was on CT's show. Jamal Bowman's a member of the Progressive Caucus. I'm not particularly a progressive. That's farther left than I would tend to be for several reasons. I don't consider myself a progressive. If Jamal Bowman were put up against Marjorie Taylor Greene, I guess I'd have to hold my nose and vote for Jamal Bowman, because I think he would have more of my interests. He would share more of the policies that I would be inclined to support. But Jamal Bowman wouldn't make it in Georgia. I'll put it that way. We like our politicians a little more serious.
Do you think Warnock is serious?
Yes.
Did you see the start of my stream earlier with Warnock up there?
No, I didn't see the start of it.
Maybe I'll show you.
Let
me get through this, Angel. The task force was not structured to cover rap beefs. Now, let me get back to this. They formed a coalition of Democrats earlier this year, not to fight crime, not to talk about the border, not to talk about economic and poverty in their neighborhoods, not to talk about what they say what them niggas be talking about, food deserts, right? Even though they all mostly are fat, including Jamal Bowman. They formed a hip hop and justice task force. I really could stop this stream right now, and my point would be made, right? But we're gonna keep going because, like, I want to see what other Democrats had to chime in, right? And then I want to hear Stanley's his opinion on this because Obama chimed in too. You know that, Stanley, right?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, a few years ago, Obama. I don't know.
Oh, we're talking years ago? I thought you meant recently.
No, well, what's interesting about that is that about 8 years ago, they asked Obama, I think it was 8 years ago, who did he prefer, Drake or Kendrick Lamar? And ironically, he chose Kendrick Lamar 8 years ago.
Well, let me ask you a question. 8 years ago, was Obama president, or was he a private citizen?
Let me.
No. Please answer that question because it directly affects your point. If Obama wasn't president, he can prefer whomever he wants to.
That's true.
Support.
So
just go ahead and say you don't have a point bringing up Obama because he wasn't in office.
Okay, fair enough.
See how easy that was. Now who's next?
Well, I could go back.
Are you sure you want to keep summoning me up here?
Hold on, Angel. The point that I'm making is it may have been during his presidency. I can't remember.
No, it wasn't. Not 8 years ago.
Well, I don't know when it was, Angel.
John, it was during his presidency while he was president.
Okay, there you go.
And that's why I was about to say, if
you don't have to prove that.
He would still be in office.
Hey, Angel.
It's 2024. Obama left office in what? 20 what?
Can someone look
18?
it up? Can someone look it up?
2016.
All right, hold on, Stanley.
John, I'm doing it right now.
Obama left office in 2016. There's no way he could have been president.
Hold on.
Or 2017.
Everyone knows when Obama left office. Portia's
okay, and it wasn't 8 years ago, or it was more than 8 years ago.
Don't focus on the 8 years. We're just going to focus on when.
Okay, I want to focus on politicians who were in office.
All right.
Obama wasn't one of them. So who his favorite rapper is really doesn't concern national politics.
Portia's going to let us know.
Can I please answer Stanley, John, please?
Okay, which part of 2016 was more than 8 years ago? Well, it's right at 8 years.
Wait, Stanley, if this is what Obama said.
Okay, Angel, stick to the point.
Wait. Let me finish.
My point is
Hold on. Angel, hold on. We're not going to go all off topic, right?
This is struggle logic. That's what this is.
Hold on, Stanley. While Portia is fact checking, right? Because I know it was said, I just don't know when. Right, so that's the only thing that we're arguing about. It was said, but I just don't remember when.
If it was 8 years ago, Obama was coming out of office.
Portia is going to tell us when it was said.
Well, we'll wait for Portia. Let's go on to the next question.
But the bigger fact is,
before the 2000.
Angel, don't come off mute until I let you off mute. Right. So the thing is, it was said, Stanley. The only thing we're contending here is the time. But let's move forward, right?
And I don't think it was important from 8 years ago in any case. But if he wasn't in office, it's definitely not.
We're going to see if he was in office or not. So let's not focus on that until we get the fact check, right? So here we are again. You come back up, Angel.
So we're clear that Bowman's not.
Portia's fact checking. We'll get you. Let's see who else. Go ahead, Portia.
I'm sorry. I just shared my screen for a second. Obama picks Kendrick over Drake in YouTube interview. This was back January 15th, 2016. So he was. Okay,
so it was 5 days before he was out of office. You could say he's president, but I would say 5 days. 5 days before you're out of office. How important really is it?
Well, actually, a person can still be in office up until the next candidate takes the oath, like how Trump was still in office in early of January of 2021. And then on the January 21st of 2021 was when Joe Biden took over office. So I think it's maybe like a day or two where a president had to give the seat to the next candidate. So at the time when Obama said that years ago, he was still in office at the time because he didn't have to go out of office, Obama that is, until Trump took office January 20th of 2017, for God's sakes.
You know, let me see if I can weave something. This is just a thought, you know, high level thought. You have Obama being asked however many years ago about Kendrick Lamar and Drake. That seems like an odd question to me. The man leaving the White House, and the only question, or one of the questions they decided to ask him was about two rappers.
I wish they'd asked him whether it was boxers or briefs.
Well, but they didn't, right? What they chose to ask him, what you think about these two rappers? Now, if that were just in isolation, you say, well, that's an odd question. Maybe he's really interested. Fair enough. So then you get to this, and you're taking me off topic, Stanley, but I'll get back to that progressive Democrat people. You get to this. Let me see if I'm sharing my screen. Push, I may need to share the screen again. Let's see, stop sharing.
Daniel Nixon, the answer is yes, he did lose, and probably rightly so.
And Stanley, you know, the election in 2016 wasn't until November.
Yeah, it's always in November.
Yeah, but this was in January of 2016.
Right,
so.
And it was, you said it was the 15th, correct?
I mean, he had a whole another year damn near in office now.
Yeah, like he had another year.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking it was January of 2017. My bad.
Yeah, no. It was January 2016.
It was 2016.
Okay. Well, it's a problem with the president answering that question.
Right. It's a problem with, you have to look at this somewhat curiously.
I don't have to, not from 8 years ago.
You don't have to. But someone like me, in isolation, there's nothing. They asked him a stupid ass question. You say, okay, moving on.
Mm-hmm.
But then you say, well, damn, here's something else, another data point here. Kendrick Lamar wins the Pulitzer Prize. No rapper had ever won it before. He was the first. They'd only ever given it to, here, let me pull it up. It was only ever given to jazz players and pianists.
Mm-hmm.
And just like Obama, a man who came out of nowhere and won the Nobel without ever doing anything, somehow this man is deserving of a Pulitzer Prize. Kind of interesting again, just another data point. Right?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
You know, Bob Dylan won a Nobel Prize for literature. What do you think about that?
I don't know enough about Bob Dylan.
He'd never written a piece of literature, but he got it for literature. So I don't know. It's slightly off topic, but that's interesting. An artist got an award. Interesting.
Well,
that's your kind of data point. It's not mine.
No, that's just one data point. Again, I don't even know.
Obama getting the Nobel Prize reward in 2019 of his first year in office, Stanley.
I think that was a pretty dubious award, especially since he hadn't been president yet.
All right, fair enough. And so here's a guy, you know, I'm not judging. I'm just looking and saying, damn, that's weird. Of all the rappers they could have chosen, they chose.
Well, who would you have chosen?
I don't know enough about rap to have chosen someone, but
you know enough about rap to criticize. I get it.
No, I'm not criticizing rap. I'm not criticizing rap. But what I am saying is that it's just kind of interesting to me. A rapper that, you know, is not very mainstream. He hasn't broken any charts sales wise, anything.
Well,
like
he's obviously good enough to beat Drake. So
whatever that means. But, you know, I think they're in it for money. And so my bigger point,
I hope he's in it for money.
Well, the bigger point of why I started this stream is that I think they're jealous of Drake at the deals and the money he got.
Could
Right?
very well be.
And let me share something with you now. Let's see. Oh, sorry.
So,
As a matter of fact,
hold on, please. Hold on, please. Hold on. I'm putting it all together for you now. So fast forward to today, whenever this was. This was 2022, 4 years after he won the Pulitzer. He goes on stage, basically mocking Christianity. You know, some people may say it's not, but let's say it is. He's mocking Christianity here. He is. You know, should I play the video? Has everyone seen this? Stanley, have you seen this video? Because I don't want to, describe it in someone.
You know what? I'm at my age. I don't really keep up with this stuff, so it'll be the first time I'm seeing it. Okay. Stanley never turns down the debate with John Stanley. The man salute indeed. Imperious has stepped away. So what says it? Only they had an EBT task force. We're gonna get back to that. That's funny.
I promise you.
That's actually funny.
I think Ice Cube, Stanley wants everyone to be on camera. I mean, I enjoy seeing you out of respect, Stanley. I don't think you're a bad guy. I just sometimes don't know with what you say, much like people don't know what I'm saying when I make more sense, but not trying to compete with you, man. I think you're a great guy.
All right, so
well, thanks. I think you're pretty cool too.
Listen to this right here. 4 years after he received this Pulitzer Prize, he's now a women's rights advocate. Godspeed for women's rights, he says, as fake blood poured down his face from a crown of thorns like Jesus Christ. He ended his new song, Savior, by They Judge You, They Judge Christ. And I'm going to see if I can find that part where he talks about women's rights. And you'll see the cast of characters he has around him. And here's the article here. You'll see the picture here. Let me see if I can close this. You see the picture here. I showed this video yesterday. You see the picture there. In front of him, directly in front of him, I think two gay black men with pink hair. And he's going on a tirade here about women's rights and things like that. So look, rapper Kendrick Lamar closed this year's festival with a powerful headline that saw him chant Godspeed for women's rights. Godspeed for women's rights. As fake blood poured out his face from a crown of thorns. And the article goes on to say, before dropping his mic and walking off the stage, he kept chanting Godspeed for women's rights. And again, it's just very interesting. A young man from the ghetto out here caping for women's rights. And then I found something else interesting about Kendrick Lamar. There was a lyric from one of his songs where he, where he talked about, what he talked about here. You can see it on the screen. And he mentioned, the company with the PF, and it just led me to think that this guy has basically can't make it the millions that he wants to make. And just like 50 Cent, he's coming to the government and saying, hey, I'll be your messenger. I'll say what you want me to say. You want me to push.
So you're basically saying he's a contractor.
No, I'm basically saying is that, as I've shown earlier, the lower and the middle class rappers are being washed out. They can't make the money that they want to make. And so what you're seeing from 50 Cent, who came here to DC, talking about he wants the Democrats to help him with contracts. And what you're seeing from Kendrick Lamar, where he's now a women's rights advocate. Those are the Democrats, or politicians, I should say, that are paying him to more or less their soldier boy, their whipping boy.
And you're finding a problem with that?
No, I'm not. Well, the problem that I find is that he is, instead of focusing on his problem, that he can't make the music. I don't even think he understands the business because I don't think he understands the business is singles and not albums. A lot of these.
Okay, but John,
Hold on. Let me finish. And I think that just like in the movie, the founder, Ray Kroc, didn't know what business he was in until someone told him. And they don't know what business they're in. I could go through article after article here if I find them, where I can show you that they don't know what business they're in. Drake does. And he is going around using his talent to find what the business is trying to sell, which are singles. And
right, but you bring up an interesting point. Drake's background, and you brought it up earlier, is a lot different than Kendrick Lamar. So are you saying that Drake needs to call up Kendrick and say, hey, this is what you need to do? I'm not sure what your overall point is.
Well,
if it's that he's a Democrat shill, well, who would know who Lee Greenwood is if Republicans hadn't adopted God Bless the USA? I honestly, and this is from me to you, I'm struggling to figure out what your overall point is.
My overall point is, as I've said all along, is that the blacks aren't able to compete in the music industry. Many blacks that are in rap can't play a piccolo, a harmonica. They can't play anything. So they have no musical capabilities. And they're seeing this as some fast way to money that they can just leapfrog everybody or leapfrog doing the hard work and rap about their struggles and get rich. That's what I believe. Many of them have.
And is that a problem, though? That's really my question.
Here's what the problem becomes. If you don't have talent in this world, you're not going to make money for long. Maybe you'll come along early and you'll take advantages of the low-hanging fruit. But sooner or later, and if I can find this article, I'm going to show you that the big businesses, the people who are smarter, will come along and cut the fat. That fat that you will live with. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm still struggling. One-hit wonders have been around for 100 years. I'm still struggling.
Right. And as I showed you earlier, one-hit wonders used to sell a physical single. $1.99, $2. Today, they're selling one stream at a time. And I showed you the other day about the YouTube analytics. If you come to this stream or any stream, and you hit 5 or 10 seconds and you move away, YouTube may not even count that as a view. The same thing happens with these rappers. It has changed the way music is made. They have to come right out the gate with the song, get your head bopping, because you might move along. So you don't hear these long introductions and like, man, come on, get to the song. Let me fast forward to the song. No, people are moving along. And that is one of the reasons why music, according to what I've read, has changed. They have to get right into the music now because they're so afraid, or they're playing for the stream. They don't want someone, I think it's pass rate or whatever, where you just fast forward to the next song. Many people, which I never thought about, but it makes a whole lot of sense. I do it as well. I don't listen to somebody's album. I may listen to somebody like this person, and then they may feed me a little bit of Drake, a little bit of Kendrick, more heavy on Drake. But I'm not listening to Drake's album. And that is the point. The album is not the business anymore. Drake goes around, he's identified what the business is. He said, if you got a hot song, I'll jump on it and make it hotter. If you got a song with a little potential, I'll jump on it and make it hotter. And and then he tangles their ass up in legal agreements because most of these guys are poor. And that is how he's able to legally tangle their ass up and get the fruits of their labor. Now you can argue,
your point is that Drake in the end is going to be richer than Kendrick Lamar.
He's already richer.
Well then, if that's your point, I 100% agree. Knowing how to play an instrument or knowing the music business, absolutely.
Right, and that is my point. I think that the rappers that have a problem with him, they really have.
Then I think you've proven your point.
Right, yeah.
So, can I jump in here, John?
Sure.
Okay, Andrew, hold on.
We haven't heard from America Man.
Hold on. Do you know who sells more, pop stars or rappers?
I don't know. Tell us.
Pop stars, right?
Okay.
When you look at Whitney Houston, all these people, all these pop stars, they outsold any rapper. You realize that Kendrick, that Drake is a pop star, right? Drake's not a rapper; he's a pop star.
Okay.
You realize that, right? So just by that nature alone of him being a pop star, he will be more successful.
Well, while they
Right?
arguing,
Hold on. I've been listening for 20 minutes. I spoke 10 seconds, and I'm done. Hold on. So, right now, the art of jumping on people's song and making them hot. You know where that originated? Well, where we saw it en masse, Lil Wayne was doing it. That's where Drake got that from. Drake didn't invent that. That's where Drake got that from, Lil Wayne. If you go back to the time of Lil Wayne, he was bringing a whole bunch of people up by jumping on their songs. Anyone that was younger, I don't remember how many years ago. I'm an old man now, family and stuff, concerning myself with rap. So I can't tell you like concrete dates. But yeah. So by that nature, Drake is going to have more money than them. The problem with Drake, right? It's not jealousy. And this is something that Lil Wayne told him when he entered the game. You're a pop star, bro. Don't come trying to be a gangster. And Drake is trying to be a gangster. And that's why he's having the problems that he has. It's not that black people looking at Drake talk about, I'm jealous of you, just by whatever nature you said that they're jealous of him. No, it's because he's diving into a realm that he should not be in, which is pretending to be a gangster rapper. And when you dive into that realm, you have to deal with what comes with that.
Hey, Black Thoughts, I'm going to let you chime back in. I want to read this comment, and then I'm going to let you pick back up. The mulattoes. How black people are treating Drake as a canary in the coal mine that biracials need to collectivize and separate from the black community because we're not like them. Let me respond to that comment. And I'm going to, you guys should go back and watch CT's channel. There was some guy, Porsche, if you remember his name, I think it was Eric. And he talked about like this was a black on biracial attack. And he said the blacks started out fighting the white people with BLM. And now that this was a younger man, so he knows more about rap than me because he was quoting a lot of Drake lyrics and he was a Drake fan. He was a biracial guy. And he said, this is like a black attack on us, the biracial, not me, but on him, the biracials. I'm probably have some white into, but you know what I mean? So he took that as like he saw this battle as an attack on biracials. If anyone,
that was Eric.
Eric,
that guy's. If you're listening to what Eric has to say, I'm sure there's some merit to it. Yeah, but American male makes much more like adult sense.
Mm. Well, there is something, in my opinion, to the two people that they're attacking are J. Cole and Drake. J. Cole to a lesser extent than Drake, and both of those guys are biracial.
Well, American male is making a culture argument, which I thoroughly agree with, whereas Eric
it's American
is making
man.
What did I call you? I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't mean anything by that.
Yeah. So,
however, Eric is making a racial argument, which I don't agree with.
Well, let's get into it again. Let's get back to that Congress article. And we're just going to add some data points here. Let me close this damn ads down. So the Blacks started the Hip Hop and Justice Task Force. Hopefully it inspires others to keep the culture going in the best ways possible, which is bringing attention to the culture and showing the creative brilliance of MCs. Agree in the chat if you agree with that this Kendrick Lamar beef is bringing attention to the culture and showing the creative brilliance of MCs. If you don't agree, just put don't agree, something like that. The battle between Kendrick and Drake, which has roots going back to 2013, came to a head after the release of blah blah blah, in which blah blah blah. It's not even funny. Drake and Cole were also among a list Lamar called out in his verse, what some rap song, blah blah blah. He later remarked on the fire song set off by that verse, in which he said he wanted to murder his rivals and make sure their fans never heard of them. I mean, this is a big part of hip hop that hasn't been around in a while, representing Maxwell Frost of Florida. Does anyone know who Maxwell Frost of Florida is? I don't know who that is. Is that a black, white?
No, I don't know who he is.
It's a Democrat for sure, but who is that? Someone mulatto says not Kendrick and Drake, is dark-skinned black people, particular, that we're all going to Drake. I think the dark-skinned people are going to Kendrick Lamar. I think the dark-skinned people.
You guys really believe there's some light-skinned, dark-skinned divide in this world that's really going on?
Yeah, I do believe that, but you cannot believe it. It's fine, right? You know, we all can have our own opinions. We've all heard of the paper bag test and things like that.
John, I'm actually talked to people on other YouTube channels. It is, believe me, there's still a Texas versus Atlanta versus West Coast versus East Coast.
But I think all of that
and where there are a variety of skin tones, it's culture.
But I think all of that is healthy competition. But I think this is a little different. Like,
I'm saying it's culture.
Well, fair, but there are no congressmen chiming in on the Tennessee or Texas versus Atlanta. But for some reason,
there are congressmen involved in this at all is just a travesty.
Well, and the fact that they are,
I agree with Stanley.
The fact that there are Congress members involved in this tells you that it's more than just about a rap song, in my opinion.
It's about them wanting to distract while they're not doing their jobs.
Maybe, but there are a lot of things they can distract on. Let me see. Max Frost. This is a liberal white. That's not who it is. Democrat. Let's see. Max Frost. Let me show you guys. Max Frost, a Negro, of course. A Negro looks like mixed with some Spanish. You guys are able to see Max Frost, the guy who just quoted about the hip hop task force. Again, it just kind of shows you like where the Democrats are on things that they're just not interested in solving their problems or even talking about them. So let's get back into the article.
I wonder if Frost Maxwell is good to the last drop.
Well, John, right? John, real quick, and I'm gonna jump out because I got to do some things real quick here. This to me, right, says less about colorism, and what it more says to me is that the Democrats don't really have any issues to run on. They have never delivered for black people. They haven't delivered for the American people as a whole, if we're truly being honest.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Right. And the fact that they're writing an article and they're using some biracial guy to write it, what that tells me is that hold on, John, hold on. Is it really blacks and biracials, or is it your government? Because this is coming from government officials. So now, is your government officials stoking this sort of so-called biracial versus full black or full white or whatever you people call it? Because I don't dive into that nonsense.
So far it's been only Democrat blacks, and I don't know who wrote this article. We can see who wrote the article, but the guy I just showed you was another Democrat who said, "Damn, did I lose the article?" The guy that I showed you was Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Florida, the first member generation of Gen Z to join Congress. He said he thinks Lamar teed up that first shot for the culture. Dang, these ads.
Right, but why is he even talking about that? Why?
Well, that's a good question. That is a very good question. That's the question that I keep asking. He teed up the first shot for the culture, for hip hop, to bring that back. He, not they. They're all on Lamar's side, right? So look at it. The heel even essence. I'm going to pick. Who should I pick, guys? I think I'll pick Kendrick Lamar. I don't care who wins, but anyway. Damn, these damn ads are really amazing. I think they both brought it to hell, and I think it went somewhere maybe it shouldn't have. But this is Frost talking, but that's also part of the nature of that is that they can go low, they can go that low. So now I think it's a good time to end. So he wants it to end. Now this was before Rick Ross was beat up. This was back in May. I'm going to back the American as a congressman, Frost said of Lamar, adding that the Toronto-born Drake has waved the white flag as Lamar's latest diss track climbs streaming charts. So that's 2 Congress members, 2 blacks. Looks like we have a Spanish Democrat, all 3 Democrats so far. Another member of the Hip Hop Task Force said Tuesday that while she wasn't caught up on the entire beef, of course not, she's Spanish, she was leaning toward Kendrick Lamar's side. She had better, though she's a Drake fan. She had to note that. She also noted her colleagues had been coming up to her on the House floor to ask her who she is siding with in the battle, as fans across the globe were still clamoring over the back and forth. Her colleagues, her Democrat colleagues, are worried about whose side you're on. This also reminds us, I think, of the power of communication through music and why hip-hop is so important right now. Who thinks hip-hop is very important right now? Anyone? Does anyone agree with what?
I'll be quite honest. I don't think no genre of music is important. Just if it's tunable to you to listen to. I don't care about like the genre as long as it's catchy enough that wants me to want to save it to the listen later playlist of mine that makes me want to sing along to. Both Drake's and Kendrick Lamar's the songs of the rap battle. I don't really have a preference of they're good, but do I want to listen to them continuously? Hell no. Maybe it's not my kind of beat, not my kind of style, but I'm not hating on the music of Kendrick or Drake neither. But if it ain't catchy enough for me, then I don't necessarily want to listen to it day after day.
Why do you think these Congress members, this is 3 of them now, 3 of the Hip Hop Task Force members are finding the time to talk about this? I know Stanley says they're distracting, but they could be distracting with other things. They cannot even wade into this, particularly now that you see that violence is occurring. They may not have known that.
I think that they, and I'm sorry to hear, but culture wars are like huge. And both sides do culture wars to distract from the actual important business of the people. So I think Democrats are just doing what the Republicans and everyone else does. Culture wars distract from the nuts and bolts, the important stuff.
Do you think the people on the ground are looking at this as a culture war?
You know what? I would think they would. Mm-hmm. That's what didn't you just read an article that said use the word culture?
That's the words they read. That's the words I read.
So I'm assuming if rank and file people are reading it, it's like a lot of the stuff we read is out to lunch as well, but people are reading that too.
What culture are they
and that part that Tyrone says about pandering for the young black vote, that's culture war. What
culture do you think the rappers are talking about? When Kendrick Lamar
rap culture.
When Kendrick Lamar says they're not like us, who is they? And who do you think that they is in his mind?
I have no idea. I don't really keep up. I defer to the younger folks.
Okay, when the older woman like Kamala Harris said they not like us, who do you think she was talking about?
Well, I don't know, and I doubt that Kamala knows.
Well,
some young staffer wrote it down. Some young staffer wrote it down, and she read it just like all the other old head politicians.
So you think she was just okay with reading that?
I think she was just okay with reading that, like every other politician does.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go. Let's see if we can find a Democrat that has a Republican that's chiming in on this thing. Got Angel coming back.
I'm back. Lost connection for a moment.
And she said, this also reminds us, I think, of the power of communication. You've got members of Congress in a particular moment when we're fighting so many things, really asking ourselves, who is in the right? Is it Kendrick or is it Drake? This is a Congress member. Who's in the right? A rapper. While the congressional debate over the rappers may be just kicking off, diehard fans of Drake and Kendrick have few from over a decade, fans alone pitted the two. Here's interesting. And this goes back to what I've been saying all along. Drake has been known for his acting chops prior to dropping his debut album, Thank Me Later, in 2010. His mixtape So Far Gone is also seeing action on the music charts. Section 8, Kendrick's first studio album, released in 2011. Here's something I think is going to point out. Drake has released 8 studio albums, won 5 Grammys, has 13 singles, hit #1 in the country, and over 70 singles. Notice I'm not using the word songs. I'm using the business term of singles because that's what's sold. 70 singles, top 100, top 10 on Billboard's Hot 100 chart. Kendrick has 5 studio albums compared to Drake's 8. They're both basically the same age. He's also had 3 #1 hits and 13 songs in the top 10. So let's see here. Kendrick Lamar has 14 songs, 16 songs, let's see, in the top 10. Drake has 13 #1s. He damn near has as many #1s as Kendrick Lamar has in the top 10. Drake has more songs in the top 10 than Kendrick Lamar has total in the top 10. And all else he got was some bullshit Grammys and a pure lit city. Doesn't pay much of anything. So this is what I'm saying. This is the business right here. 70 singles hit top 10. That's probably at least 1 million streams apiece. Lamar, 3.
So 13 #1 hits or singles for Drake, and only 5 #1 singles for Kendrick. It doesn't really. There's really no competition in terms of the numbers.
There's no competition. That's why Drake got that $500 million deal. That's why Kendrick and Lamar, they're both the same age. They've probably been rapping the same length of time. But you can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, an album.
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Gold. Like this talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I die if I'm lonely. So baby girl, put it on me. On me.
10 more seconds and Ja Rule get a stream for this. Keep going, Angel.
Where would I be without my baby? The thought alone might break me. I don't want to go crazy, but every thug needs a lady. Lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one, Angel. But I don't even think I need to go into this.
Well, you're right. Singles rule.
Singles rule. You know, again, I read this article 10, 15 years ago where a guy was talking about how it's so cheap for them to find someone that can do a single and just literally make him a star, and it cost him very little. Whereas to make someone else a star, you know, to deal with someone who's already a star, the dollar amounts are so much bigger. So I think that is, you know, something that Drake's family may have recognized. He may have recognized, who knows, but clearly he has caught on to it. If you can look at just basically the level of streams that he has. And I think that is really been the difference for him. And I think, you know, many times in business, blacks just don't see the bigger picture. I've mentioned that many times. And I think in this case, they're not seeing the bigger picture. Yeah, that's my thought. I think, go ahead, Stanley.
Oh, no, I was, I'm still struggling to figure out how this, when you say blacks don't see the bigger picture, you mean blacks in the music industry, black rappers?
Well, I think it transcends, industries. But this is.
So you're basically saying it's a cultural trait.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You're saying that not seeing details is a cultural trait?
Well, I think some people probably see the details much more than others. But I think in this sense, the blacks don't see where the business is going. They have not adapted from the CD sales, tape sales.
Okay, so you're talking blacks in the music industry.
Yeah, specifically now I'm talking about the music industry. Yeah. That's what this show is about. Yeah. And so, again, the Democrats are all lining up behind Kendrick Lamar. Got to go with Kendrick. I think Drake is outstanding, but Kendrick, his lyrics.
Oh, so you're saying the Democrats who are supporting Kendrick don't see details?
Well, no, I think the Democrats, I think the politicians are choosing Kendrick primarily because of race, as the mulatto says. They may try to hang their banner on nationhood or things like that, but I don't think that's it.
Well, you're going. That is a point of view, but I think you, just like the mulatto Eric says, or whoever said it, it's something you're not going to be able to prove. I think American politicians choosing an American over a Canadian, I think you could make as good an argument that they're doing it because Kendrick's American.
I think the bigger argument is to not pick sides with people that live here, particularly.
Absolutely.
Particularly with something.
As a matter of fact, why are they even paying attention to it? But it's a culture war. I don't know.
Particularly with something as divisive as not like us. They not like us, right? Because implied in that is that who is the they? It's left for you to choose. Who is the us? It's left for you to choose. They never be specific in this instant, right? Yeah. Who is the they? They should define it.
Well, that's art.
Right?
Art is like that.
Well,
at the end of it, it's like define who is your people, John. Like I've talked about who my people are. It's the American people, but anytime I talk about natives, even though I am one, they think as though like I support or am part of a community. Like I don't need to be part of no goddamn community just to be an American. Like, come on, like I don't need to live my entire life trying to advocate for change that ain't gonna do justice in my life or make things better for me. Like, you need to make things better for yourself. You can't be relying on a goddamn like mayor, governor, or president to try and enact something just because you feel unprotected. Much like how the LGBT community got their gay rights almost 10 years ago. Because they didn't feel protected, and in the 1960s, black people got the protection against the discrimination from their civil rights movement in the 1960s. But that was a long time ago. But as an American, I don't need anything to feel as though I need to be goddamn protected. Like, why do I need to waste my entire life when it ain't gonna do no good for me?
All right, let me finish this. John, President Biden's camp has also chimed in this week. This is in May. His camp seized on some of the fanfare around the battle with a video hitting at former President Trump on issues like immigration and abortion rights, while featuring one of Lamar's diss tracks, Euphoria, in the background. All the politicians seem to be lining up with Kendrick Lamar in battle against Drake. And as Mulatto says,
no, you just said they used it against Trump.
Well,
they didn't use the Lamar song against Drake. They used it against Trump.
Well, first thing is Lamar had to allow them to do that.
Oh, absolutely.
And they chose his song, right?
I think that's awesome. He's doing like a bunch of other artists like Kid Rock and all those guys do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Of course,
well, just
of course, a campaign has to get permission, just like
Yeah.
anybody else.
Yeah. And I think it's
Well,
interesting. Go ahead, Russia.
I'm just saying, just like Taraji P. Henson, she used a line from the song, and now they're using it as like this way to sway people into, well, I'm
That's
blacks,
awesome.
obviously, into voting a certain way.
That's awesome. American
You think that's awesome?
American politics is awesome, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
Hey, hold on for 1 second, Stanley. Portia, can you get that banner? Hold on, Angel. Portia, can you get CT's Cash App scrolling across the banner? I don't think I ever saw it scrolling, but if I can find it, I can put it back up. Let me see if I can put that up.
Yeah, so it looks like you still have me as admin and not co-host. I can only do it as co-host. That's why I was just typing it in the chat. But if you make me the co-host for this stream, then I can see everything else, but I
think I have you as co-host. I think I have you as co-host. Portia. Yeah, you're co-host.
Whip John into shape, Portia.
You see this? Look, you see it?
Can you zoom in or like make it full screen? Members invite.
Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, I see it. It's just not. Let me go out and come back in.
Yeah. You may need to check your email for that link. I think it sends you a link, and then you click that. That's
the one I click. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Anyway, you guys didn't know CT's Cash App.
What about the team settings or the one underneath the find guests?
Yeah. It's another admin there. Let me see. I can stop sharing now. Let me see. I'll go back to sharing here.
Because I want to like help as much too. What is your email, John? Do you want to put it in the back chat and I could like email you, or do you want to have me as well?
Yeah, check my stream, Angel, and you get my email. Let's see who else is talking about here. Jamal Bowman again. At this moment in particular, when you consider the Black Lives Matter movement to the ceasefire movement and the fight that continues for freedom, justice, and equality, now it's time to build political power at a level that's never been done before. It looks like they're going to leverage this into some type of political power. I don't know how he bridged the gap between a rap song, Black Lives Matter, ceasefire in Gaza, and the fight that continues for freedom and justice. But again, he has bridged the gap. He has made this a political movement with Lamar being the leader. So I wouldn't be surprised if Kendrick Lamar would perform at the DNC National Convention.
Well, you forget the irony that Jamal Bowman.
One at a time. Go ahead.
Jamal Bowman is on his way out of office, so what he's saying is, has a sell-by date.
Well, I think that he will be replaced by someone who will still toe the line. They're not.
No, actually, he has been replaced by a Westchester, by whoever the chief of the Westchester County county council is. He's a moderate Democrat white guy.
A moderate Democrat white guy from New York will get in line there.
From Westchester County, New York. So he's a white guy from Westchester County. Might as well is a moderate just by Westchester County.
Westchester's right outside of. I think.
I know exactly where Westchester is. Scarsdale, Hartsdale. I know it
Hillary
well.
Clinton lives there. Hillary Clinton lives there.
And Amber, I forget where she lives, but it tends to be moderate.
Yeah, moderate relative to the liberalism to the south. But Lamar, go ahead, Sam.
No, everything's left of you. So.
So again, here's Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader. What is he, about 4 steps from the presidency? Who is likely the highest ranking hip hop enthusiast in the House. The highest ranking hip hop enthusiast.
Well, you got to admit it's better than the kente cloth. The woman he replaced, remember the kente cloth that she did?
No, who did he replace?
Nancy Pelosi is the leader of the House Democrats.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. That nigga would have put kente cloth on too.
Well, he might have, but as a hip hop enthusiast, he's a little bit more authentic than Nancy Pelosi and kente cloth. That's my point. It was a lame joke.
Yeah. Does anyone know what Stanley's talking about here? This is what he's talking about. Does anyone remember this utter stupidity? Does anyone remember?
Yeah, I remember that shit.
You see this pandering right here? This is truly amazing.
They're still pandering with the rap.
Does anyone remember this? Truly
I remember
amazing.
that.
And these same Democrats are now out here talking about a rap battle. They might as well sag their pants. Will you do? Does anyone think they'll be sagging their pants in support of Kendrick Lamar or sea-walking? Anybody?
Do you remember the song where they had that black homosexual up there talking about no voting, no fucking, or some shit like that?
Yeah,
you remember
that was Saucy Santana. They did it with.
Who? He did what?
Saucy Santana. Yeah, he was telling the women don't give the men any sex if they don't vote.
No
voting. I thought a commercial.
Some crazy shit like that. Like, it was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life, bro.
Well, Spike Lee did a whole movie about that. Have you ever seen Chirac?
Yeah, he did. DG, this is not about rap shit. I ain't even played a rap music or anything.
This about votes, pandering for the young black votes.
Well, this is partly about votes. This is partly that they've captured Kendrick Lamar.
Yes,
this
because
is how
all the young blacks.
This is how they get attention from black people. They use fucking music, kunta kinte cloths, and a bunch of emotional bullshit to get to you, motherfucker.
Hold on, King Shinar, I've been wanting to talk about that, man, but you know.
Y'all sound surprised that Democrats would do that.
No.
Is it a shock?
It's not surprising.
I'm really kind of surprising.
What's surprising is you still have people who support the bullshit.
Here's what's surprising.
You know what? That part is a surprise, but there's a reason for that too. If you care
What's your
to
reason?
actually,
What's your reason,
I don't have to have a reason. I'm saying there is a reason, and I'm about to suggest that you crack open a book and do some research. Maybe you'll know why, and you won't be surprised that people follow Democrats.
I'm asking you why.
You don't need to ask me why, sir. There are books written by people smarter than me.
I'm
too humble to give you my opinion. I want you to have the opinion of experts, not just little old me.
We're gonna wrap this up in like 20 minutes and get to this Tommy Sotomayor, because I did see this, and I think that I have some thoughts on this. I actually talked about it with a friend of mine this morning, so I do have an opinion on that. Has anyone seen that? If you've seen it, let me know you've seen it in the chat. If you want to talk
What was it, John?
Tommy Sotomayor had like a total of circles, I think. And Richard Spencer. Do you know who Richard Spencer is? Does anyone know who Richard Spencer is? Richard Spencer was involved with the
he's a white supremacist.
I think Richard Spencer is now a Democrat, if I'm not mistaken. He was a Democrat, I'm not sure.
Well, that's a white supremacist, so continue.
So anyway, what makes someone a white supremacist?
A white supremacist who's not a Republican is not a problem, right?
But let's finish this article and then we'll debate the rest of it. We're pretty much done. I just want to highlight all the Democrats. And as I read Hakeem Jeffries coming here, the first thought came to my mind: these black politicians really don't have any foresight. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who is likely the highest-ranking hip-hop enthusiast in the House, wouldn't say whom he sided with, but stressed the importance of the battle staying within the four corners of lyricism and music. Well, it's too late for now. This article right here was published in May. They've already attacked Rick Ross, whose district covers much of Biggie's home borough, so he should know. And this is the point that I'm making. A man who's already seen all kind of murders and crime over rap music, he should know. He should be saying, hey, you know, we got bigger things to talk about, right? But at best, he tries to maintain neutrality. His home covers, blah, blah, blah. He's all. Go ahead.
Well, let's add this too, John. Like, he's a serial entrepreneur.
Who?
Right?
Who? Holman? Who is this?
Rick Ross.
Jeffries? Oh,
I'm
Rick
talking
Ross.
about Rick.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Talking about Rick Ross. You are talking about Jeffries. My bad.
Well, no, Rick Ross is one of the people that is involved with this. So anyway, I'm done sharing this, and we can move on from there. But you know, I do want to say, like, it's very interesting that the Democrats will find time to focus on like very trivial things, and you will have blacks that will not ask any serious question. Like, why the hell do y'all focus on this? This is bullshit. And if the people aren't not serious, they'll vote for people who aren't serious, and well, you get what you got. And
Well,
I think,
I mean, when you think about normal conversation with average people, I mean, it's normally going to be democratic topics. It's not going to be anything trying to get down to, okay, like if you're talking about investments, you have to talk about politics. You have to talk about where people's, you know, sentiments are. So at the end of the day, if you want to talk about anything that's really meaningful as far as like gaining monetary value in your life, you're going to have to talk about politics. And you typically don't hear those type of conversations with the average everyday people. So you can expect them to be voting in the same manner. You know what I mean?
Is anything that doesn't bring money into your life meaningful?
hey, can I play this Richard Spencer? You guys think I could play this Richard Spencer? Even
those things are conservative in value.
John, I think that
okay, my question is, if something doesn't put money in your pocket, does it have meaning, or can it have meaning?
Well, Stanley, what I said was just
that's a yes/no question.
So I already answered.
Now.
I already answered.
No, I don't think you have.
Okay,
before you guys
go on, I just got a word from CT. He says thank you to those of you that have hit the Cash App, and Bob, I let him know what you said, sir. But for those of you that are interested, in a Rumble show from CT this evening, he is willing to host a show this evening on Rumble, and we have to get the Cash App up to $500. So $500.
You know what you gotta do, guys? You had a day or two off. No,
yeah, the CT will go live on Rumble, and y'all know we can cut up on Rumble. We could talk about anything, say anything. We don't have to worry about the YouTube lords taking us down. So those of you, it's 53 y'all in the building. We are posting his Cash App in the chat. So please hit the Cash App if you guys want to show this evening. And then also you can send in your topic suggestions and ideas, things that you would like for him to talk about. I'll also post my email in the chat for you so that you can send topics to me or type them in the chat. That's all.
Can I ask John or tell John something this right quick, man? You are like sharing another tab on your computer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you quickly go? Can you quickly go to the tab that you have open that is keeping your StreamYard alive here? Because if you go back to your open tab that you are opening, keep opening, or that you is keeping opening for your StreamYard that you're doing live right now, on the side it'll say comments, and then the second one underneath comments will say banners, and then you just tap on the banner that you want displayed.
Let me see if Portia put it in the I don't know if Portia has created it yet. So Portia will have to.
Well, you can create it too, but I don't know if you'd be willing to create it or have her type
all that copy and pasting and shit. You know, Yeah.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry.
I think he wants to.
We're trying to get the banners
Angel,
Sorry, John.
what I wanted to do is put a streaming banner, so anyone comes in, you know, they see it. You know, it may scroll off the chat, but if it's a streaming banner, if you could do that, or better yet, I'll take the time out right now, and let me see. I think I just saw. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can. Damn, I can't edit. Let me go to my YouTube stream, and maybe I could do it there. But if you can make a banner, that would be great.
John, I know how to do it. It's just it's not allowed for some reason.
Not allowed.
It's not allowing me to add the new banner to your banners.
I'm about to do it right now. Let's see.
I can type his Cash App in the back so that you can just copy it and put it in there.
I think I have it. It's copy, paste, and then I'm going to respond to King Shenard. Let me see if I see his statement. King Shenard. Someone may have taken it down. I want to respond to that one. That one. Let me go. It's banners, right? Banners.
Yeah. It's the one of the new comments.
All right, so I'm gonna make it scroll. I'm gonna make it scroll. You guys contribute. Well, CT has a limit 500. Excuse me, so you can get him a show tonight.
It's a goal that CT wants to reach this evening.
I'm sorry, Angel, really quick. I need to hear what John is saying.
All right, so I just put in the scroll, and I'm gonna respond to King Shenard, and then we're gonna see if it scrolls. Hey, King Shenard, you should be getting paid for these. Hey, man, listen, HB, you know, one of the things I read something years ago from Dr. Dre. He had made a lot of money at this time, and they asked him about, you know, his life and things like that. What was his most memorable moment? And he surprised the reporter. He said, I think he referred to when Snoop Dogg first got mobbed by fans. The reporter was surprised, like, damn, you've had all this success in life. And your first response was something that you did for someone else. And I always remember that. I said, damn, that's, you know, and I've always been kind of that way. So, you know, I hope that explains your answer for you. So, you know, at night we do a trucking show and we contribute to HB. It's all been fun, but, you know, I think it's a good show. And so if you want to contribute to HB while he's trucking along the road, we have a Cash App for that. And, you know, here we have Cash App for CT. But I think it's very important to be selfless. You don't have to, you know, harm yourself to help others. That's not what I'm saying. But it costs me nothing, right? You see CT's, his stream is down. The man works hard to get up here and put on the show for you guys. And, you know, hey, I started out coming on his show. So the least I could do is say, hey, man, put your Cash App up. And, you know, you guys can contribute as you see fit. Again, it costs me nothing. And you guys would be contributing anyway. So put CT's coming up, Cash App up. And I think, you know, it's the way that people should be. Master Kim talked about the gay. I brought up the susu, which the African and Caribbeans do. And so I think it's very important. So that's why
this goes back to the Bitcoin technology aspect of it, right? We're peers and we're sharing information and data, and we're verifying it by hey, you have a show, you're putting up somebody else's information that you verified, and you're saying, hey, go transact with this person, right? And we're sharing transactions with each other by doing these live streams, by participating with our watch time, by, you know, these are computations, these are actionable things, which in the Bitcoin white paper they call proof of work. Proof of work is sitting down, actually participating in these things, hitting the like button, hitting the share button, hitting the Cash App, and then circulating that between your peers, right?
Yeah.
This is the natural flow of things.
I did a stream. Go ahead, Andrew.
Well, if that's Rashu, hey, my brother.
You know, I did a
What's
stream.
up, bro? How you doing, man?
I did a stream
Doing great.
I did a stream on YouTube Analytics, and you know, just some inside baseball things of what I think is important. If you really want to help someone stream, above and beyond hitting the like and the subscribe button. That subscribe is important up until a point. But if you're really trying to help someone with the subscribe, and this is the way I think you probably could gain the algorithm, is if you shared the link. Seriously, I went through the algorithm, and one of the things that YouTube takes into account is like audience engagement and things like that. So sharing the links is clearly one of the higher ranking factors in how you show up in an algorithm, because it's a direct action that you have to take, and you're willing to share this content with someone else. So that ranks really high with YouTube. And so that's why, if you want to help someone beyond Cash App and Super Chatting, I think that,
well, that's like mining, right? Because you already have a person who invested into the network, and now you're saying that I'm a keep my coins on the network and I'm gonna share it with other people. So you're putting up more collateral in a sense.
yeah, in a sense, but it costs you nothing, even if you were going to send it to someone that you know is not going to look at it. YouTube has a way of, particularly if you're sending it from any interface, your phone or your computer.
Well, let's think about it like this, right? If you're just saying, I'm not disagreeing with you, by the way, I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying if you're a free customer and YouTube is just, you're just being a data aggregate for YouTube, right? Being a free customer, you going out your way to share something is saying that, hey, I want my private views and political beliefs potentially to be shared to the world or to my friends and family. Not everybody is going to be willing to do that. Right. So you are in a sense taking a higher risk when you do that, which is why YouTube probably upplays it more, because that type of person who's going to share that information is less and less.
Well, yeah, it could be something as benign as a cooking channel. If you share a cooking channel with someone and that person clicks on it, that person's algorithm is now going to take into account that not only did they receive the cooking channel and who they received it from, but now they're going to take into account this person watched the video. And so YouTube is going to probably start presenting you cooking videos. But let's play a little bit of this Tommy Sotomayor, see what he has to say here. Did anyone see this in the chat, by the way?
No.
Does anyone know who everyone knows who Tommy Sotomayor is, right?
Yeah, I know who Tommy is.
Who he is. He actually follows me on Twitter.
Really? So anyway, Tommy Sotomayor. Yeah, John was a software developer. Yeah, I was a software. I mean, I still am. You're never not a software developer. Anyway, all the best news in the running back at the bottom line. At the bottom, the loud, beautiful people is just a distraction, seeking news, human wisdom. Dre is a pro. He credits everyone. He gets credit for everyone's work. I mean, that happens, man. Like Master Kim has talked about it. That's just business. One of these days I'm going to bring some of my business partners up here, and they're going to say, hey, you get all the credit because, well, you do most of the work, or maybe the most influential parts of the work. So, that's just part of business. Bitcoin is not an investment stock. That's true. I don't believe that shit either.
No, it's not an investment. It's a technology.
Hey, the Rumble link is coming up. Let's see. I'm just reading a couple of these comments here before I get into this. Tommy Sotomayor. I wanted to know if you could. I personally just see Tommy as a distraction. Entertaining yet to emotionally self-centered and involved with individuals instead of the topic. Richard, you're the chat goat. I like Richard. And all right, let me get into this video. All right, here it is.
Those are different people.
Yeah,
I think they had a similar ideology.
Well, there's three people.
One has AIDS.
Bradley Manning, Chelsea Manning, and then
Right. Private
No, I
Bradley.
mean,
I made my point. I don't want to dwell on the on that issue because it's kind of mean. But
Carolyn, you had a question for Richard, I think. No.
Well, I noticed that Richard is usually exercising a lot when he's doing these spaces, and I'm just wondering if it has something to do with the collapse that has become of America. And if he's just preparing for that.
Now, if you notice something, I want you just to pay attention to exactly who's on the board. And then notice the one outstanding figure right here where this mouse is circling. Now, the second thing to pay attention to, and this is going to become a point of contention, is Tommy's argument in this is he was sitting there quietly, not disturbing anyone, not interrupting anyone. And the moment he began to speak, that's all of a sudden when everyone decided that they were going to jump in and then they were going to cut him off. And they
hold on. So is this is an interpretation? I guess this guy should. Let me put the regular one up. Sorry about that. What is the Rumble one? Right, here it is. Share this here instead. All right, let's go.
Like that. It sounded like somebody was. You said it sounds good on X? Let me hear it again.
That like I've said this before, like I will more likely see a mass suicide than an actual revolution in this country at this point in which we are.
Is that a period?
Hey, but you know, this is how it is, right? But yeah.
That's Richard Spencer.
You're just so negative.
I mean, I don't think
though.
there's going to be a
like,
civil war. I think
Vivek and
that sounds
Trump are
silly to
gonna
me.
turn this around.
I
tomorrow.
really don't believe that's going to happen anytime soon. I think we're way too cushy here. Everybody's way too comfortable here. I agree with you, Boxing.
No, I think we're just going to have a
People
few
are having a
individual
decent life,
dueling
and for the most part,
cultural
they're not in the middle of strife. It's
Um,
what's up?
Ask Richard. What a completely absurd notion. And, you know, if I were in power, I would look on him as someone who should be rotting in jail. He might very well deserve to die. This also, in terms of Chelsea's case, what is Julian Assange now?
Here.
All to see what sticks.
Carolyn, go
Those
ahead.
are my thoughts. People. I think they had a similar ideology.
Well, there's three people.
One has AIDS.
No. Well, I noticed that Richard.
John, are you able to make it full screen? They're asking in the chat.
Okay, I got you. Full screen it is. Better for me too. Oh shit! I went back. Let me get up to a tummy.
Put all that in their head, and then like the schools like accommodate that, and even like you know.
No, that's not kind of like what's
I
happening.
think Tommy's about to start talking.
Go ahead, Tommy Sotomayor.
That's what happened in that cartoon.
What's up, Tommy?
I mean, pedos get shanked in prison for a reason, and that's why it's not popular with most adults in America as well. If you're indoctrinating or touching or involved with children and you're an adult, you've got a problem, and that's why. So it is a big deal if you're a parent.
Yeah,
for
Go
sure,
ahead.
and for most people.
Yeah, go ahead, Tommy. You there? Going once.
I mean, I think the problem is we're not indoctrinating.
Can you guys hear me?
Anything.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear
we
you.
can hear you now.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Well, the issue to me is threefold: accountability, responsibility, and community. You have a lot of people, I guess, around my age. I'm 48, and we were told, our generation was told, as we got older, a lot of things that you do, they aren't your fault. Something happened. And each generation later started to get the excuse of something happened, whether it was the video games, whether it was the rap music. They were told that the grunge metal, heavy metal played backwards, Two Live Crew. Everything was somebody else's fault because that generation of parents had stopped being proud of what their children had become. Before you were proud of what your children became, your children got better than you. But then the other generation had to find an excuse because they couldn't take the responsibility of why these kids weren't doing better than them. So they were introduced to psychologists, psychiatrists. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think what happened is you took the responsibility away. I think the same thing with the teachers. The responsibility has been taken away from them. That's why you have so many more teachers sleeping with the students. I think with the young voters, when you watch them out here, what do you see them doing? They don't actually make change. They just yell about change. They get on Twitter and talk about change, but they don't actually do anything because the responsibility and accountability has been taken away. And then you have a community. Community used to care about what was going on around it. Your entire neighborhood cared about how it looked, cared about what the children were doing. And if they were doing something wrong, they would tell the parents of that child. It didn't have to be that.
Can you see all the hands going up?
That parent's child that could correct them. Try that now
yeah,
at a bus
I can
stop.
see the
Try that
hand.
now in an airport. Try that now in any community to
Tell me,
ask.
how old are you? 150 years old?
He said he was 48, Richard.
I'm 40.
Yeah, I mean, look,
You guys are
man.
like the same age, Richard, right?
Liberals,
The
a bunch of
community
fucking liberals.
was total shit back in the 80s, man. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not like
I said it started with my generation. So my generation would have been the 80s. So when you say it was total shit back then, I had already said it was total
I think
shit.
it is. I think it's such a representative of like the old guard.
But
to
yeah,
have,
neighbors
like a
could-
conservative black
Neighbors
politician
could check their
communicating
neighbors'
in rhymes
kids, you know what I'm
and
saying?
bitching that society's collapsing
worked
because
out.
we're not spanking the kids hard enough. This is like
Did you
See what he just
pause
did?
it on purpose?
I think it goes back.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was saying, did you pause it on purpose?
No, it was rolling. I think he just had a gap. But what you're seeing here, go ahead.
This is what I was talking about earlier. When you're talking to the general public, the general talking points are liberal, right? This guy told you how old he is. So he's telling you the generation that he comes from. And these people cannot sit back and reason long enough and just listen to this guy long enough to get his point out. They want to cut him off and filibuster essentially his talking point.
Well, I think what's going on here is that he's talking in platitudes, and people are kind of fed up with all this shit. Yeah, we know what happened, but I'm tired of hearing all this bullshit about how it used to be. And you're about to see Tommy get very angry when the platitudes stop working with this crowd.
Back to conservative black politicians speaking in rhyme and trying to act like things were so much. That's for no reason. But again, you notice before I came on, the white people were able to speak and get their point out.
The screen is frozen. Yeah, go ahead.
Really quick, if you check your phone and look at the message I just sent you, as you're playing this video of Tommy, you can just watch that really quick, and then that should help for now. And then after the show, we can talk offline and we can get it set up for.
You're talking about for the banner, right?
Yeah.
All right.
So after this stream ends, we can talk offline and work together on the back end, so I can show you, and then you can get that together. So in the future, but I just wanted to send that to you. And that's it. So you can keep playing the video.
All right, let me see if I can do that real quick. You guys should still be able to. I thought I had. Oh, do you see it right here, Portia?
Yeah, I see it.
Is that right?
Yep. There.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
I think I had it on, but I guess I didn't highlight it or something. Okay.
Yeah. You went because it'll say show and then it'll say hide. So you'll have the plus where it says show and then the minus where it says hide. So you got it.
Daniel Nixon said John Galt in the X Spaces. That's not me. Tommy invited me to come on one of his circles before, but I don't like the format of it. So, but anyway, I think he's frozen, but the audio is going. So let's keep playing. And you're going to see him kind of unravel here once he can't rely on platitudes.
Now all of a sudden they just can't help themselves, but everything I'm saying is somehow stupid.
old generation that's dying right
but
now.
It would have been nice if you would have heard me, because I didn't say anything about physical punishment. And I did say something about the fact that it started with my generation. So I don't know how it would be 150 something when I said it was 48.
You're talking about the acceleration level of degradation.
Yes, I'll jump from where we started to where they are now. Right now, you can't say anything to. You hear the jackass white boy in the background going, yeah, yeah. You hear him? Yeah, yeah. He keeps saying that behind when I'm talking. Yeah, yeah. Try that now in any community to ask.
150 years old.
He said he was 48, Richard.
I'm 40.
You guys
I mean, look,
You guys
man,
are like the same age, Richard, right?
the community was total shit back in the 80s. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. It's not like
I said it started with my generation. So my generation would have been the 80s. So when you say it was total shit back then, I had already said it was total shit.
I think it's such a representative of like the old guard.
Well, yeah, neighbors
like a
could-
conservative black politician
Neighbors could check their
communicating
neighbors'
in rhymes
kids, you know what I'm
and
saying?
bitching about society's collapse.
Can you
This
call
guy
it
sounds
down?
like
Like
fucking
like the
Destiny.
old generation that's dying right now.
But it would have been nice if you would have heard me because I didn't say
John,
anything about
are you
physical
there?
punishment.
Yeah, I'm here.
And I did say something about the
Can
fact
you
that it
pause it
started
for
with
a
my
quick
generation.
second? I actually want to say, I understand he's saying the generation he was born in, not his own people's generation, as though they think he's like 150 years old. Like the generation I was born in was the 1990s, if I'm not mistaken, Gen Z or Gen X, if I'm not mistaken. I ain't no millennial. I wasn't even born after that. I was born before the millennial generation began. But it just is like stupid how people think when him or me talk about our generation, they think about prior to that shit. When he ain't talking about the goddamn 1920s, the goddamn 1860s, or any of that kind of prior generation stuff. He's talking about the generation he lived through, much like the generation I lived through in the 90s.
You know, I think, you know, these people are just frustrated with hearing about what needs to change, and it's like platitudes, accountability, responsibility. People at
Hey,
that.
John.
Yeah, sure.
John, you were on his show, right? I see
No,
you
I
in
never
the.
been on his. Yeah, that's not me. That's not me. That's just someone else.
Oh, there's more than one John Gall. Interesting.
Yeah. I guess you can have. You know, it's not exclusive to me. No. So that's not me. But I saw that and I said I better clarify that that's not me before someone thinks that's me. But no, that's not me there. Let's go.
So I don't know how it would be 150.
He's about to unravel, by the way.
Something. When I said it was 48.
You're talking about the acceleration level of degradation.
Yes, I'll jump from where we started to where they are now. Right now, you can't say anything to anyone. And right now, you have a bunch of smart asses like just what happened, because we don't believe in dialogue and actually talking to people, because the internet has made people be smart asses, the same smart asses they didn't used to be able to be when I was in the 80s, because we used to kick smart asses' ass when they would say stupid shit to your face. They would let you talk.
I mean, you're not wrong.
We used to be strong men back in the day when I was young.
Well, in a sense, you're not completely wrong. Hold on.
I hope you realize
that everybody else got listened
conservative
to.
guy that you are the
And I get it.
men that
I
give
got,
the hard
got a
times.
black voice in here. You got to cut him off. The white one's got to
Let
speak.
me say this as somebody.
Yeah, back to the fields.
Hold on. As somebody who actually did grow up like, you know, I did grow up in a pretty like affluent white area, but where I used to box was in a black neighborhood. I used to grow up boxing, and there was like this thing where there was a shift like in the community for things like that, where the culture, it was like more like, yeah, people got into fights and now killing it. Like there was a culture shift where people like it, and I don't think people understand that. I get where you're coming from, Tommy. Like maybe people are kind of missing what you're saying. I guess I don't disagree with you completely. Now people are just like, yeah, things are less, you could say, honest and straightforward, right? Right? Is that kind of where you're coming from a little bit? You can't say anything.
He's
to
not
anybody,
disagreeing at all.
Wait, who are you going to vote for, Tommy, Mr. Tommy?
Well, first off, who I'm going to vote for, I don't think that has anything to do with the conversation.
Yeah,
but I would like to be able to have the conversation. That's
He's a black
the funny thing
conservative. Y'all know
about
who he's voting
what
for.
these
Yeah.
things are being done. Y'all playing identity politics, and so what you're going to vote for, or
You see, they're trying to get to the meat of the matter. No one has time for this bullshit.
Does it even matter who he's voting for? That doesn't even have anything to do with this. Like as though they are trying to find out
go that
if
far,
he's a Trump supporter, even if he is. That doesn't have anything to do with the conversation. And it's no wonder like why these liberals are so like
before you even go that far, what is he even disagreeing with? He hasn't raised one point that he was disagreeing with.
Sotomayor isn't a liberal.
Well, let me see if I can.
Nobody said he was. Nobody's trying to paint him to be on any side.
Oh no, Angel.
I wasn't saying he was a liberal. I wasn't saying that.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought I heard you say something about those liberals.
Angel, hold on for 1 second. Here's what, and I followed Thomas Sotomayor from afar for quite a while, and here's what I think his problem is. He went, and I'm going to show another video, and I may start to show that now because this guy really distills it. Thomas Sotomayor might start off by criticizing black women, kind of like Kevin Samuels. But I don't think he offered any advice to him. He just came on like, "You ugly, you T2."
No, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I've been following for a while too.
Yeah, misogyny wasn't enough.
Well, I don't think
Kevin Samuels.
But I don't think. Well, hold on. I don't think he was just misogynistic. I think he was just downright cruel. You know, and there is some irony in it, in that he has a black daughter and he's there talking about black women. So the problem I think with Thomas Sotomayor is,
well, so did Kevin Samuels have a black daughter?
Well, but I don't think Kevin. I think Kevin Samuels was. He may have been infamous among blacks, but he wasn't hated the way that.
Right.
Hold on, John.
That's true.
That's my opinion.
Let me just add this caveat, and then you can continue because I want to say these couple words and ginges. But with Tommy, right? Tommy just criticized because it seemed like he got into a situation with a few black women, right? And he seemed like he was just ranting online, and he made his, he got his subscriptions based off of that. But Kevin was more so like a man improvement type of thing, right? So it was different. So when he had live streams and women would call in to talk to him, he would just ask them honest questions, right? Like, what are you offering to the situation if you want X, Y, and Z? But go ahead.
Right, and I think that is the difference between Tommy and Kevin Samuels, is that he did at least offer some kind of solutions. It may have been harsh, it may have been brutal, but the woman will come back and say, I got my question answered.
Women actually made his channel, which was they were the biggest criticizers, and they actually made his channel, which was the ironic point of Kevin Samuels, which they couldn't see. And when he died, it's so sad that a lot of women are like, but he died. It's like, so what? Like, what he was talking about was bigger than him dying. Like, what?
Well, I think the bigger reason why he was able to be criticized, honestly, was the way he lived. Like, all that honestly didn't do him any favors when he died with a prostitute or some woman of the night. You just got to be honest about it. That's what really, And
I mean, even that's a rumor. I heard it was a chick that he was courting.
Very well could have been, but she clearly wasn't upstanding enough to come. This wasn't like some upstanding woman. Because if she were, she probably would have identified herself, or he would have wanted her identified. The odds are, man, giving women advice, you're gonna be so tempted by the women that you're giving advice to, they're gonna be throwing yourself at them. It becomes a very difficult position.
Well, obviously, if women come to you for advice as a man, it's obviously some type of hierarchical sexual type of thing. It's not going to be some.
No,
she's willing to submit to you to a degree.
Good morning, Mella. Happy Monday to you.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
How's your Monday morning so far? Guessing you've heard the much of the stream so far, right?
I wanted to critique what the gentleman
Sure, go right ahead.
inferred, if
go
that's
ahead.
okay.
Yeah, sure, go right ahead.
Yes, it is not necessarily the intention of a woman to have sexual interest in a man that she solicits advice for. Like you know, two, I should say, not
That's
for.
good
Two.
because I didn't say it as an absolute.
I know you
I
didn't
said
say
to
it
a
as
degree.
absolute, but you put it out
But you
there.
said it.
You put it out there as if
Well,
it's
no, I
more
said to a
likely
degree,
than
right?
not.
So there's some nuance to that, right?
You put it out there as if it's more likely than not. So you
And I'm
will
clarifying
correct
saying that there's
yourself,
nuance.
right? You will correct
There's
Dude,
nuance.
yourself,
this
indicating
is
that
one
it's
of the
not
problems
more
with
likely than
these
not.
folks.
Hold on for 1 second. All right, let's play a little bit more of this Tommy, and then we're gonna critique. But again, what I think is he really destroyed his opportunity to really talk to any black women. So it was 50% pretty much of the population, of the demographic that he could have made a living talking to. He more or less made himself repellent to them. And then, the black men that I don't know if you're going to make a lot of money or be able to make a living just talking to black men about relationships. But like Kevin Samuels, as you said, Rashu, he did offer solutions. Even if they were harsh, you can kind of sell solutions. You can't really sell criticism of women. It's just not going to be a very good sale. And so Tommy Mayor had to transition to Fox News, try to be a conservative. I think you guys remember all that. And then now he's made his transition to the blackosphere, where you see him on all these kind of low subscriber black channels. But let's play a little bit more of Tommy, and then we're gonna have more of a talk here. Let me see. Where did I have that link? Oh, here it is.
Who you date or you sleep with, they all have something to do with what we're going to just blanket you with. We're going to say that's what you think.
2 minutes
And
ago, you were
course,
complaining about me shutting you up because you're a black boy.
Lucid, hold on.
yeah, because I can sit up here and hear the fact that y'all let everybody else speak, but me. Everybody else got to speak and give their thoughts.
So
The one black guy came up here, and all of a sudden, everybody has a smart mouth.
Let me speak, man. Like, I'm not cutting you off. I'm trying to host this space, Tommy. I'm letting you speak. Okay, come on. And Lucin is, she's very intelligent, but she's Persian, Armenian. She comes from Iran, so sometimes her optics, she's Fergie Asperger's, but songs of it. Yeah. So go ahead, Tommy. Go ahead.
Hey, well, I appreciate it. Like, listen, I'm just trying to do what everybody else did. I said everybody else was having a great conversation. I thought, hey, let me jump in, especially since I was asked. That's all I've been trying to do. Haven't attacked anyone, hadn't said anything about anyone specifically. Just my idea of what we are and where we are today.
But Tommy,
and part of that is just that.
I gotta know, Tommy. I gotta know who you're voting for. Tell us. Come on. I'm not being serious, Tommy. Now that you said you were going to tell us, now I gotta know. No, it doesn't matter. Come on. Let's move forward.
Dude, it's Trump.
You know why he can't say? Does anyone know why? Remember, he used to wear a Trump hat.
Because he wasn't saying anything in the first place.
Do you know why he used to wear the Trump hat?
He's
And
being
today,
attacked.
no, hell no. There's a reason why he can't say it. Because now he has to make his living in the blacker sphere. He used to make his living.
It isolates his black audience.
He used to be a Trump supporting black man. That was his shtick. But when he turned all the black people against him and he was thrown off YouTube, he had nowhere to make money. And now you see him on Izzy Bands and Sharon's stream. These people only had 20,000 subscribers total.
Well, what they're doing is they're shaking him out. They're shaking him out. So YouTube has canceled him so far that he has to pander to black YouTube channels.
This is like fan base.
And believe it or not, Twitter, now known as X, actually canceled him because I tried checking the status of his Twitter account, and it appears he's been suspended again. He just got reinstated about a month or two ago after his earlier suspension before now, and wow, people sure as hell are out to get him.
Yeah, so in this instance, he's way out of his lane. What he does well is criticize black women, but the black women mobilized and they got him banned. It wasn't the white people that got him banned; it had to be the blacks. And now they got him banned where he's cornered, where he can only make a living trying to talk to people that are probably a little bit smarter than him. They don't want to hear him talking in platitudes like he did when he was able to make his living talking to black people. And I think that has become the issue. AP is just joined. I know she has something interesting to say. I'm going to put the full screen up so we can hear AP. AP, what's up?
Hey guys, how are you? I just
Hey,
joined
P,
once
happy
again.
Monday to you.
Hey, I just joined. So I saw you had Tommy on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Tommy a lot. I just joined in, but I heard someone say how he's got chased off everywhere. Yeah, they're constantly after Tommy. Even on Rumble, they go after him.
What do you think about them going after him?
It's mostly black people going after him,
And
and especially black
Yeah.
women, because they don't like what he has to say. I agree, Tommy does go crazy because he's had OnlyFans and all that other crazy stuff.
Mhm.
But the thing I like about Tommy is he doesn't hold back and he does speak the truth. And a lot of times we may not like the person that the truth is coming from, but sometimes people need to hear it. And especially when he, for years, I've been listening to Tommy when he used to do the ones about the beasties, the black women and their behavior.
BT
And then-
100s or BT 1000s or something.
Yeah, and before that, he had the beasties back, and he would do like a Wild America type thing, showing he'll show some black women doing some crazy stuff, and then he have the theme music playing as it goes off. The beasties back, but he's been around for years, and they've been
Yeah.
after this man. They also have harassed his daughter. His
Mhm.
daughter at one time had a YouTube channel. She was a little girl, and they went after her. Tommy talks about a lot of stuff that a lot of black YouTubers were not talking about, especially when it comes to the small hats. And I never forget he did a segment about how the small hats were giving herpes to babies in their community.
I mentioned that on CT show.
Yeah, and
Does anyone remember when I mentioned that on CT show? And people were saying,
Yeah, and that dude
they
tried to
took down
argue
his
him down.
whole channel. And it was true. They took down his whole channel. And what happens is a lot of the so-called far right or whatever they like to call themselves, they like Tommy up to a point, but when he starts pointing that stuff out about how they always blaming the small hats for everything, and they're not as big and bad and tough, and they're a lot of them are a bunch of punks, they don't like that.
well, let me show you something, AP. I want to get your comment on this.
Tommy was before his time.
This is about 5 or 10 seconds.
Well, thank God that time's over.
Yeah, I agree with you on this. And let me give you 5 or 10 seconds of Sotomayor. And I'm not a critic of Sotomayor. I'm a critic of how he's tried to evolve.
Oh, I am.
Well, let me play this for you.
Of what we are and where we are today.
But Tommy,
And part of that is just that.
I gotta know. Tommy, I gotta know who you're voting for. Tell us. Come on. I'm not being serious, Tommy. Now that you said you were gonna tell us, now I gotta know.
No, it doesn't matter. Well, come on. Let's move forward.
Dude.
It's Trump. Come on, it's Trump.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Let's go.
I'm marking.
Ignore them.
I
Just
mean,
keep talking. Keep talking.
We're voting for Tommy, so everybody
No,
calm
I
down.
don't think so. He would have announced it if it was Trump.
Okay.
But thank
Oh my God.
you, sir,
It
for
doesn't
voting
matter.
for Biden.
No,
Okay. Listen, people aren't gonna.
I used to, you know what? I'm gonna have to stop talking shit about black folks' spaces.
It's kind of
These
annoying.
white folks is just irritating.
Like, come on.
He's about to go off on white people right here. And the problem that Tommy is in is that a problem that a lot of blacks find themselves in. He's cornered now where he can only make money with black people. It's the only way he can make money. He's trying to do this Twitter Spaces. He's out of his league. You can't
Well,
do
see,
this.
what happened with Tommy too, John, is that like you know how we can go on CT show and we can people can oppose CT and he just lets them go. CT, you know, ever notice whether he agrees with you or disagree with you, he doesn't get in the middle. He just lets you go. Okay, if you go on Tommy's show, he'll cut you off. And see what happens is, and he gets very defensive. And of course, you're going to deal with people who like you and who don't. But you're on an open platform, you're on open forum. You can't just cut people off and start cursing at them and black B this and N-word this, because it kind of looks bad. Because the issue I have with him on some things is the same black women that he talk about, he also he's not married. He's had kids out of wedlock. He still likes the porno black chicks, the ratchet ones. But at the same time, you say they're doing things that you don't like. So why do you support them?
AP, let's just take it at this video right here. This stream right here, it seems like he's trying to be more reserved, right? So can we just take it from this stream? Because I do agree he was like that in the past, but it seems like, and what John is trying to argue is that his audience is lessening, right? So he has to go to different areas of social media to try to make up his money.
And what I'm arguing is that, hold on, Rashid, is that he's out of his lane. This is not what he's accustomed to doing. Trying to have a debate,
and that's what I was trying to say to AP, because I don't disagree with it, but I do think that Tommy is being reserved here on this stream because he knows that he's out of his lane.
Right.
Right.
Is reserved not saying anything at all. He's literally, like John said, talking in platitudes.
Well,
I'm agreeing. I agree.
He actually was listening. He tried to say something and they cut him off. They kept cutting his mic off. I was listening to this one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they kept cutting his mic off. And then because usually he's like says that, you know, whites are more respectable, this and that. But these people, they kept talking over him. They wouldn't even have a debate with him. So basically they were doing the same thing that the black people that he talks about does.
Well, no, they were treating him like he's black.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
That's the problem. He's not used to that.
Hold on. I'm going to let you guys talk. I want to hear everyone's answer. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to answer the question. Why do you think he wouldn't answer the question, who you voting for? AP, I want to hear you first. I'll give you 60 seconds.
I don't know why he wouldn't answer it. Always on his show, he's always trumping for Trump, which is another issue I have with him, you know, because never mind. But I don't know why he did not say.
All right. Portia, what are your thoughts? Why didn't he say, hey, I'm voting for Trump or Biden?
Honestly, I don't know. Maybe it's because he's like, this is not his space, is it? It was someone else's.
This is his space.
He was a guest, but he streamed the space to his Rumble.
Right. Well,
okay, yeah. I don't know why he didn't.
Okay, anyone else?
That seems very out of character for Tommy, because you know Tommy, he don't care. He'll say anything.
Anyone else?
Well, I think that, like you were saying, John, he's in a new audience and he's trying to gauge where they are. But to be honest with you, I think it was more interesting to let them speculate. They wanted to cut him off. They wanted to say who they thought he was voting for. Why not allow them to do that? I would do that. I mean, if you're not giving me space to talk, yet you just ask me a question, but you're not letting me answer the question, then I'll let you speculate. I think even some bad publicity is good publicity.
Angel, what do you think?
Even though he was a guest on the Twitter space and he streamed someone else's space to his Rumble, if it was his own space, then maybe he should answer he shouldn't have to answer a question if it's his own. But if he's in another, then maybe he should have answered who he's voting for. But a lot of these spaces with people like the ones in the space where he was a guest, most of the time want to try to get someone like Tommy or CT off course and try to take things off track of what the topic is really about, because they're not used to people like CT or Tommy. And if CT was in this space, obviously he would giggle and like just find it humorous without interrupting like Tommy has been. But at the same time, some the people of that space might still try to ask CT who he's voting for that don't have anything to do with the conversation.
Stanley, we're going. Stanley, 30 seconds. What do you think?
I actually think somebody in the chat just basically said that he is a fish out of water. He is trying to. He wants to come off as basically, I don't know, I guess reserved like Raju just said. But he's trying to be somebody he's not.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stanley. Like his what he does well is be bombastic and talk about black women. Unfortunately, they got him thrown off of YouTube. Unfortunately, he's not slick enough to pull off the Kevin Samuels. And so now he's put in a position where, in my opinion, if he answers this question, and I'm going to show you see him with the Trump hat. You see him with the Trump hat. This was a couple years ago, but you saw him with the Trump hat. He used to have the Trump hat on his platform when he would go live, right? But today he can't answer the question. He can't be honest. Why is that? And I think the reason is because at this point in life, he has to make his money on black YouTube. And if he were to say, yeah, I'm voting for Trump, he won't be invited back to those black YouTube channels. And then it's all over for him. How does he make money? So for now, he has the shield. And I'm going to show you, look at how black YouTube is talking about Tommy.
And can I say something too, John? I watched him on other channels too. And like you said, Kevin Samuels could say the same thing and he gets away with it. You know why Kevin did? Because Kevin said it with class. He had style with him. Mm-hmm. And you know what? And a lot of women disagree with Kevin Samuels, but they still watched his show. You never see him calling women Black B and yelling and all that. Right. You know, he had his own style. And I think with Tommy, like I said, I really like Tommy. I've been listening to him for years. But I think that when you're in this type of space and economically you depend on it, you cannot be yelling and cussing people out. You have to find a way to do attack. So even though people you don't agree with, you don't burn bridges with them. And a lot of people he's burned bridges with, you know just
I think
with the silly stuff that he's done, and like I said, I still listen to his show. I like his show because I like hearing opposing views, but I just think a lot of things he's done with people is kind of turned them off a bit.
Someone said he later answered the question. I guess he answered the question, Trump. It'll be interesting to see if he's able to come back on these black shows if he answered Trump. I'm wondering, Q-Son, before we get there, what did he answer? Q-Son says he answered the question, so I'm curious to know before we get there, what did he answer?
Hey John, he'll be back on these black shows because he's a person that drives traffic, right? Even though he's canceled, those black shows will still drive traffic to those channels with 10, 20,000, 9,000 subscribers. And
was he ever big? Was he ever that big in the black community?
Yeah, he was.
2015. When did I mean, from like 2013, he's been kind of relevant, right?
Even before that.
Really?
So we're
Yeah,
talking
even before
like
that.
2008, 2009.
Yeah.
Tommy has
Yeah,
been.
he's been
Yeah.
around the wheel.
And
a
you're
bunch of
right.
times.
If people say they're going to have Tommy on the show, other people will show up just so they can curse him out. So you're right. He will bring in the traffic.
Yeah, he drives traffic. So being as though he's banned on his own personal channels, people are still able to have him come up on their channel and use his name to, drive traffic with the SEO, the search engine optimization and whatnot.
I think back to what Stanley's saying is that he's, the lesson I would learn from all of this, or what I'm trying to point out, is that people criticize CT for wearing the Trump hat, as an example. But that's his audience. No one that comes to CT's show is going to report him for wearing the Trump hat. But Tommy really didn't have an audience. How the hell are you going to have an audience criticizing black women with no solution? Calling them bitches and BT 100s and all that. Like, it's so short-sighted that it might work for a season, but that's not going to work forever. Hell, black women represent.
That's why I said he was before his time, John, because you got to think about it. Like the Tommy Sotomayors, the Kevin Samuels, and everything that happened after that, even the COVID and us sitting in the house, like that was a time period where, as though people who were spewing that type of rhetoric was popular, whereas though Tommy was yelling these things out before it was popular.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is Tommy's road, as you can see now, was a dead end. Like, yeah, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, could I sit down and watch his show with my woman? Some of them I probably could have, and I did. But some of them were like, what the hell are you showing this to me for? I don't want to watch this. Like, some women just aren't going, even if they agree with him, they don't want to hear someone else talking like that.
No, that's a fact.
How often have you watched Tommy at all?
When he was on YouTube before he was banned, I watched him quite a bit.
Okay.
But now that he has been banned, it's kind of hard to find him. I remember when he started.
He's actually
on Rumble.
He's on Rumble, and every time he's live, it's a few thousand people in there. I've been following Tommy for a very long time. I mean, long time, and I'm a huge fan of him. I know he's not for everybody, but as far as the things that he says about black women, it doesn't offend me.
Right.
And the one thing that pulled me into him is the first time, especially like whenever YouTube was fresh and you had people coming on and doing something similar to like what we're doing now, like radio shows. He was the first person that I had ever heard say things similar to what I heard in my household from my parents, just about black people in general and black women. So, but I saw where Bob said, is he pro-black now? I wouldn't necessarily call him a pro-black in the term of
he's not pro-black.
Like liberal eye, but I believe that you, John, myself, CT, many of us up here on the panel, I believe that we are for the betterment of our people, and we, hope to see them do well. Now we will critique people, but criticisms are necessary, and you might not like the delivery of that critique, but I think it's necessary. So, but I do think that his ultimate goal, of course, is to uplift his people, but it's just his delivery, it's the messenger. But yeah, as you feel like he's
the one thing that people like Tommy Sotomayor, and he is hardly alone in this. And I can think of people that are way more, people like Glenn Lowry, for instance, that are like very well regarded, very academically accomplished, etc. They are usually the worst messengers. If you expect your messenger to set a personal example, people like Glenn Lowry, if you know Glenn Lowry's background, he should be the last person to be pious about how young black people should act. I like my messengers to actually practice what they preach.
Did Jesus not hang in the hood?
You know what? Don't bring Jesus into this. Was Jesus black? You should know. You should know me better than to bring up something ridiculous like that.
Hey,
I
hey
don't
guys.
know you at all, sir.
Yeah,
Well, you do. You do now.
Hold on. I want to talk about a couple things. Someone said, I think, when I look at where Tommy, where he is, and I'm going to pull up some of his streams now. Let's see. Let me maximize the screen. And again, I'm not criticizing Tommy. Well, maybe someone may think it is, but I think you have to stay true to yourself. But above and beyond that, just solely doling out criticism is not a sustainable business. And I think that is what he's most critical of. What his weakest spot is that he was very good at criticizing black women, but shit, he gonna have to depend on them to make a living. And very
But
few
John,
people.
he not just only talk about black women, but like I said, if you listen to like his other shows, he's covered a variety of topics.
But I think what he's known for, AP, honestly,
Yeah.
is black women. Like
That is true.
the
Yeah,
main,
that is
He
Go ahead.
went viral for that, but he's not that one dimensional at all.
He's not at all. He talks about he covers a wide array of topics. He talks about everything. But of course, the same thing that CT says, like on his show, we'll have a full house whenever we're talking about black folks, but if we're talking about sci-fi, if we're talking about other things, geopolitics, people aren't as interested. And so I think that in this industry of content creation, a lot of them just do what brings the people out.
If you look at hold on. If you look at the comment on the stream right there, Roku style.
Tommy is way too emotional.
I don't like what let's compare Tommy to CT. I think CT would be better suited for this condition than Tommy. If he were on this community circle, he'd be able to better handle himself. And I can show it to you because again, CT is basically keeping it real. Almost everyone that he has on his stream agrees with him, or they're willing to come on and disagree with him. Almost everyone that Tommy has made his living up on his stream are people that probably did not agree with him stridently. And so now he has to go over here to another space, totally out of his league. And let me show you how emotional this nigga gets. You watch,
bro. CT is one of a kind, man. Jesus Christ.
Well,
yeah, CT is kind of I don't want to say kind of. He's in a class all on his own. I've never seen anyone do it the way that CT does.
Rashu could have gone on there. He may not have been. Rashu is not a strident person, but Rashu could have taken this, and he's not going to respond like this. Let's watch.
John, I'm sorry. The word, did you say strider?
Strident, very strident in terms of his
strident. Okay, I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Like CT goes on there. They would say, "Hey, who you voting for?" Hey, Trump. Moving on, and maybe Tommy answered it, but you can see the hesitance there, and people were trying to save him. And what I noticed more than anything is who pressed him the most.
And one thing I would say about CT too, John, sorry to cut you off. CT has a way of making people laugh, even if you don't agree with him. When he goes on those shows and he shows up with his Trump hat, of course he gets flack for it, but they might not agree with him, but he has them laughing. They think he's funny, But and I think that's just his personality.
Well,
you're right.
I think it's an intelligence factor. Like if CT when CT goes on the black shows, you can act black. You've seen me act black to some niggas in here. But you can effectively code switch. And what I'm saying is that Tommy is not able to effectively code switch in this situation. He's out of his league. He's made his living being very negative. No one wants to hear a negative message all day, every day about them. Maybe if you're talking about somebody else, if you're talking about white women, black women might be on your show every day, chiming in. But you can't talk about black women.
You see, there's one.
And so I want you to watch this, and then I want you to see I want you to be thinking like, damn, would CT respond like this? Let's watch it.
Okay.
But thank you, sir, for
It doesn't
voting
matter.
for Biden.
No, okay. Listen, people aren't going
I used to, you know what? I'm gonna have to stop talking shit about black folks spaces.
It's kind of
These
annoying.
white folks is just irritating.
Like, come on, like, please talk. You know, I will kick people. I don't give a shit. This is my space. So, you know, go ahead, Tommy.
It was funny. I want to take time out right now to apologize to black folks. I used to tell them, when you get in those white people spaces, they let you speak. They're not just trying to be childish. Us blacks got to be like those whites. I apologize to every black person I ever said that to. I came over here and was just trying to be very respectful like them. And for some reason, every non-comedian trying to be a comedian. It'd be great if any one of you guys were funny, but you're not. You're just irritating, which lets you know what you probably were in school and after.
He just did what the niggas do. He just went back to school. They do that shit to CT. Did y'all notice that? Did anyone notice that? He basically threw a low-level insult, the same ones the CT shows on his show all the time. Hey, nigga, you probably got wedges when you were in school. Anyone remember that? Does anyone remember, like, seeing, put yes in chat. If you remember seeing stream after stream of CT has talked about and on these shows, and then they get on and start going, they go straight to high school. What were you like in school? People, you get no pussy. People didn't like you when you were in school. People picked on you, beat you up in school. That's immediately where they go tonight. Tommy is doing the same damn thing that the blacks do to CT. This is how he's had to flip. And you notice how he apologizes to the blacks, the niggas he done destroyed and made his living out of destroying.
But John, the black people do that to Tommy too. They will bring up about his mother, they will bring up about his daughter. I think this is the type of thing that when you talk about intelligent people don't do that. They just stick to what the topic is. And if you don't like what they have to say, oh well, I'll just log off.
Well, not only that too, right? I agree with that point, but you got to look at it like this too. Like, he's been in these streets for a while. So him having people up on his panel, he may already have a default understanding of what their talking points might be, and he has a default reaction. And we kind of got to at least think about that as well too. I mean, come on.
All right, let's play a little bit more. You're gonna see him unravel. Someone says John talk about niggas every day. Look, this is not about niggas. Like, and maybe I'm talking a little bit abstract here. I'm talking about, in a way, this is business. He boxed himself in, talking about his customer, his client.
I actually get your meta point, and my question, and it's kind of off your topic, and you don't have to answer it now, but I don't think he can come back.
That's what I'm going to
Yeah, I mean, you might got a point there.
I'm going to show
I
you
think
that.
you're right, Stanley. I think you're right.
I'm going to show you that in a minute. Is that he's already gone? There is no coming back.
He has to reinvent himself, but he hasn't found the right lane.
He doesn't have it in him. Listen.
Can I say another thing too?
Yeah, sure. AP, you always have it. You always have it.
I'm sorry. And I want to say another thing. Like I said, once again, I'm a big fan of Tommy too. But I think once you have already made a joke or said something about someone, let it go. I don't know for sure. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, but remember how he kept going after Kwame Brown over and over and over again? It's like, you know what a man is, you know what his status is. Don't talk about him anymore. Let it go. You know, it's like that went on for about several months. And then the one with the crazy lady, I can't remember the one that she tried to take him to court. He kept
I do remember that.
You know, stuff like that, even though you like him and everything. But after a while, I'm like, okay, Tommy, you're better than this. You're much higher than this. Why do you keep talking about reaching back for people you know? You already have established that you're more popular. People like you.
Well,
these people
instead
are
of
this low level, you know, don't talk about it anymore. Move on.
Instead of creating like more organic conversations, he was honing in on like toxic topics at the time, and that kind of was making him more controversial. It wasn't helping him grow. I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying.
And I think it turns people off too, because it's like, okay, you
Yeah.
see Kwame Brown and you're like, haha, it's funny. But then after a while, it gets
I feel the same way
negative.
about O'Shea Duke Jackson. O'Shea Duke
Yeah,
Jackson.
Hold on for 1 second. I'm gonna play a O'Shea Duke Jackson in a minute, and then but what I want to comment on is people say they think he's for blacks. I tend to disagree. I think he's conflicted because he has to make money. He has to make money to make a living, and that requires him now to lie or to feign interest because he has to maintain his ability to go on these black platforms, right? I've had conversations with him, but he wouldn't have even had a messaging conversation with me 10 years ago. He's diminished himself because, in a sense, I did a show on YouTube analytics, and I don't have enough statistics that I showed you guys to really show you how YouTube drives people to talk about certain things. And it's really, upon you to not get in the matrix of the algorithm. And if you do get in the matrix of the algorithm, it better be a marketable market. And I think what he did was he criticized people who not only wouldn't stop listening, but they would report him savagely and shut his business down.
Can I ask AP and anyone else that want to answer? Do you think also, besides his speak amongst women, do you think also the reason why Tommy gets so much hate from black people is because he ain't as pro-black as they are?
Yes.
No. If you talk bad about people, they're just simply not going to like you. It's as simple as that.
And they're not going to listen. And so now he's trying to switch where he can't do his old routine anymore. And that was kind of like he's a one-trick pony. That's what he did for a living. That's where he was very successful. And now I want you to watch him in white environments where he has to make his living and watch how he melts down.
Platitudes and
sir, I was just speaking. I was just speaking earlier, and you didn't let me do it. I didn't bother any of you.
Yeah, because
I was just speaking.
You're
said nothing
saying,
wrong. Tell me what I said
in
wrong.
My day, things were good.
I didn't say back in my day things were good. I literally never said that. Don't paraphrase me wrong. Most people, when they paraphrase what you said.
Do you know what the word paraphrase means?
Yes, and you can't be completely wrong like that and say I'm paraphrasing. That's called lying. They're two different things.
All right, Richard. Okay, so first off, I didn't interrupt, and I'm actually really funny. I didn't interrupt. In general, I am funny, but I am trying to let you make your I guess kind of clear up the point for people that are misinterpreted it or whatever. I kind of got
it was simple. The point was where we are today.
It wasn't the white.
You're Armenian. Shut the fuck up. You're white.
All my fault, guys. It's all my John, last warning. Come on, everybody stop talking. Come on, please. You can
I mean, these whites aren't really making themselves sound
That's
good.
part of it. Where we are today. Where we are today, people don't even try to understand each other. Where it used to be a thing where you wanted to understand each other because you knew you didn't know them. There were people who never crossed certain lines. There were people who never left the state. Now you got people who get on the internet and they can talk to people from all over the world. So it becomes different. Now everybody thinks that they know everything and they talk like they know everything.
People on the internet means leaving the States.
When you leave the state, you get exposed to people in different states. When you on the internet, now you can get exposed to those same people and those same things without leaving your home. That was the point. You had to leave your home before to get exposed to different things. Now you can just sit there and get them all in one place.
No, you're not wrong on that, right? But
I'm not wrong on anything. If these people to stop just being a dick when they talk,
listen,
and then smiley faces they do it because it's hilarious. I'm being a dick.
Yeah,
I get online to be a dick.
Yeah,
go in real life and be a dick. See how far you go within. Go do that. Go do all that stupid shit you do online to somebody in real life, please.
Listen. I agree. So,
hey, John, it sounds like he fed up, man.
In that sense, right? That there's this veil of protectiveness that people have sitting behind the internet and a thing of anonymity, right? They say shit that's not whatever. But what do you then suggest as kind of what we said earlier, kind of I guess where the future you see going, or what would be something that you would want to change, right?
We're getting farther and farther away from each other, from even caring. That's why the third thing I said was community. We're getting farther and farther away from caring for each other. When your whole shtick is let me try to irritate somebody I don't know, and that makes your fucking day, makes your dick hard and your pussy wet because you tried to irritate someone you do not know.
Wow.
That is
See, these type of like references are probably more suitable for a black channel. Talking about dick and pussy. If he said this is on Sharon's channel or Izzy's channel, hell, even CT's channel, no one would have blanched. But you can't make these type of arguments in front of white people. You can't make these kind of references.
But
they're gonna think Tommy's black.
But
well, they know he's black.
Hold on. What I would say to that is, a person of intelligence, you should not make that kind of language on any space. And if it's not good enough if it's good enough to use it around his own people, then he should be using it the same way around white people. Right? If he can sit there and call black women bitches and whores and bitch and roach queen, then he should have called the woman who kept interrupting him a white bitch. But he didn't do that.
Well, he can't do it.
No, why not?
That's an awesome point.
No, because what
I
I'm
love
saying
it.
is, and we have a problem with that. I noticed that when you talk about code switching, the problem with that, and it makes you see even more disingenuous. If I can sit around my family members and call them bitches, right? And somebody else who does the same thing out in the street, I won't call them a bitch. Then that shows you who I am, who I value.
Right.
Right. And that's the problem that black people have with him, because they feel like, okay, you come on our space and you can yell at us, but you go on the white spaces and you won't cuss them out.
Mm-hmm.
And he took a lot from them. Later on, he does pop an attitude, but he took a lot from them. And what, to me, I found was amazing, in quotes, was that it took him a while to get to that point where he gets angry at them. With black people, immediately he tends to pop off.
Much respect.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to try to role play with Tommy. First off, I wouldn't have said what he said about the pussy and all that. I wouldn't have said that.
I agree.
I think, maybe if I was on CT, but even then, you guys don't hear me talking like that. You see me enough now, you don't really ever hear me. I don't think you've ever heard me use that word. And
niggas just enough.
Yeah. I'll use that word. Niggas use it, right?
No one gets offended at that one.
Right. And no one gets offended. So, but you have to know your audience. He doesn't know his audience. And here he is, like, he's reverting back to what has always worked for him, the black man behavior. And he's totally out of his space. You could apply this almost to like when blacks are in corporate America. They really can't fit effectively because they're trying so hard to speak a certain way. They're worried about what they eat at lunch, at the lunch counter at work. And it becomes very difficult. It becomes very frustrating. And right now he's in a struggle session to try to be something that really is far outside of his comfort zone. And this, as it relates to business, he's boxed himself in to where he can't even be honest with himself anymore. And he doesn't know how to respond to these people. We have Bob coming up. What's up, Bob? You got thoughts on this?
No, I just heard the last thing he said about blacks being in corporate America and they clearly can't function. They try so hard, but they can't do it. Let me tell you something, man. That is so true. You see black people think that because they can speak the language of the white folks that they are going to fit in. It's not just that, man. It's diction, it's tone, it's all kinds of stuff. Just simply being able to speak like a white person, but you have the same accent, you have the same mannerisms. Hell, you even look kind of like a black person that's really looking like a black person. You're just not going to fit in.
Mm-hmm. Bob, I'm glad you came up on the panel because, you're a very high level employee or a very sophisticated. Well, I don't even know the term, but when you get hired, right? If you were to come on to another airline, the mechanics and all those people look at you with deference. You can imagine, is that correct? Angel, don't interrupt. So
but that's only because I wear a uniform, not because.
But I mean, when they recognize you're a pilot, the flight attendants, the person who's putting the beverages on the plane,
they're respecting the uniform, not me.
Well, but you're wearing the uniform, so you get some of the respect from the uniform. Is that fair?
Sure.
No. I'm a software developer. When I used to come to work for companies, particularly because I worked in a very specific part of software, where I work with the non-technical staff, and I would be there to be hired. They're similar to pilots. Just aren't many of us that worked in my space. And so when I come on, it's like a lot of respect. Oh, we're happy to have you here. Blah 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 blah. And I think that that really makes a difference in corporate America. The position that you're coming in, like you're coming in with respect. You could be bebopping down the aisle, but if they know that you are an incredible pilot, they still treat you with respect, right? Would you say that's fair?
No.
Okay, fair enough. But I think that with corporate America, a lot of these people aren't very skilled. They're in more or less administrative type positions.
Sure.
Where more or less it's all about corporate cohesion in the office place and things like that. You've heard of things like fit in a job description and a job advertisement, things like that. And Tommy, in this space, in this community circle with people like Richard Spencer, regardless if you agree with or disagree with him, he knows how to get on camera and things like that in the political world. And Tommy is way out over his skis. And you see that he starts to use language that probably is better fit for Izzy Band's show than community space with people like Richard Spencer and things like that. You probably have things in your head right now where some black person got real ghetto in the environment when things didn't go their way. Would you say that's fair?
Absolutely.
Right. And that's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what I'm talking about here. And so in that sense, education, what you see a lot of these blacks brag about, ooh, I got an education, I went to school, I got a PhD. But there's still something missing where they find themselves out of place, where they just don't fit. They can call out all the big words and shit. And then you heard Tommy with all the platitudes, accountability, all these 4 or 5 syllable words, responsibility. But then when they wanted to get down into the meat of the matter, no one has time to hear all that shit. We've heard that shit for 40 years now. They want, and that's what the guy said. How old are you? 150 years old? Give me something that's relevant to now. I don't want to hear about niggas selling drugs back in the 80s and the crack cocaine that ruined your neighborhood. It ain't happening now.
Didn't I hear identity politics too?
Hey Bob, is Bob
that's
still in
correct.
here?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, hey Bob, just make sure you check your Discord.
I answered.
You did? Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
I'll do it.
Hey Bob, and before you say it, Bob, oh my gosh. I know you say oh my gosh or OMG to me anytime you see me on CT stream.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll take that.
Let me play a little bit more. I want to get to the point where Tommy melts down.
Community than you could ever be. Because if you have a community and a bunch of children and a bunch of adults and they're actually trying to build, that would be the last thing you would try to do to a complete stranger. What you would try to do is understand and build with them. So that's why most of the rhetoric that you hear from the left and the right is division. That's why they get to sell it. And that's why people will go ahead and vote for the person who's the most divisive. Listen to them.
He's voting for Kennedy.
Hold on. To be fair, Tommy, like Richard has this, like, you know, he said this before. We've talked about this before. He's against like the online pornography, but he's pro prostitution. So like that's like an example of like, having human contact, even if it is like, moral, right? Is that?
I actually would agree with that.
Okay.
Because if you think about it again, that's stopped men from having the ability to even speak to other people. If you notice that most men, like these dudes and chicks on the ear, the stuff they're saying online is the only place they're comfortable doing it. They would not do or say any of this shit in someone's face. So while they're laughing and joking, I keep hoping that they'll get dots and somebody walk up and catch them at Walmart.
And now he's going into threatening people. Again, like this is what they do. This is the role that the blacks play on CT's channel when he
But
comes.
John, this is what happened to him. Remember?
This is normal. I don't even see what's out of character here.
I know, but what I'm saying is that this is what happened to him. He was attacked for wearing a Trump hat. Also, when he went to Hooters, the lady disrespected him. Also, his daughter has been harassed. And I think when he goes off, he does what they expect him to do. And that is to act like the N-word.
Oh, act like Glenn Lowry.
Well, I think honestly, AP
Stanley Glenn does not act like that.
Honestly, AP,
yeah, he does.
Honestly, AP, can you imagine like if I had gone up there on that panel? They're asking him for some solutions. He said accountability, responsibility, all that's gone. Okay, it's gone. Why the hell are you talking about it? Can you imagine what I would say if I went up there? I'd be like, look, man, we need to get tough on crime. These young blacks are out of control. Blah, 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 blah. And I won't lose $1 for saying that. Nobody's going to disinvite me or uninvite me from their show if I say that. But if he says that, if he talks like he talked on his show to them white people, Easy Bands and Sharon, whoever the hell shows he goes on, they're going to stop inviting him. And we're going to look at some of his streams and we're going to see the numbers that he's doing. And again, I'm telling you that the YouTube analytics, in my opinion, and his lack of flexibility to be able to come up to reinvent himself, to see that, damn, these black women are really coming at me. I would have long switched up and tried to figure out something else to do because he had to see the sharks in the water were eventually going to take him down. But he couldn't pivot before these people took him down. And now he's hustling and jumping on other people's show. You know, again, like Kevin Samuels probably showed you a better model if you want to criticize black people. This guy showed you a dead end where the people that you are criticizing will basically run you down that dead end. And so that's what I wanted to point out. It's not about black people per se. It's not even about Tommy Sotomayor, to be quite frank with you. I think it's for anyone looking to start a business or something like that, you don't want to find yourself at a dead end road. And I think that's exactly where he's found himself.
I think Kevin Samuels just had beauty privilege, whatever the male version of that is.
I don't know much about him, but I know that.
What the fuck?
Well, I mean, women would take criticism. Well, I mean, Kevin Samuels was a lot more urbane, when he, found, of course, and probably more fact-based because he actually asked women questions. But I think that Kevin Samuels simply dressed the part. He looked, like he looked sharper, better looking, better haircut.
Yeah, and I think that was part of what made him successful. Whereas with Tommy Sotomayor, it was a dead end from the beginning. It was just a matter of how long he was able to ride the wave.
Well, again, Kevin was selling image, right? He was selling, how to make men better, right? Tommy Sotomayor wasn't selling anything but
now that you mention that, if he was selling men to get better, he was also selling women to get better, or at least accept the situation.
Well, yeah, yep, you're right.
So that makes it twofold. He can have a show where you and your lady could watch it and either laugh about it or
learn something from it. Yeah,
you learn something about it. But there was nothing to learn from Tommy. There were no solutions. You come away like, damn, he must really hate black people. And people say this shit about me, but I work with black people, so
yeah. So
it becomes a little bit more difficult for you to really hang that label on me. But I imagine if Tommy did pretty well, he probably doesn't live around blacks anymore. And again, I just think that was a critical flaw of the blacks. He should have just kept it real and let the chips
When
fall.
Tommy, let's all right. So let's look at this a little bit more critical. When Tommy started, he started a long time ago. I don't even think Tommy realized how lucrative YouTube could be when he started ranting about these topics. Let's be honest about this.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he didn't try to market himself in a way that was malleable, whereas though he can go into different areas of conversation. You know, like I said earlier, I think he was hurt by a few females or whatnot, maybe his ex-wife or his baby's mom, and he chose to rant about those situations, and he became viral off of that. But I don't think that he saw where it could have went. Right? This is what 10 years later.
Yeah, I don't think he saw where it could have gone early, and I don't think he saw where it could have gone by running into a dead end. So I agree with you on that.
Yeah,
he ran into a dead end, right? Because he didn't have any foresight, and that's really what I'm saying. Like, man, if you go on and do a business on criticizing people, you better have a big market, right? And you probably criticize people that are okay with being criticized, right?
So there's a guy called Pocket Watching with JT.
Yeah, I've seen him before.
I feel the same about him, because I'm like, bro, whenever you don't have somebody to criticize, what are you going to talk about at this point, right? I feel like he's doing the same thing with his strategy, but I digress.
I gotta address this again, man. And I may go into a little bit more depth here if you don't mind. In between the first stream that I did, in the first stream, again, you guys should go back and watch it, because it may give you a little bit more insight to my point of view. But I did the stream when I first saw Master Kim come on CT. I said, man, this guy has a lot of information, a lot of valuable information. A lot of the shit I already know. I may just be more or less curious to hear the inner details. Like, for instance, when he mentioned how much the bodegas make, I'd already figured that shit out, because there's a bodega at the corner in my home in Brooklyn.
What do they average, like percentage wise?
He broke it down to me, and his numbers were right on line with what I was told in my own research 5 years ago. And I said, damn, this man really know a lot of shit. And he could break it down to the revenue, about 80 grand a month. And then he broke it down to the gross margins, about 32%. Now, I understand business very well.
Oh, wow. That's a really good margin.
Yeah. Hold on for a second. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
You on mute, John.
Young boy. Hey, you remember that young boy, them two young boys that were over here one time and I had to throw their ass out?
Yeah.
So the one boy that's more pliable, the one that I kind of raised a little bit, he just got put out of the shelter.
Oh God.
Now you remember I've been telling you guys, these blacks are gonna be in shanties. I'm a landlord, I can tell you. You heard the black guy that came. Did he come on my stream or was it CT? He's been on CT stream, he's been on my stream. He's a black guy. What he said? No more blacks. Period. And ringing them.
That's the Morehouse brother?
Yeah. He came on my stream, bro, the other night. And he was like, yo, man. And bro, he was as liberal as he gets when I first met him. But now he probably to the right of me, bro. He's to the right.
Hey,
like,
John. Hey, John, why you ain't give him a room, bro, if you mentoring him?
Nah, he got money, man. He got plenty of money.
He in a shelter with money?
Oh, no, you're talking about the other guy. Hey, man, I can't him in my house, man.
My bad.
You know that, too. You know that, too. I got to keep it real, though. But he got thrown out of the shelter. And he told me why. He like, man, I messed up. control my emotions, things like that. And you know, he got a hard story, but everybody got a hard story. And this is why I see every day, man. Like, you know, it's gonna be a hard road for a lot of these people, a hard road to toe.
Exactly, John.
Let's get back to Tommy.
Hey, John. So the thing with Tommy, I think, is again, it just like any other YouTuber, you're going to be at the mercy of the platform and what you do. You better diversify your audience base and diversify your income base. That's why a lot of these dudes, when they start on, they get like, you know, like not StreamYard, but what is that? Like Cash Apps and all this stuff, like to get things outside of YouTube. Because if you're going to be on there, you're going to have to know that eventually they're going to cut you off. Like that's just it's going to happen, and it's going to get worse before the election here. I can guarantee you.
That's why people do subscriptions too. They're trying to, you know, they're tired of YouTube and places like that censoring things and throttling people. So they're trying to push people to Patreon. They're trying to push people to Cash Apps. They're trying to push people to direct means of quote unquote peer to peer, aka Bitcoin, John, that you don't quite understand, but peer to peer transactions, right? So.
And I noticed too, YouTube did a thorough cleansing, especially of people they were classified as having opposing views. I don't know if you guys remember, but at one time on YouTube, you could find American Renaissance videos. You could find Black Pigeon Speaks. You could find I'm trying to think of the other guy. Stefan Molyneux was on.
Oh yeah, he was good.
Also, the guy that wears the red hat, he's also on Rumble. He's a Christian, comes from the Christian point of view. I can't think of it. He's JLP. They were trying to strangle Jesse Lee Peterson. Vincent James. They took him down too. Anybody they thought was opposing, they successively taken them off. So, and it's going to get worse. So channels even like CT, Nation, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, you have to create your own site. You got to create your own site, your own domain, and then you stream your own site every day. You stream from your own site every day because then you own your own domain platform. You can't.
I don't think they're going to shut down someone like Nation. Nation is pure. He's just pushing what's on the news.
Well, I started being aware of throttling information when the C19 stuff was coming up, and the guy who like pioneered the mRNA research was throttled, and he said that, you know, he didn't agree with certain things that they were saying were true, and he got taken down. His Twitter account removed, his YouTube removed. I was like, all right, this is a problem now. They're obviously all altering information on what we can see and what we can't.
You know, I don't know how far I can go with this, but you know, if you saw my stream about YouTube analytics, I did not. Well, I did an introduction into my experience in developing search engines over the years. And I showed some of the sites I've worked on: Mary Kay, Nerium, the Olympics. Who else has developed a search? Almost every site you have, there's something you're searching for. Typically, if you're selling a product, someone says Dr. Malone, I believe, wasn't Malone.
Dr. Robert Malone was the guy that did the mRNA.
Whenever if you're interested in how search works, you can go back and look at that video about YouTube analytics, because I go right into it about search, and I talked about the lead attorney. Has anyone ever watched the lead attorney? You can put it.
Yeah, he's okay, but he's super obnoxious. He reminds me of like some of the worst frat guys in my old fraternity.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. I mean, he gives me a little zesty vibes a little bit.
Yeah, that's part of his shtick. I will admit. You know, he'll talk about women's. I think he's straight. He's been married before and all that.
Yeah. I think he's straight, but he's a little nasty.
I'm not saying he's gay. I'm saying he's just kind of not like the way he laughs and how he's like always grinning from you. It's like he passive aggressively belittles people, while I just aggressively belittle people. So
Yeah, I
Oh
agree.
yeah, that's definitely interesting that you notice the passive aggressive stuff.
Well,
So
yeah, he's just he subverts people, but he does it in like a play. Like I'm kind of playing, but you don't know if I'm playing, and I'm still going to kind of make fun of you, but I'm not going to do it so mean that you think it's that you get really mad at me. It's like just have the balls and fucking say what you're going to say.
That's why I think he's gay.
So on my stream, on that YouTube analytics show, you guys should go watch that. I displayed this. This is the daily most super chatted. As you can see, TDJs, blah 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 blah. Most of the people I've never heard of before. I don't know about you guys. And then I'll show you the weekly here. And so one of the things you may notice about the weekly, I haven't looked yet. Someone needs to go on mute. Let me see who that is. Is that Angel? I don't know who needs to go on mute, but someone should mute themselves.
No,
But anyway,
I was muted.
okay, all right. So anyway, the next thing you should see is that from a weekly standpoint, see, you notice TD
I
Jakes
think
is
that's
not.
Bob mute.
You notice the TD Jakes is not at the top of the list here for the weekly amount. Other than I think this guy and this person, this lady here, no one that was on the daily is on the weekly except for these two, I think. And I think this guy right here seems to be consistently at the top.
Hey, hey guys, I'm with CT. He's too bright to be seen, man. All right, so all right, I'll talk to y'all.
All right, Bob.
All right, Bob. Take care, man. Love you.
But anyway, so I think that as you can see the numbers here, and I don't know what they're talking about, but I would imagine it's something that appeals to a very diverse audience, particularly the enforced or the Xenocar and the Maddie Knott or whatever her name is. And so back to Tommy, I think that really is where Tommy got himself into a knot in that, he just didn't have a wider audience to appeal to. And now you see him tap dancing on the black shows. And I wanted to show you that. Well, let me finish up with this rumble here. Let's go.
And say all that shit you said online when you were giggling and smiley facing, say it now. Men used to be able to talk to women, and now they will sit on their phones while they're on dates. Their dates won't even happen in real life. Their date will be online, and then they'll meet up and fuck.
So Tommy, I actually I filter myself more online than I do in real life, to be honest with you.
Well, she's a professional woman. She has herself out there. But let's listen.
Y'all heard that stupid shit. Pay attention. Caroline. I actually filter myself online more than I do in real life. That's a fucking lie. There's no one that does that. But you also know what you just seen. And what you just seen for the adults and the ages that it was of people here, that's been childish as hell.
I'm a keyboard warrior. No, I mean,
And I've walked and seen it way too often, and it's scary. You get all these people saying, way to hold the black community and way to hold the black community in check and way to hold them accountable.
Are nicer in real life than on the internet. That's the point.
I'm scared of
nobody does the
Tommy.
things that they do here to your face. So
in real life,
people are
I
nice.
actually do though, man.
Tommy,
I actually do.
When you speak like that, I'm scared of people like you in real life, dude. No,
Well, you
no,
should
I'm
be.
being totally serious. Like,
Yeah,
you
well,
should be.
blacks are prone to violence.
You
You
should be.
have to avoid them in real life too.
You should be, sir.
No, but I'm not. So, okay, then we agree.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with you saying you're scared of me. What am I supposed to try to convince you not to be?
Well, I'm just saying that you're complaining that people are like, detached from each other, and here you are, scaring.
Scaring?
Dude, if I mentioned,
I scared you?
like, in the
I didn't know I was
No,
in the living room.
I don't think most of the people in here are scared. Just to be fair.
Yeah, no, he doesn't.
But I will say this,
He doesn't have anything
X
better
is
to
a
say.
X is a professional like troll farm, like gladiator school for trolls.
Thank
I
you,
mean, don't
Mars.
guys
At least
believe
he's
that?
admitting it. That's the only point.
Why is this grown man talking about
by the
he's
way,
scared?
Tommy, didn't Sneak?
But again, you notice he's cursing. Like, that's not the environment for that. You can't be doing all that cursing if you're trying to appeal to the mainstream audience. These are people that are more or less mainstream people. Like, that's just what it is. And he went on there to try to expand his audience. And I'm going to play this O'Shea Jackson video where he really gives a summary of what I think Tommy Sotomayor has suffered with. So let's play it right now. But anyway, I'll let you guys come in. What do you think so far?
I just think that if you're going to talk about people using a certain language, then you should not display that same behavior, right? He's always saying Black women are doing this and that and being over emotional, which he is correct. But at the same time, if you want to be seen as respectable, you should not use that kind of language on any platform. That's all.
Now, I totally agree. Like,
it's much like saying, AP, if Black people don't want white people to say the N word, whether in A or an R, then they shouldn't be saying either version too.
it is a good example. Here's O'Shea Jackson talking about Tommy Sotomayor's situation, and I think he really nails it.
You know, the Pookies, the Ray Rays, the bad decisions. He even had a channel called TNN Raw in which he would cover these particular news clips and stories of what was going on in Black America. People didn't like it, but hey, the news clips don't lie. He then transitioned into something else. He transitioned into, well, what we can say, talking real negative on the Black community in favor of trying to receive some credibility with the white conservative audience. And he started getting some more money, started getting onto more platforms, but then still denigrating Black society. And how do we know this?
Hey, John,
these
can I
Fox
ask you a
News
question real
clips
quick?
kind of prove what Tommy Sotomayor was trying to do.
Go ahead.
So, what if some sort of scandal was to happen to CT tomorrow? Do you think O'Shea Duke Jackson would make this same type of video?
Well, I don't think CT is talked negatively about Blacks.
Well, I'm not. Let's not go that far. Let's just say that something happened tomorrow, and there was a scandal. I would almost bet, $1,000 that O'Shea Duke Jackson would have a video up in less than 16 hours.
No, he very well could if he's aware of CT. I just think that
like he gives me the vibe of just capitalizing off of these types of stories. That's what he does. Is that not true?
No, if very well could be true. And how many of you guys, if very well could be true, and you could be onto something. I just think that Tommy has been able to keep it real, and that makes him a real easy target relative to say CT.
I agree with that. I'm not. My questioning isn't that I disagree with what we were previously just talking about. I'm just trying to add a caveat here and say, okay, do we not have individuals that are trying to capitalize off of certain nefarious things, right?
Rashu, I think you're correct. The whole YouTube world is a cannibal world. And it's not just between Tommy and these guys, but if CT today, John, if something happened, let's say CT got caught, he embezzled $50 million or $10,000.
Right.
O'Shea, Duke Jackson, and all the so-called Black panel, they will be talking about CT from the day he, all over.
Oh,
And
this
it's not
nigga
just
was
them,
dirty
but
from
the
day
whole,
one. No, go ahead, AP. I just wanted to say they're gonna say he's dirty from day one. Go
yes,
ahead.
and they'll say he's been grifting, he's this and that. So that's what I'm saying. This whole YouTube, social media space is a cannibal cesspool because it's not just on the Black Twitter or Black space, but even think about the other people who've been on YouTube and they've been brought down by other YouTubers.
Well, we kind of got to think about it like this, right? Like being as though we are I would consider intellectuals. Somebody else may consider us less, but
I
let's
mean,
say
are
that
there
we think,
overnight accommodations?
let's think that we all think of ourselves as intellectuals. And when we're having conversations on the YouTube, we have to think that, okay, maybe 50% of the conversation is for entertainment and then 50% is actually real value, right? So I notice sometimes, like when I go on CT's channel, I can have nerd conversations all day about random stuff, but that's not entertaining, right? So I'll have takes on certain points, but I might not be as well read as the next person on these certain political points, right? And I'm willing to concede to that, but there's not a lot of people who can say that, hey, I just don't know enough about this topic, so I'll say that I'm wrong. You know what I mean?
But
Like
yeah,
some people
I
would
agree.
rather.
I agree.
Go ahead.
And like on CT panel, for instance, now you're absolutely correct. When like we had discussions about Star Trek and all of that, nobody kind of like that's kind of boring. But say for instance, a good example is when Portia came on and me and her had to go at it. That was that was like ding ding ding. People were happy to see that. Or like when you go on, Blacks comes on and he starts talking. Or like for instance, when Imperious comes on, people like to be entertained, and that's just how it is, good or
Right.
bad. People like seeing other people drag. That's
Well,
just how it
let's
is.
entertain the people a little bit. I want to know if you guys have heard about this. Have you heard about this? Oh, I'm not showing it. Sorry.
I was holding my breath. I was
There
holding
it
my
is.
breath, John. I thought you were going to call us the N-word. So
Philadelphia radio station fires broadcaster who revealed that White House gives scripted questions to talk show hosts. I haven't heard about this.
Has anyone heard about this? I'm curious to know before I go into it.
I
never
have
heard
not heard
about it, but
about
we
this.
always suspected it. We always
Wow,
suspected.
wow. You know,
Well, this was exposed with the Twitter files. I mean, this should not be new, right? We know that intelligence agencies are embedded in all of our media companies. So
but
scripted
are these?
questions should be outside of that.
And
Well,
wasn't Donna Brazile exposed for
yeah,
doing
that's
that?
right. She did. That
Donna
was.
Brazile is like Hillary's #1 fan. She was exposed. Yeah.
I'm surprised you guys haven't heard of this, and that Garen Arnold said he heard about it. EDP has now has 3.3 million subs. I don't know who EDP 445 is. If anyone knows, put it in the chat. But anyway, so here's a woman worked at WURD radio in Philadelphia. Anyone live in Philadelphia, let us know. Bills themselves as the only Black-owned and run talk radio station in Pennsylvania, according to his website. According to WRD, host of The Source, Andrea Lawful Sanders, was fired for accepting scripted questions from the White House for use in the interview with Joe Biden. However, in the non-pretending reality of the situation, everybody understands she was actually fired for revealing the Joe Biden White House sends scripts for media personalities to use. And here she is right here.
So hey John, I have heard about not this particular story, but the fact that there has been multiple journalists that has came forward and said that they asked Joe Biden's people asked ahead of time what were the questions that were going to be asked during the interview.
Yeah, it's very interesting that I guess it's not very interesting that they do this. It's somewhat interesting that this lady was willing to come out so openly and admit that they did it. I mean, she did a radio interview. Let's see if there's an interview for it. Let's see what the station said.
Well, she is a Black, right? So she probably doesn't have much going on for herself. So making publicity out of this situation might help. But
Listen to this. The interview featured predetermined questions provided by the White House, which violates our practice accountable to our listeners. As a result, she and the radio station have mutually agreed to part ways. There's probably more to it here. They agree with the explicit understanding that we were not constrained to their suggested topics or talking points. What do you think about that? Him getting this black woman, because clearly she was fired because she was fed 8 questions by the Biden camp, but she used only 4 of them as her questions to the president. What do you guys think about that? You know, have any thoughts about that?
I guess the silence should tell you there.
I mean, I got thoughts, but I wanted to hear somebody else. I don't want to hog the mic.
What's the question again?
Well, I find it interesting that, you know, they fed these questions to this woman. And I refuse to believe that her managers, someone higher up, did not know that this reporter was being fed the questions. But I think that her publicly announcing that she was fed the questions is why she was fired. What do you think about that?
Oh, absolutely. Feeding, you know, having questions like the setting the boundaries or the limits of political interviews, that's not out of the ordinary by any means. Now, that she felt free enough, because I'm sure there's got to be some, you know, some non-disclosure or something, in the agreement to actually do the interview. So her being fired, depending on where this happened, you know, if it happened in a right to work state, they can fire her for any reason they want to fire her. But of course she was fired for disclosing this.
They still have to give a reason, though.
No, actually they don't. Not in a right to work state.
In a right to work state, they can fire you on spot, but they have to give a reason.
No, actually they don't. I mean, I guess they can't just go up and say you're out of here, but they don't have to give you a reason. I mean, where is that written?
Now, I guess you got a point. They don't have to give you a reason, that's for sure. Let me share this article with you. I think it's on the screen now. I wanted to really talk about the Joe Biden. Do you think he'll make it to the nomination? Will he be on the ballot for president?
I think probably so, though. I don't necessarily. I think at this point, there's almost nothing he can do to recover. Well, there is nothing he can do to recover his, you know, before the mystery of whether he was, you know, impaired or not before the debate. So, you know, I think the Democrats are in a pickle. You know, either way, it's going to be pretty precarious. The lucky thing is Trump is such a bad candidate.
So here's what I wanted to focus on, Biden. This is kind of like some insider baseball for people who really follow politics. In politics, clearly you're going to have your people on your side that may benefit from you being dragged across the finish line no matter what. And then there are going to be people that say, well, you know what, this guy looks like he's in such bad shape. I would align myself to someone else to replace him. And I think that's the situation that Joe Biden is in. And so what I found interesting is that who are the people still left around Joe Biden? And here was an article talking about Joe Biden's situation. He kind of described it as precarious. And so take a look at this article here. So this is commentary here. This is from the conservativetreehouse.com. If you're interested in reading the full article and the commentary here. I refrain from too much speculation about the process of replacing Joe Biden, but I solidly affirm my 3-year-old prediction that Biden was always going to be replaced. In this article, talking about the granular details of Joe Biden's current status, the following lead paragraph indicates to me, the blogger, that Joe Biden will soon be gone. If it is now accepted that Joe Biden or Jill and Hunter are the official gatekeepers for the White House and the office of the presidency, then that indicates no other White House officials or trusted advisors are trusted to take that role. If this is true, that means that all the professional political networks, and if you've ever lived in DC, there are many, the concentric circles that surround the office of the president have collapsed. That Occam's razor of the current status seems to be corroborated by the fact that not a single White House administration official was on the Sunday talk shows defending Joe Biden. Let that sink in, he says. And so he leads off with an article from Axios, which is a very Democrat leaning article. And Axios is saying that Joe Biden, behind the curtain, unbendable Biden versus breaking point Democrat. So basically, Joe Biden is being isolated here. We're now in uncharted waters. President Biden, backed by First Lady Jill Biden, his wife, and his convicted son. Notice they put the words convicted son. They didn't have to put that there, but they did. And this is Axios, a very liberal-leaning platform. Hunter, who's serving as de facto gatekeeper for longtime friends, this is the network that the article spoke about, says that nothing besides an act of God will persuade Biden to quit. But outside Biden's protected bubble, a fast-growing number of Democrats are praying for and plotting a more earthly intervention. They want everyone from the Obamas to congressional leaders to beg Biden to drop out by this Friday. Do you guys think Biden makes it to the election?
No.
I think he does. But once everybody's answered, I have a scenario to present to you, John.
Yeah, what's your scenario?
Well, I was thinking, in the wee hours of the morning that I think what Joe Biden does, if you actually sat down and looked at it from a black voter perspective, it's about the biggest slap you can do. If the black agenda or doing stuff for black people is so big, why on earth are you hitching a star to this old nag? So I actually think that the Democrats, if they don't replace Biden, they're actually going to lose a lot of black voters because this megalomaniac is he's not doing the Democratic Party nor black people, if you want to focus on the black vote, any favors by staying in. It would be better to lose with a different candidate than to really even win with this candidate, because the odds of him surviving the whole term, they get less and less every day.
Anyone else want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I do.
Sure.
So I think what more of it is that they are all corrupt. They are all so corrupt that they can't make or force the Bidens to drop out of the race because there's mutually assured destruction. I think the Bidens are so corrupt, and so are the rest of the Democratic politicians and the Republican politicians. They're all so corrupt. That's why they never really went after him hard about the Ukraine stuff or anything like that, or tried to impeach him. And so I think, honestly, what it is that I think Jill Biden is, and from what it said, Hunter Biden, they love the power and the money so much that they're forcing Joe Biden to stay in, and because of having because they run in the same circles. They know the corruption of the other people, just like those people know the corruption of the Bidens. They can't get the Bidens on corruption. And so the only thing that they can do now is try to make Biden look bad.
Well, I think they have an ace up their sleeve. And I just thought about this, and I think this is how behind the scenes they're going to pressure Biden out. They're going to threaten to put his son in prison if he doesn't step down. That's it.
But see, here's the thing.
Do you think he cares
Sorry.
about that POS son? Do you think that was his favorite son?
But I think it's his son, and he doesn't want his son to go to prison for the rest of his life.
No,
John,
no,
I
no, no.
don't
But
think
see,
he cares
no, no.
about
But see,
that son.
here's
And I think
no,
that
but
son probably could wind up having an overdose.
He's not even there. He's not even
Right.
no,
there
no.
to know that
Right.
his
It
son
does.
is.
Oh, no, no. It again. It doesn't
Damn, it's
matter
like
if
one
they're all
conspiracy theory and we're all crazy now.
they're
Well,
all corrupt. So if they try to take down the Bidens can take down all of them.
Well, if I were going to take down Biden, if it were me, and if I were a corrupt person and I put my corrupt hat on, the way I would go after Biden is by basically saying, hey, if you don't step down, we will put your son in prison for the rest of his life. And he'll step down.
But John,
No.
this son here, he doesn't need him anymore. His son has he's fulfilled his responsibility.
Hey,
If you
y'all
had a
better
child,
be careful. Biden
if
has
you had
immunity. He can take them all out.
right, but if his son, if you had a
Is that a
son or a
dictatorship?
child, if you had a child that
Thank you, Supreme
ashamed
Court.
to you, that was ashamed to you, and
Oh, Stanley, you're an idiot.
that has caused a lot of
Exactly.
problems with your and your
You know
family.
what?
Hold on.
I'm
Stanley,
less
I knew you heard.
ignorant than you.
Stanley, I knew you heard AP talking. You get your chance. I'll come to you next. Go ahead.
So, thank you, Stanley. So, if you had a child that he's gotten everything he needed from his son, he's got the deals, they've got the money, they've got the establishment. His son has been a disgrace. He's been covering up for him his whole life. He's been with prostitutes. They got him on doing underage girls. They got him on the drugs, on these other things. He doesn't need him anymore. And whether they threaten to put him in jail or not, I don't think he cares. His son could have an accidental overdose at this point. He doesn't need him anymore. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something, John. And a lot of families, very powerful families like that, you know who's running the show behind closed doors? His wife.
Small hats.
Yeah, I can see that.
I know the small hats, but his wife. And a lot of times she's already sick and tired of this kid. He will wind up with an overdose before she loses her position.
But I don't.
guarantee
I
that.
can see that. Now I can see that as well. But I don't know if that's her son. So she could be.
Yeah,
even
it's
worse.
not.
That's the evil stepmom theory. I like it.
So she doesn't need him at all.
Well,
and there was an article that came out in the last year or two. There's an article that came out a couple years ago saying that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden don't get along and never did.
But I still think that's his son. You're not gonna let your son go down for something like that.
Sure. Right. So that's why again, if there's mutually assured destruction that you can take out the other side if they try to take you down, they can't do anything.
Well, I don't think
if that's you, Imperious, hey man.
No, I'm not Imperious.
Well, I don't think
Righteous Muffin. Oh, sorry. I keep getting the two of you confused, much like HB keeps getting Solid Snake confused with Stanley.
Well,
I don't know how you could make those two sound the same.
I don't know. Every time you and Imperious talk, the tone of your guys' voice, regardless, minus the cursing, sounds like the same to me.
Yeah, you saying all white people sound the same? Racist.
Well, you're a good guy, Righteous.
Thank you, Angel.
Well then let me say it.
What are you saying?
He's saying all white people sound the same.
All right, so not much feedback on this Joe Biden thing. So here's the next topic I wanted to talk about. This is kind of like one of the things that I've been predicting is going to happen in these inner cities. And for those of you that are paying attention, you might find this interesting. I know Stanley doesn't really think much of this, but let me see if you can see my screen here. Here we are. All right. And this is as of July 7th, 2024. So yesterday. Cities migrant debit card spending balloons as no bid vendor. If you know what a no bid is, if you don't know, let me know. Rakes in a fortune. In June 1, I reported that after months of inactivity, City Hall had loaded up its migrant debit card, cash debit cards, with nearly $1.1 million in taxpayer money. These are legal aliens, by the way. Days later, the administration confirmed it. Gotham taxpayers will spend $2.6 million through the end of the year to add 7,300 more families to the existing program, which has served about 900 families so far since March. The city considers that successful, but still hasn't released a wealth of data to prove it. Even if you think it's a good idea to try giving migrants cash cards instead of direct aid for meals and other basics, the way Adams has gone about it is not the way to do it, the mayor. In January, the city inked a no-bid contract, one-year deal with Mocha-Fi, a company co-founded by an Adams supporter, to distribute a potentially open-ended amount of money above. Folks, can you see this? Do I need to zoom? I think I need to zoom in. I think I need to zoom in. Make sure can everyone see that? If you can, just let me know if you can see that.
We can.
Can people in the chat see that right there? Above 100.
Raise it a little. Hey John, raise it a little higher so you can see it above King Shenard's comment.
All right. Let me take that down. Oh, this is amazing right here. This is really amazing. It's really amazing. Like people. Look at that. Can it? I'm gonna let that sink in while I go get me a beer. Y'all look at that.
Well, look, that's it's the same problem with construction work that happens for the government too. Some companies get no bid contracts and that sort of stuff.
Nah. Hell no. Hell no. This ain't the same. I don't mean to cut you off, but this is not the same. A no bid contract.
I'm equating it to more of an analogy of more of what I know. I was just trying to make a point about it.
I don't have a problem with no bid contracts and something similar. You know, if you have
you should. No, you absolutely should, because here's the thing. Like the point that I was trying to make is that like we all know that the government has money, can print money out of thin air and everything like that. So when a no bid contract is given out, it's not the same, because you can charge whatever the fuck that you want under a certain threshold, and they're gonna fucking pay it, and we were the ones paying for it. It's not the same as like if you're getting a house built and you give a no bid contract to a general contractor. Look, the incentive is there for them to instantly upcharge you way more than they would a regular customer. It's the same thing that happens in insurance work. I deal with this all the time. It's the exact same thing when you're dealing with an insurance job. The insurance companies force us to use a particular estimating software, and that estimating software jacks the prices up like 3 times the amount that we would normally charge a regular person who's just paying themselves.
Righteous. I agree.
Yes, sir.
I understand no bid contracts. If a sinkhole were to collapse in Baltimore, you gotta get someone out there right now, and there aren't many people that can fill a sinkhole. You're probably gonna have a no bid contract. You need it repaired immediately. But these are no bid contracts to house people who shouldn't even be here at the expense, taxpayer expense, of the people who are struggling to live here. The feedback loop in this is these people are causing the price of everything to go up, because hotels, which now used to house tourists, are saying, hell, I can make more money housing migrants. So fewer hotels, the people that want to go tour New York, you got to pay more, supply and demand. This is all working against regular American citizens. How many American citizens could benefit from a debit card from their government? Hell, if the government has it, why not give it to us?
Sure.
Am I missing something? Because sometimes Stanley can accuse me of missing
I have
something.
2 things.
Sure.
Number one, why aren't these debit cards causing inflation like the COVID payments did?
Hey, Stanley. I've told you once before, and I'm gonna tell you again. You don't understand the unseen. They are.
Apparently, I don't.
That's right, because I'm a landlord. I'm the one that's gonna get that money from them debit cards. You understand? I only have to get it. Hold on. I only have to get their money directly. Because when they got all that money flowing in their pockets, it's gonna raise the price of rent for everybody. You think
And
them
John
people want to live in
too.
a shelter for the rest of their life? They look more crazy. They calling me.
And it's not just the housing. What people don't understand, these people coming here are a burden on our healthcare system. That is the biggest cost, because these people, due to being low income, they will qualify for healthcare subsidies, and they tend to have a higher birth rate. So now you're talking about more of that women coming here having children. If the child has a disability or they wind up being disabled,
Somebody got feedback.
that's more people on the dole. So it's not just a housing thing. They are destroying not only their local
There's also
economy,
the school system.
but
Yeah.
the state economy, entire state. They are bringing this country down. They are not an asset. And if people think that disagree with what John is saying or disagree with what I'm saying, all we have to do is look what they've done to Europe.
Well, no, it makes sense.
Hold on. Let me show you what they've done. See, sometimes Stanley can't see the unseen.
Well, no, I just said it makes sense. You don't hear me. Who's
Yeah, I got
disagreeing?
it. But I want to show you guys.
Let me ask one quick question, though.
Yeah, go right ahead. Yeah.
Why we send foreign aid to a lot of these countries? Why are we not recouping the costs?
Maybe it's all just a big old money laundering scheme, Stanley. Maybe it's all about corruption. Maybe we don't actually care about what's actually happening in those other countries.
Stanley, let me explain to you. And Righteous Muffin is on to something. He's very right. For years, I've been here in DC, and I've told the story many times. I remember when the Department of Transportation, the head of the Department of Transportation used to be that job. That's what the niggers wanted, because they knew that they could shower their community with money. Today, it's a homosexual in charge of the Department of Transportation, because the position is not that valuable anymore. The roads are built out. Whatever the country's planning on doing by way of the Department of Transportation, it's more or less taking the backseat to the international money. That's where the money is being corrupted and grifted. I can show you examples of that. I can give you anecdotes. Let me give you a funny story.
It was never needed before.
Let me give you a funny story. And I can't forget this, because it's been so long ago, and it was so illogical. And I said, damn. And there have been more and more data points that I've added on in living, particularly here in DC. I used to work at the World Bank, and I've shown you guys the websites that I developed for the World Bank. And so there was a woman that worked with me, a Chinese woman. And if you're familiar with the World Bank in DC, it's right by GW University. It's on the west side of DC, right by Georgetown, right by the State Department, CIA, all that shit. Right? And so the lady shows up. I mean, I'm working on her one day, and she says, somebody said, does that sign say Marion Barry? That's correct. The lady shows up one day, and I'm just talking to her. She said, yeah, I go to GW. And at this time, GW was the most expensive college in America. I think it was $50,000 tuition. Anyone remember that in the chat? Anyone know about GW? It's a very, very expensive school, because, and when you go there, you're rubbing shoulders with international people. And this Chinese woman was international. So if you want to get into politics, internationally or domestically, GW is a very good school to go to, because you're buying your way into a network. That's why it was so expensive.
They also have a good medical program there too, a medicine program.
Yeah, things are changing over there now, with a lot of the DC government forcing the blacks to have to go to those hospitals by emergency ambulance. Back in the day, GW did not take emergency ambulances. Your ass got sick, you went to Howard or Providence. GW did not take those people, but the DC government forced them to take those people. So now GW is like Howard, just with better facilities. But anyway, And I forget my point here, but what I'm saying is that the grift now is in the State Department. That's why Hillary Clinton, when she demanded a position from Obama, what did she want? State Department, because she could steal a whole hell of a lot of money, hundreds of millions. You can't steal that kind of money domestically, but you can steal a lot of money internationally.
And also, what is it? Does anybody actually know what the Clinton Foundation does? What do they actually do?
Well, it'll never get reported on when most of their operations are outside of the country. Most journalistic operations don't have the funds.
It's a money laundering scheme. Just
No,
like their so-called speeches.
I know that, AP. I was asking if anybody actually is like, so anybody who's actually like a Democrat on the stream here or in the chat, like, does anybody actually know what the Clinton Foundation does? They get hundreds of millions of dollars, but
well, let a Democrat answer. No, I don't know. I don't know what the Clinton Foundation does, but I hope they're as successful as Jared Kushner.
Do you not know?
Hold on. Years ago, I had a migrant, not a migrant, I'm sorry, a Haitian tenant. His name was Weber. I've never forget him. And he hated Hillary Clinton like nobody's business. And I didn't understand the time, like, why the hell you hate her? Isn't she down there helping your people? And he said, man, all they doing is stealing from us. They got us lined up in lines waiting for shit while they steal everything. And I don't know what minerals or natural resources that Haiti has, but whatever they have, and I think their brother, their Roger, someone was accused of taking things. So I don't know much about it, so I don't want to speak on it. But I know the anger that he had for the Clintons. And I've read some scandals over the years. I've seen Wycliffe, who I think Wycliffe just got sentenced to prison right here in D.C. For stealing money or donating money to Obama. I don't know if you guys know about that.
It was. I thought it was Ross Perez.
One of them niggas. Oh, dude, I got that nigga confused, but I was right about this. Somebody going to prison.
One of the few.
Obama, right? Somebody going to prison for donating to Obama. Is that correct? That's correct. That part is correct. Is that right?
Yeah, you're right, bro.
But anyway, so back to this. Oh, Stanley, let me show you something. You know, I've been harping all along about the unseen and things like that. And I told you this by Frederick Bastiat. He's a French economist, long time in the 1700s. Right? And so when people talk to me all the time, and I've been harping about this for a very long time, that these rents and these housing prices, no matter what the interest rates, Master Kim comes on and talks about all the time, but the interest rates are so high. I said, man, it doesn't matter. I'm sitting here telling you why it doesn't matter. Look at this. Let me see if I can share my screen. This is my Facebook account. And I'm just going to scroll down. I scroll too fast. I don't even know what the cursor is. Let me see if I can minimize the screen just a little bit. So I can see my cursor, the scroll bar. And I'm going to, there it is. Look at this. Man, I got so many people calling me, I don't even read the messages. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That, my friend, is the unseen. Someone said, I need to zoom out. Okay, zoom out. Zoom out. Can y'all see that on the screen there? Let me know if you can see that.
Yeah, we can see it. I can see it.
Yeah, you did. You zoomed out. Now we need you to zoom in, John.
Give me 1 second. I'm zooming now.
You trying to show us the text or the picture?
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I don't know why it's not zooming here. Let me see. Oh, wait. Let's see. Let's see.
He's trying to show us who we can hit up when we go to DC.
Can y'all see this screen right here? You see where my mouse is right here? Can you see
I'm not
this?
going to that goddamn cesspool.
Can you see where my mouse is right here?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You guys see that, right? And look at this. This is the people that write me day after this. I don't even read them, man. And I guess I get so much demand. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I don't even read them, man. And that's just one from one platform. That is the unseen. What I keep talking about. No, it's not 3 bed, 1 bed. This is how the Facebook shows that it's 1 bed. Sometimes, but there's so many people. There's so many people. And Ross says it's hard to read. I'll show it again. But there's so many people that are looking for places to live, and they're having to compete with people that shouldn't even be here. And that is the point that I'm hammering home, is that at this point in time, your cities are now
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, you'll have to help me out here. How are the people who shouldn't be here? Are they all trying to? That's a property that you have that you're advertising, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you saying that people who shouldn't be here are competing for your property?
Yeah, I'm saying that too. I'm also
Did
saying
you just slip up and say
How
Trump?
so?
Did you just say Trump, Stanley?
No, I said how so.
It's going to be very difficult for me to explain this. I'm going to see if I can try it again.
Well, I mean, you don't. It can be done at another time. I'm just curious how.
It's fine. It's fine. I want to do it now. So you look at all this demand that I showed you, and you factor in that these people are now competing with people that are now in this country with government money in their pockets. You think the people want to live at the shelters? Do you want me to show you a picture of the shelter? You think the people that are living in the shelters that are getting government money are going to be content with living in those government shelters? Hell no. They're going to go out into the rental market and they're going to.
Well, yeah, but there are more criteria than just having the money to rent a place. I mean, don't you do background checks and all that sort of stuff?
No. I don't do any
Oh,
background.
Really?
No.
I thought credit checks and all that.
Honestly, I don't know if I've ever done one.
Really? Okay.
As a landlord myself, my mother, my father, never. You got to be a judge, people. Hell, the governments, as I keep trying to tell people, are so aligned against the regular man. I can't even see if they've been evicted.
But you can do a credit check, can't you?
Okay.
And Stanley, this is another thing that a lot of people don't realize. Do you know that the real reason a lot of times these migrants are not going to go anywhere either, and they're going to get housing, they're going to get cars and all kinds of other things, is because other immigrants here who will rent to them without any background checks, without anything. And they've been
Right.
doing
Well,
it for
if
years.
it's somebody with the same background, I understand that. But I'm talking John's property in particular.
No. Even for jobs, do you know that there are Chinese companies that are having that bringing these people here as well to work in the restaurant industry? I've seen posters where advertisements for that.
AP, hold on for a second.
We went far afield from John's specific property.
Well, my point being, Sally, I'm just showing you the demand. That's one side. That's the side. That's the side that no one sees, right? Like, if I didn't show you that, you only have my word as proof, and you can say, "Well,
I could believe it. A DC property, seat of government, tons of people wanting to live there. I could see that.
And John,
well, not just that, but hey, you got to realize people don't bring this fact up, but 6 in 10 black men have a high school diploma or less. Who do you think is competing for those same economic opportunities? The same people you're bringing
We're
in.
talking John's property.
That's my point. But the thing is without a job, you're not going to have property. You're not going to be able to obtain property.
But those people, I'm assuming the people wanting John's property have the money to do it.
But listen, John isn't offering.
Sure, but is it a job or is it government
example. The issue is that he's going to have less and less black tenants because they're not going to have jobs to be able to pay rent.
Hold on, guys.
Listen. You're never going to be able to make an argument making it up as you go along.
John,
All
I
right,
mean
hold on.
Stanley, nobody's making it up. One thing you're missing too.
Okay,
John,
we're talking John's property, and all of a sudden we're talking 6 and 10 black people.
Stanley. AP was talking. Come on.
So Stanley, I mean, so John, would you have 20 people live or 10 people living in one room or 2 rooms in your apartment?
I wouldn't do it. I'd be afraid to do it because of the law.
But this is the thing that Stanley doesn't get. Other immigrant landlords, they don't care as long as they pay. Like you were talking about last week, and I'm so glad you brought it up, how they will sleep in rotation. They will have like one room and it will be divided up so that many men can sleep there and they all will be paying rent. And as far as, and it goes back a little to what you were talking about earlier with Master Kim, how the immigrants look out for each other. They loan each other money. How do you think a lot of them are getting their cars?
Why would you also not think that the elite in this country would rather have a more pliable, compliant population who is used to having much less than black people do here? So why not bring them in so that the rich people can keep more of what they want?
And they don't
Hold on. AP, you know I'll come back to you at all points.
Yeah.
I want to point out something here. I asked CT to do this show about this. And this is some real shit here. If I did this to somebody, if I did this, they put me in prison. You'd be reading about me in prison right now. John Galt put 40 migrants in a cellar with no windows, no ventilation. Created a fire hazard for these people. They profiled this man and heralded him as some kind of savior for his people. Look at all these double bunk beds. I'm telling you now, man, if I did this, you'd be reading about me in the New York Post. Greedy ass landlord. Put a whole bunch of people's lives at risk. But not only did he do this, he went on to be profiled with a suit on, rent him a whole damn house. To do it again.
I wonder what the fire code. I wonder what the fire code is at.
Hold on for 1 minute. He brought them people into a middle class neighborhood and brought 10, 15 damn people. That was intent. He announced it on the news. I had done that. If I had done that, they'd have had the inspectors over there.
And that's another thing.
I'm gonna tell y'all a story. Hold on.
Another thing.
This
is argument by what about
don't make me mute you because I don't like doing that. So listen, a couple weeks ago, I'm gonna tell you some inside baseball shit. I had some fucking big fat black dreadlock head ass nigga walk up to my house talking about he want to do an inspection. Some motherfucker called the police, called the damn government on me. So some fat black ass dreadlock nigga want to come in my house and inspect some shit. A house that nigga probably can never afford or fix his house up to look halfway as good. You've seen the pictures of my house, so you know I ain't bullshit. And so I said to the nigga, like, you not coming in here. You ought to be shaming yourself for coming around here at a house that you can't even afford. Some government nigga done sent you out here. This your job, nigga? This your job? To come out here and critique me? This the only damn thing you can do. And this is what I keep talking about. You got a lot of blacks who can't make a living. So the government trained these monkeys up to go out and do shit. Write tickets on cars. Look at somebody and see some damn paint peeling as if some intelligent person with sense is going to eat the damn paint. And so I got to the court and I said, hey, nigga, what your house look like? You want to criticize what I did? What does your house look like? You out here criticizing me, writing up all this shit about what the hell I need to do for you seen from the outside, because I ain't let the nigga in. But he want to come and criticize me. And that's, but this migrant, let me pull the picture
That sent you over the edge, John.
Hey, man, I had to defend myself. But the migrant, right? The damn migrant, right? He can do this. And nobody will say a word. They're putting him on the news and make him a damn hero. And he can come out into your neighborhood and do some shit that you can't do. the hell is that fair? How the hell is that fair? This is what I'm saying. The government is working against all of us, not just me, not just you. It's working against all of us because the rules are different. I've shown you niggas outside. Man, where is this picture? It's niggas outside in New York cutting hair on the sidewalk. And I remember hearing blacks in cities like Atlanta and New York moaning because now they got to get a barber's license. And today you can cut hair on the sidewalk and the government won't say shit because it's the migrants and the rules are different for them. How the hell is that fair? How the hell can anyone defend this shit? Anyway,
John, it's not about defending it. It's that this is what people want. People, especially white people in this country, are self emasculating and are willing to self-destruct if they can be convinced that they're good people. This is what I'm saying, John. It's this whole issue. I know you guys don't like to hear about it, but all of this just goes back to a lack of the presence of the divine in our society. Because if you don't need to be convinced by doing stupid shit that you're a good person because you've been dictated what a good person is, you wouldn't do things that are innately self-destructive and self-harmful. These people want so badly to feel like a good person, but yet don't want God in their lives. So they'll go around and do and support whatever instantaneous feeling of dopamine hit that gives it that they get from whatever they're doing, and they'll just keep doing that until their own destruction. Look at Europe. Look at France last night. Look at England. They're all going to destroy themselves because they're godless heathens, but that innately human beings still have the longing to appeal to God.
Someone Google the Camp of the Saints if you've never heard the book. I'm going to pull it up here before I go.
But you have to ask, John, literally ask yourself, what is every answer of why people do these things? They do it because it's good. It's a good thing to do. It's a good thing. But they don't know what good is, John.
And Imperious, when you bring up the fact that these people, when they do this, that they are sacrificing their children on the altar of their feel-goodness, is what I call it. They look at you like you're crazy.
Well, it's no different from another Satanist. Satanists have put their kids on altars to worship Satan from beyond eternity, from back from the idol of Baal to abortion today. It's no different. People will kill. People would if it made them if a human being knew that it would make them a good person in the view of every other person, they'd nuke the entire world.
And what is happening with the housing, what is happening with migration, it is happening in all sectors. Never forget the technology sector. They did the same thing. They are doing it in healthcare. They're doing it in higher education, all of those things. So when people who are not able to compete at the higher levels, as we see with Blacks, they're going to be left at the bottom and they are going to lose their position. That's the bottom line. And no matter how much you talk to them about it, they don't want to hear it. They can't accept it. And even when you talk to fellow whites and tell them what is going on in this country, we're making ourselves into a fourth world nation. No other nation of color would do that, would sacrifice their kids like that, like whites do.
But they're nice. But everyone speaks really nicely. That's what matters. There's nice words said.
And I have to tell them that they speak nice to white people in front of their face, but behind your backs, they don't feel that way about you. And the reason I know this is because they talk to me. And I've been among the circles, not just of the Blacks, but of the Asians, the Arabs, and the others. I'm telling you, whites do not know how these people really feel about you until they think that you think that they feel or think when they see you, if you're able, because most people don't know what I am. So they are open and honest and talk to me. And I tell whites all the time, these people are not your friend.
AP, have you ever heard of the book The Camp of the Saints?
No, I have not.
Let me put it up on the screen here. Let me know if you guys can see this. I'll maximize it.
They don't have the same Democrat principles. And when I mean by Democrat, I'm not talking about the Democrat Party. I'm talking about the way whites feel about letting people speak, freedom of speech. They don't have concepts of that.
Well, that's my point. The thing is a open society, a democracy, will innately be destroyed because it's an open society. It lets outside influences be infiltrated. You in China, if a message is there that they don't want, they cut it off. They kill the people that make it, and all information is restricted. But in our democracy, you got to hear from people. You got to have speech. People get to talk, and ideas are formed. Again, this is the whole failure of democracy from the beginning.
China has it right.
Hold on, Stanley. Before you jump in, and we'll talk about China in a minute. AP, what do you think about this? Imperius, what do you think about this? Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, there's actually another. It's I'll try to remember, but it's a two named theory, and it talks.
Put it in the back chat, Imperius, and tell me what you think about this.
Well, but hold on. What I'm talking.
Oh, your mic is low, Imperius.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
You're really low.
Okay. Hello.
We're gonna let AP chime in while Imperius is getting the mic together. AP, go ahead. What do you think about this? You read this?
No, I have not. I admit I have not read this. I'm trying to read it on the screen. I'm looking at it on. But it sounds like his writings is very similar to the British, the guy who I think he was one time ran for Prime Minister of Great Britain. You know who I'm talking about. And they condemned him as being a racist, but every single thing that he predicted has come true.
Yeah, in this book right here, it's a fictional account where it depicts the destruction of Western civilization through third world mass immigration to France and the Western world. It became popular when Steve Bannon was coming into the White House working with Donald Trump. But in the book, it depicted some of the same things that we're seeing here. Is that like the people saw what was going on, and many of the women in particular were like, "Oh, look at the babies, how cute they are! Look at the women, they need help." And eventually, the men that came along with them just overran them.
But John, this is just a one prong of what I was trying to. Can you hear me better now? By the way.
Yeah, we can hear you better. Yeah.
Okay. This is just. Hold on. God damn it. This is part of a larger program. It's a two named theory on what it was discovered and identified back in the 60s and 70s. And what it does is you destroy the population and the society from attacking from so many angles that the population becomes disoriented and becomes oblivious to the problems because there's so many they can't focus on one specific issue. So yes, you have immigration, but then at the same time you have war. At the same time you have inflation. At the same time you have social destruction. At the same time you have racial and sexual destabilization. At the same time you have educational destabilization.
I think you're talking about cloud pivot, right? You're talking about cloud pivot?
Yeah, there you go. The cloud pivot strategy. Yes, you attack, and this is just one of the prongs of that attack. Immigration is just one act of it. Because you can have immigration, but you need to have inflation to spend all the money to enrich the rich people so that the poor people, once normal citizens will become poor and have to become the indentured slaves for the new people that are coming in. Everything's connected. It's a multi-pronged strategy.
Can you guys see that this is the cloud pivot that Imperius is referring to here? The cloud pivot, I think it came out of Chicago, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of the socialists, hell, Emmett Till and who else came out of Chicago. And so this is the cloud pivot strategy. I think it was designed to tell all the blacks if they get on welfare at one time, it'll collapse the system. And I think that's what it was all about there. That's very interesting. I want to do
Well, and the real disgusting thing about it is, John, if every black tomorrow just said, we're giving up, whites, everyone paid for us, or we're just going to sit here and cry, all the whites will sit there and go, oh, we can't have them cry. We live in a beautiful world. I'm in my beautiful neighborhood. I've never cried. We can't have blacks
So
cry.
you're saying that white people in America are too nice?
Yes, absolutely. They're
Oh my Lord.
self-destructive because what they want to do is they say, we're going to sit there and we're going to impose morality without having morality, and we're going to do it by what makes us feel good.
You know
So
what?
if I have to
almost turning me into a populist. Maybe we just need to get rid of rich people.
Well, it's not rich people, it's
Well, you're
productive
one of
people.
them, right?
No, but productive people deserve to be rich.
Hey, hold on, Pierce. Let me. I want to respond to King Shinard. King Shinard said, "Where was the energy? Where was this energy when European mass immigration was sanctioned and encouraged?" You know, man, you got to be honest.
It was. We wanted to kill all the Irish that were coming here.
That is correct. And the second thing is, like, you
And
may have a
nobody
better.
wanted the Eastern Europeans coming here or the Jews.
We don't want them coming here now. You got 500,000 Ukrainians going to be coming here pretty soon. I don't want them.
And what people don't realize, do you know how they're releasing criminals from their prison system to fight in the so-called war that they have over there? Both Russia and Ukraine is doing this. Where the hell do you think those men are going to wind up?
Well, a lot of those men are going to end up on the battlefields. I'll tell you what. I have
And ones who survive are going to wind up here.
Yeah, you know, I'll tell you a funny story, which is very interesting. A while back, and I've told this story maybe on CT's channel, but if you haven't heard it, I'll tell it again. I had a Nigerian guy stay at one of my Airbnbs or whatever, and he came here from Nigeria to study the American prison system. You're going to make me look it up and see if there was a conference.
Hey, John, I got to take off. I'm going to go work out. Portia, my love, it's good to see you.
So he came here. This is the conference that he came to. I'll show it to you right here. So you know I'm not lying to you. I have no reason to lie to you. And so this is the conference that he came to. Okay, you can see my screen. Here's the conference. You see this? Let me maximize it. I'm pretty sure this was the conference that he came to. You see this? International Corrections and Prisons Association. Does everyone see that? Can everyone see that? Let me know if you can see that or not. So anyway, can everyone see that, by the way? Yay, nay.
Yeah, we see it, John.
I can see it.
All right. And people in the chat, you can see it. Okay. So I had this Nigerian guy. He stayed in my Airbnb for this conference. Let's see when the conference was. January 4th through the 7th. And hey, DJ MFB, if you can join, man, I've been meaning to call you. I've just been a little busy, but I'm definitely interested in what we talked about earlier. I think it'll be great, man. Like, I'm trying to think of a good name of it. I'll think of it before the show's over. But so anyway, so this Nigerian came to stay at my house. Somebody's eating like chips or something. So this Nigerian came to my house, and what he said was, "There's no way we can introduce into America into Nigeria what you guys are doing here." The people, somebody's eating. Do I need to put you on mute? Who's eating? Oh, that's AP. So the Nigerian, as he was leaving my house, I talked to him. He said, "Yeah, I was here for a prison conference. There's no way we could do what you guys do in America. The people will have a revolt. We can't treat our prisoners, the people who've committed crimes on regular citizens, this well. If we did, we'd have a revolt among the regular citizens who aren't eating that well, who aren't living that well." And so he just found America to be kind of absurd in a sense in how well they treat their prisoners. And that is what this conference was about. It was a westernized conference where they sent some African representatives to learn from America. Look where it was. And this is why he was staying in Southeast DC, because it's close to the Gaylord National Harbor. You can see that, right? And so you know I'm not lying. And so anyway, so the guy came away like, "Man, you guys are crazy as hell if you think we can do these kind of things in your prison, in our prisons in Nigeria." And I think that, you know, in America, things are going to have to be a lot harder. I've been to Africa, man. regular people say, you better not do that. You don't want to go to prison here. Am I not letting people talk? You guys want to talk? Go ahead and talk. Someone, who is this? Righteous Muffin. Righteous Muffin, yeah, I've given you wide latitude. Are you still here? He stepped away. But Righteous Latitude, when you come, Righteous Muffin, when you come back, I'll give you a wide latitude to talk. Anyway, go ahead, AP. AP, are you still
But
here?
that is true. Yeah, still here. That's true. Because if you look at how they, like for instance, Norway and Iceland, they run their prisons. We can run our prisons here in America like that either. Do you know that they're allowed to go on weekends? They go home for certain crimes, and then they come back to report back to prison. How long do you think they will last here in the United States?
That wouldn't last very long.
Some, and I think I'm not sure whether it's Norway or Iceland, one of their prisons, it's open. They walk around, they play games. They're in a prison, they can't leave, but they're allowed to walk around. The cells are open. We can have that here. And I think that, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was going to tell Righteous Muffin to come back on the panel. I'll let him talk. I'll give him 2 minutes to just go and say what he got to say, but go ahead.
And I would like to say too, it's not just the people of color are a problem, but you also have to look at a lot of people here in America, period, of all races, that we've allowed. Our criminal justice system has never been a real criminal justice system. You look at, especially when it comes to sex offenders, they have a lot of them that have been multiple offenses, and then later on they graduate to murder. So when people talk about the criminal justice system, it's been unfair and it's innocent people get put away. That may be for a few cases, but I think the American justice system has always been very slack.
AP, do you think anyone else on the panel want to answer? Do you think that this has been kind of another way to subvert us in that we've made the prisons not harsh enough?
I would say so. I mean,
hell yeah. I came up here because you guys were talking about prisons, African prison systems.
Meeting at 4, so I'm gonna turn you down.
I don't know who that is.
Can you hear
Go
me
ahead,
now?
Garen. I'm interested in hearing your point of view. You're an African.
Yeah. Rwanda, my country, has one of the highest prison populations out of all African countries. And I'm going to tell you this now. When it comes to lowering the crime rate or keeping it down, at least when it comes to us, you got to prosecute these niggas differently. You got to, John. Nigeria also has problems with its prisons because their prisons have slowly become more westernized. So, and a lot of prisoners have not been either prosecuted thoroughly or are just going roundabout, similar to how it is in America, where excuse me, where they just go all like, maybe we don't have to prosecute these little nigga kids who are going around stealing cars, because they do that in Nigeria too. But it's not cars, it's more like it's those stupid little moped scooters. That's been happening a lot recently. And they don't prosecute them fully because a lot of these countries are starting to take the Western model because they think it's successful. It just isn't.
Do you think they think
I have a customer that the what John?
No, go ahead. It's all yours.
Yeah, Russia, you're good.
I have a customer that's a judge, and since 2019, he was telling me that there's been a backlog on everything, and so I got to talking to him when I seen him over the weekend. I was like, "Hey, did you guys catch up on your backlog X, Y, and Z?" He's like, "Yeah, we caught up, and crime is down." And I was like, "Oh, crime is down?" I was like, "Isn't there a police shortage?" And he was like, "Yeah, there's a police shortage." I was like, "There's a certain area in Baltimore City that's not being patrolled at all at night." And he was like, yeah, that's right. And I was like, "Okay, cool, but crime is down, or is it just not being reported?" I didn't want to like press him too hard, but I mean, we kind of got to ask ourselves, like, is this stuff just not being recorded? You know what I mean? Are they just putting this to the side?
We got we got Righteous up here, and I want to give him a chance to speak. I read your comments in the chat, Righteous. And I'm really sorry about that. You know, I like your opinion. You're like a blue collar guy, white guy, so it's always interesting to hear your opinion. So, what you got for me, Solid? For Righteous?
Well, no, I mean, John, like you know, like I said, man, I'm not trying to be rude. This is your channel and everything like that. The truth is like I dropped off because we've jumped from topic to topic, and you've shared so many different stories that like I don't even really know what it is that we were supposed to be trying to discuss. That was the only thing, man. And it was just one of those things where you know, Stanley's trying to jump in, AP's trying to jump in, and Pierce is trying to jump in. You know, people are trying to jump in, but you keep jumping from story to story. So I just don't even know what we're trying to discuss right now. And that's not, you know, I'm not trying to be rude. I was really offering constructive criticism.
Yeah,
like, even right now, I literally don't know what topic it is that we're trying to discuss.
I really appreciate that. I'm glad you said that because my mind does jump from topic to topic. I started off with the migration, and I did kind of veer away from that.
Right. Yeah, we went from the Biden thing to the migration thing, then to the housing thing, then and again, not to be rude, but then we went to your you know, your Jesus, I can't think of the word. It's an A word of when it's just someone's personal stories about something that's happening. You know, and it just, you know, just people don't have the chance to jump in and discuss things. And even though I vehemently disagree with Stanley, you know, he's tried to jump in several times and say some things, and you know, you keep cutting him off and saying that, like, well, let me tell you a story. Well, and you know, and then the story goes for the next 15 minutes. So, like I said, it's like we're jumping all over the place and not staying onto one topic long enough for anybody else to discuss anything. That's all, man.
I do agree with you, and I'm glad you get a critique here because I'll try my best to incorporate what you're saying into the chat because, you know, I want it to be everyone to be able to, you know, point of view and then hear from all sides. Let's go back to the migration article. I want to hear your opinion about it. You're a blue collar guy, if I remember your pictures in a van or something. Is that right?
Yeah. I remove mold, asbestos, and lead-based paint from people's houses and businesses.
Are you being impacted by the migration?
Because I currently work for a small business, no. Because the other thing is because of what I do, it's a very niche market. You have to have certifications. You have to have certain licenses to be into this business and everything like that. And now I will say that the workforce, the people, you know, so the actual main people who do the work, yes, they are mostly Hispanics who don't speak any English at all. I actually had to learn quite a bit of Spanish just to be able to get a job done as the supervisor on site.
But those hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I want to expound on this. You had to learn a foreign language just to work here in America to effectively or productively?
Yep. Yeah. So I could actually have people who do this job because the job that I do is so physically demanding, and everything like that there is a lack of people who want to do the job.
So who does the job?
Like I said, it's mostly Hispanics who don't really speak English.
Do you ever fear you would be replaced by a Hispanic man who speaks Hispanic fluently and gets along better with the Hispanic workers? Pay that comment no attention. Go ahead.
I didn't read it, so I mean, look, of course, there's always the possibility. But for some of the job that I do, for some of the certifications that I have to do my job, the testing is only done in English. So they would have to have at least a baseline knowledge of English.
Let me ask you this question. I'm not interrupting you, but I have a terrible memory. Is that okay, Righteous Muffin? Because I want to have a back and forth with you, but if I let you go too far, I'll forget exactly what I was talking about.
No worries, man.
All right, so
and just so you know, John, I didn't make those statements so I could come up here and control the panel. That was not my intentions.
No, we can go down this road because I'm going to get back to the article in just 1 second. But Stanley and I, we kind of have like a back and forth about like the unseen cost of immigration. And so I want to ask you, do you think that your employer will one day find a Latino or Spanish speaking immigrant and say, hey, Righteous is a good guy and all, but he's costly now. He can't really communicate with the people that work for him the way that a Spanish guy can, and you'll be under pressure in the workforce.
Not so much for me, because I was very fortunate in that my brother is the one who started the business that I work for, so I'm a little insulated in that right now.
Because your brother is your employer. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you think you would face some pressures if your brother wasn't your employee and just been a random stranger that you work for?
Oh, absolutely, no doubt. Yeah. There's not a question in my mind. Because I've also done the here recently, because I might be going to the other side of my business, which is being an inspector for this type of work, mold, asbestos, and that sort of stuff. And I was an inspector for a different asbestos abatement contractor. The supervisor is Hispanic. All of his workers, they're from Venezuela, Cuba, Dominican Republic, all this sort of stuff. So yeah. I mean, no, if my brother wasn't my boss, then yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Rice,
because I've seen it in other companies as well as. Sorry, real quick.
Hold on. I want you to answer the question, but you said something. I want you to specify. You've seen it. What is it in other companies?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm trying to move into the other side of the business, which is being an inspector. So once you get done removing asbestos, mold, lead-based paint from someone's house, there needs to be an inspector to come in to collect samples, check the job site, and that sort of stuff to make sure that it's free of asbestos and people did their job and everything like that. That is still going to be predominantly dominated by Native people who are native to America.
Why do you think that?
American citizens.
Why do you think that?
Well, because of the certifications and education that's involved, and the paperwork. It mostly has to do with the paperwork that has to be involved with it. So when you're doing an inspection or a clearance for, and look, I've been on some military bases. I've been on some aerospace science buildings and that sort of stuff, healthcare facilities. The thing is once we get done doing the actual removal of asbestos, mold, lead-based paint, whatever it is, and someone comes in to check it and give us an inspection and collect air samples, the reports that go to those businesses, homeowners, people, whoever they are, they have to be in English because we're a majority English country. And so you have to understand English to be able to put these reports together, read the lab results, and all that sort of stuff.
Let me ask you this question. Do you have to learn Spanish to just do your job as it is right now?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I did. I had to pick up Spanish so I could communicate with my workers. For some of it, I use Google Translate. For some of it, my bit of high school Spanish paid off, and then I did Babbel for a little bit to try and learn more. Then I picked up Spanish from my actual workers, because the thing is like when you have Hispanic people, they could be from, like, my workers were from Cuba, so you got people from Cuba. Their dialect and some of the words, it's the same word, but it means something different in Cuba than it does in Mexico and Guatemala, El Salvador, these other Hispanic places.
Can you see what's on the screen here right now?
Notice to vacate must be served in English and Spanish. Yeah.
If you want to evict someone,
That's retarded.
Well,
I apologize. I don't know if I can say that on your stream.
I don't know if you know, but what I guess what I'm saying to you is that, like, you say all these certification and paperwork has to be in English. Could you foresee a day where it could be in English and Spanish?
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah, that's the way we're moving, and it's further proof of the decline of our country, because look, before at least some sort of assimilation was you come over to America and you learn English, you believe in the Constitution, you learn that sort of stuff. Now we're not even doing that. Now you don't even have to learn our language. And don't get me wrong, like as Americans, we're very insulated from the rest of the world because most other countries have to learn English to do business with Americans because we don't have a good education system. But over in most other countries, they learn at least a second or third language. But that doesn't mean that when immigrants move in, you learn their language and you change your government websites and you change your government paperwork to fit the needs of those people. There are some, sure, those are mostly westernized countries, but the majority of them say you either learn our language or, oh well.
Have you ever been to Europe?
I had one trip in Austria a few years ago.
I was in Europe one time, right? And one of the reasons that people speak all these different languages, one of the reasons, not all, is because let's say if you're in, I don't know, and I guess it was France or whatever, and you may have some people there from Germany. You may have some people there from, I don't know, Italy. So you may speak all of those languages because, there's a proximity there and things like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I met anyone there that spoke Spanish because, Spain is a ways away from the places that I were in. The people from Spain weren't immigrating
Sure.
to Germany.
It's also a respect thing. Like if you're going to be a tourist and you're going to go visit someone else's country, okay, and you're going to be a part of their culture and everything like that, then as you, the outsider coming into that country, the onus is on you to respect their culture, their customs, and their language. And that's not to say that you need to become fluent in their language necessarily, but
so I think the difference between, say, Europe, where you speak about people having to speak multiple languages, and the difference here is that you're going to have to learn how to speak multiple languages, as you did, to maintain your living. Does that make sense?
yeah, but that's not why it's done in those other countries.
Right.
It's not the same way. Yeah, they're not learning those other languages because they're trying to integrate the people, the immigrants moving in. That's not why they did it. It's actually learning another language or learning several languages helps a lot when it comes to intelligence, and that sort of stuff. Being able to learn several languages.
How did you feel about having to learn Spanish just to deal with people at your job?
Yeah, very pissed off. I'm not nearly as angry of a person as I used to be 10 years ago when I first started doing this. I was extremely angry because I was the supervisor and also working harder than any of the workers on my job site, because I try to tell them to do something in English and they just look at me and say, well, I don't understand what you're telling me to do, and then I have to fucking do it myself anyways. So I used to be a very angry person about it. And then unfortunately, it's one of those things where you get black-pilled. You realize that I guess this is just the way that the country is going. And so I have to acquiesce and learn. I have to learn some of the language, at least enough to get by.
So when I show you this article about money going to migrants and things like that, well, before I show you this article and ask you your opinion, how much do you make a year, Muffin? If you don't mind me asking.
I told you before. I make like gross. I think gross. I make about 55,000 a year.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You were the guy Be Brave and I were talking about, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I remember now. All right.
Yeah.
Let me share this article with you, and I want to get your opinion about this. When you see this level of money being given to not even American citizens, and you are a white man that's being forced to learn a different language.
I don't even need to see it to be. I don't even need to see it to be mad, John. I'm mad.
Hey man, I ain't. Hey, listen. You think I'm done with this? Listen. Before I'm done, I want to zero in on this company right here. Can you guys see that? Can you guys see that Mocha-Fi? I got that served up next because all night long I was reading about it. Not all night, but I read about this for maybe an hour or two. Because my general theme is that, like, the average American citizen is being basically preyed against by his own government. And when I show you these two articles, and maybe I'll even go deeper if I feel like it, we're 5 hours in. So it just depends. Maybe I'll do it for another stream. But when I show you these things, it should make the average American angry. And I'm not trying to make you angry. I think that there are ways to get around it, or at least try to swim upstream a little bit faster. But your government is against you. There's no other way to put it.
Yep.
Look at this here. Look at this here. Mocha-Fi, a company co-founded by an Adams supporter to distribute a potentially open-ended amount of money above $150 million to migrants staying at city hotels. These are not even hotels anymore because you can't stay there. You can't book them anymore. They've taken the sign down. I've shown you that. They've taken the sign down and they've turned themselves into migrant housing.
Right.
How many people saw that stream that where I showed that Get Crack? You in the chat? If Get Crack is in the chat, that housing in China, the housing in China where
John, I was there, man.
you saw it. Yeah, so it was housing in China where they had these people all walled off in one big ass building, big ass buildings, where everything was compacted there like a 15-minute city. Anyone ever heard that term before? 15-minute city.
Yeah. That video was put out by the UN or something like that. Like they want to build 15-minute cities. Like it's literally just like a. It wasn't the UN.
It was. I was gonna say it was the EU, but then the UN picked it up.
Okay, but yeah. They literally want to build these 15-minute cities. It's what, like, it's like 1 mile long by like 5 miles wide or something like that. It's a lot smaller than that, but it's basically one gigantic rectangle building up, and they want to build it out in the desert so that people never have to leave. Everything that they could want or need. Yeah. That's exactly that's what I'm talking about. The video that was shown.
Yeah, I remember that.
Get Crack, can you put where's Get Crack here? Get Crack, can you put that link in the chat about that housing, that city in China that we showed on our stream the other day?
John, what about that giant tower?
I have a quick question for Muffin. Muffin, I put in the chat.
I'm sure you do, Stanley.
Give it to him. Go ahead, Muffin.
How long have immigrants been working at your company? And what I'm getting to is, did they take black jobs?
That's an interesting question, Muffin.
Yeah.
Hey, Muffin, hold on. Before you answer that question, are they illegal and did your brother hire them? Go ahead.
No, they are not. They are not illegal. Anybody that we had was always legal. If we ever found out that they were illegal, they were booted immediately because, and we did have this happen. So, for instance, 10 years ago, when we were really big and working in some hospitals and that sort of stuff, the thing is like, because of what we do, it's very specialized demolition. It's kind of seasonal work. And so, like, I don't know if you guys know, like, Labor Ready or People Ready. We had the same type of thing for asbestos workers. There are several little outfits and groups of people who basically they have asbestos workers on standby, ready to go to these different asbestos companies. And so that's part of what we were using at the time. And so we were working at a hospital. For some reason, the hospital needed social security numbers of people and that sort of stuff. And then we ended up finding out that some of the people that we had fake social security numbers, and so they were immediately kicked off the job site.
So the only way you found that was because they basically work for the government and they require social security number verification.
Yeah, something like that. It wasn't was it the VA? It might have been a government hospital. I can't quite remember.
I mean,
but the thing is,
all hospitals are government funded by and large. You know, there's some Medicaid.
They might be government funded, but that doesn't mean that they have to have the social security number of everybody who comes on. It could have been I can't remember. It could have been a military base, or I've done several jobs for the VA, and that sort of stuff. So it could have been one of those instances. And then at that point, when they asked for the information, like I said, we were outsourcing labor to an asbestos worker.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's like, so it was like a different company that had certified asbestos workers, and we were outsourcing our labor to bring in workers from their company. And then we found out that some of them, they had fake social security numbers. So yeah, I've had that happen. And once it happened and we found out about it, we immediately kicked them off, because as a small business, we get audited. First of all, we're a small business. Second of all, we do asbestos abatement and removal, which is a very niche industry. So we get audited every single year by the government.
Let me ask you. Let me get back to this article. I want to share this with you.
But wait, what about my question?
Oh yeah. Sorry, Sam. Go right ahead.
Oh, I thought I answered it, sir. What was it?
No, you didn't. The thing Trump brought up about black jobs and immigration. Did you ever have black people working for you, and were Hispanics basically replacements?
Yes and yes, to a degree. So yes, I had several.
So
I had several black workers.
How did the black people lose their jobs?
So you want to know the truth? The black people lost their jobs because the majority of them were lazy, and they didn't show up on time. They always smelled like weed, and that sort of stuff. That's the truth.
Black people lost their jobs because they are unaccountable in the African American community.
Yeah.
We cannot raise a strong economy if we don't depend on each other.
So Stanley, real quick, I'll give you a perfect example. Okay, I had a similar thing happen where we were outsourcing labor to some guys out of Georgia. It was all black people. We were working in a very high profile hospital, and we told the guys from the beginning, look, these are the rules. Okay, we're walking through a hospital and we're working in an area where there are tons of patients around. Don't pay attention to those patients. This is all HIPAA. Don't stare in them. Like don't really talk to people outside of your job and all that sort of stuff. And nonstop, we had the problem of like as we're walking down the hallways of the PCU or the ICU, everybody is doing nothing but peering into everybody's room, looking around and everything like that. And it's just like, guys, we told y'all not to do that shit. Like you can't. We're working in a high-profile hospital. You can't just be doing that.
So
and then, like I said,
they just didn't work out. You had to fire them, and then you wound up.
Hold on. Right, so that every?
That answers my question.
Hold on. Was that every black? It couldn't have been every black period. Shit like that.
For that time period that we used, yes. Later on, so back in 2019, 2020, yeah, we had a crew of about 10 people. The majority of them were all black, and half black and Hispanic. There was like one, maybe two white guys. And then, so we got a call from another abatement company to go do some work down at they wanted to basically pay us for our asbestos workers to go do some work at a military base. So
Are you in the South?
That doesn't matter. So we paid our guys. So we said, okay. So
for the purpose of my question, it does. Maybe are there a lot of black people where you live?
Let him finish, Stanley. Then you can ask question. Go ahead.
Okay. So again, the majority of the crew was black, and we were asked by basically another asbestos abatement company wanted to pay us to use our workers to work on a military base. I was supposed to be the supervisor on site, but I ended up getting the special flu at that time, and so I couldn't go down there and be the supervisor on site. So the other supervisor, who was a black female lesbian, went down there, and they went down to the military base. And when they showed up, the asbestos contractor, the supervisor who was working down there on site, he caught them high as fuck and said, "Your guys can't work here. They're high as fuck." And so he actually stopped our workers from being caught by the military, the MP down there at the military base. And they got kicked off the site. And after a showing like that, we had to get rid of all of them.
So are there any more blacks that work for your brother's company?
No. No, no. Honestly, at this point, because business has been so up and down, I'm the only worker right now. I'm the supervisor and the worker.
Oh, you're the only one. Okay. I think I'll go back to the article, and that's going to lead me to another article. I just want to hear what you guys have to say about this. Let me go back to this article here. And we're going to cover this Mocafy company because, again, I want to hammer home the point to you that there are some forces that really are working against all of us. And you'll see this now. You see that there's a no bid contract. You're going to see that the city hall gave it.
Real quick to on the Jerk's point comment right here. No,
yeah,
he's not lying.
Wait a minute. Let me read it. Most of the blacks Muffin is referring to usually show up late, leave early, miss days, smoke weed, and drink beers at the job. We've already mentioned the smoking weed. They also take shortcuts and steal tools as well. Am I lying, Muffin?
No.
Can you give us some examples of where you're not lying? That you think you're on?
Well. So here's the thing. As far as I know, there was no beers drank on site. We did have tools missing. We did have some tools missing from time to time. That was very minimal, thankfully. But the rest of it is all true. And the thing is because of the industry that we work in, which is very specialized, and everything like that, it's one of those things where like you've got to take the people that you can get.
So you get the people stealing from you. Okay, fair enough. Does that answer your question? I'm the jerk, or if you want to know more, put another chat in the comment here.
And yes, it was one of those things. They're late. They're late every single day. At the end of the day, something pops up, and it's like, oh, I forgot that I had some appointment that I probably should have known about for a week, but I've got to go. Like it happened all the time. Or they were just like, yeah, I'm going to leave for the day. And again, it's one of those things where because of what we do, it's so hard to find people for what we do that you have to take. What is it? A guy I used to work with said that you gotta plow the field with the ox you got.
Say that again.
A Puerto Rican guy I used to work with said that you have to plow the field with the oxen you got.
What do you think about this comment? It's the Mexicans that steal all the tools.
Yeah.
I can
I
vouch for
mean,
that.
like I said, I mean, honestly, we didn't have too much stealing, because we didn't have all that much anyway. So like, if something went missing, like it was really obvious. We bought what we needed when we needed it. So
John,
if it goes up missing, then it's obvious.
What you about to say, Gary?
Oh, I was going to say, John, I was going to vouch for that too. I have a special set of tools on my forklift in order to open up special latches for trucks, and I had one of our Mexican truckers steal my crowbar. So,
damn. King Shenard says most of the black workers work harder than the others.
that's bullshit. Tell that nigga to shut up.
Get fucked, King.
Let me ask you this, right?
I can count on one hand how many black workers that I know that personally work hard and quit within the first 2 days. Tell that nigga to shut up.
Oh, that works harder than anybody else. No, get fucked, bro.
Who are you angry at? The politicians, the blacks, or the migrants?
All of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but look, if you want, like who am I the most angry
How
at?
can you pick one? Oh, I'm sorry, Muffin.
Well, no, you're fine. But honestly, like the people to be the most mad at are the politicians. Like yeah, I could be mad at black people, but it's kind of like, with the way that I think about things, it might be part of their nature. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's absolutely the politicians' fault for allowing this to happen, for lowering standards. Everywhere we go, what have we done? We have lowered the standards to be able to accept more diversity because it's our quote unquote strength. If you have to lower the standards, diversity is not our fucking strength. It's really that easy.
Someone wants to respond to you, and Pierce. I don't.
Yeah.
I can understand why you might be angry or something like that, but I was once asked years ago, what do you expect from a $10 an hour associate? Okay, obviously your industry doesn't attract, the best and the brightest. Sometimes you also are free to choose the type of business you do. So I don't happen to see it the same way as a lot of people in the audience and on this panel. I don't blame blacks. Hey, it's your industry. You don't attract the best workers, white, black, or indifferent. It's your business. You have to live with it. You're free to choose another business. You're free to do another business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all of the white workers that I've had blow the blacks out of the water.
Did you just say had as in the past tense? Because obviously they're not there now.
John, we're starting to get off topic, man. You gotta course correct, man.
Yeah.
Hold on. Say it one more time, Gary. I didn't hear what you said.
I said we're starting to get off topic with all these Stanley questions. This is what Muffin was talking about earlier.
Well,
shut up, King.
Oh God, you're here.
Yeah, who said that?
I didn't hear you, Gary.
Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat.
It's fine. I don't really care.
All right, let's
get back. Well, I mean, I don't expect you to care, but I totally see it a different way, as you would expect.
I was about to say I expect you to, Stanley. You see things. See things from one lens. Obviously, you've never been in my position, so you wouldn't understand my perspective.
You are absolutely right. I have never been in your position. That much is true.
All right, so let's look back at this article. In late March, City Hall said will launch a scheme with 115 families over 6 weeks, giving each family a full $350 per week. How many black do you think make $350 per week relative to these Hispanics? The pilot grew to 900 families. So from 115 to 900, it's like they boiled the frog slowly. Through late June, the program racked up about $850 $250,000 in cost, but only $648,000 went to the migrants. So who got the other money? That's about that's $200,000. Instead, according to the contract, nearly $200,000 is owed or has been paid in fees to Mocha-Fi. We're going to cover that company shortly. $65,000 for a half-year setup fee, 2 quarterly fees of $62,500, and straight fees for cars, $350 each, and a share of the money given to the migrants. They get a cut of the money given to the migrants. That's a beautiful thing. That's a hell of a business if you can find it, right? You giving out money and you give a cut. You don't have to earn it. You're just a pass-through organization. The CDC.
Right, and
go ahead.
I was going to say real quick, and John, what do you think this does for race relations? Okay, do you think it hurts or helps it when we see when whether they're white or black or legal Hispanics here in this country? It really doesn't matter. But when you see, like for whites and blacks, when they see our government giving all of this money to illegal immigrants, and they're from, and we know they're from like 100 different countries that are coming in: China, Iraq, Afghanistan, the Middle East, all that sort of stuff, Africa, Haiti, everything like that. When we see that our government is giving away all this money willy-nilly to these people, do you think that hurts or helps race relations in this country?
Well, you know my answer. And I think to go back to the other video earlier, the Tommy Sotomayor, I think that is the reason why those people wanted an answer from him. Why that woman said, hey, I deserve an answer. Are you going to vote for Biden? And you heard some of the people saying, you black, you going to vote for Biden or whatever. Like, I truly believe that there's no more fence sitting going to be allowed. And that's what they wanted to know by Tommy Sotomayor. Are you with us or against us? Are you going to go vote for Biden and vote against our best interests so that you can continue to grab? Or you got some racial damn bias that keeps you voting for the shit that's destroying all of us, not just blacks, but whites in general, particularly. And so that's, I think it hurts everyone. And I think it's really going to hurt the racial relations. You asked a question. I told you an example earlier today. The young man that I had here one day. I don't know if you saw that stream, Righteous. It was on CT's channel. And so there were 2 young men here, right behind me. And their mother died, and they eventually ended up in the shelter right around the corner from here. But if you're familiar with the inner cities now, the shelters are being become overrun.
Turned into migrant centers. Yep.
Right.
Including public school systems too.
But the migrants offer more money and a little bit more pliant to deal with than the blacks. And here's what's more interesting that most people don't think about. Who do you think is working in these migrant shelters? I can go show you pictures if you like to see. I went down to the migrant shelter, the Roosevelt Hotel. I've been down to the migrant shelter in DC many times. I pass by there almost every day. And one day I asked the black man, who's doing the security? Who's serving the food in there now? And he said, the migrants are coming in. They're bringing more and more of their people in. At the Roosevelt Hotel, you'll see that mostly Africans, I think, were manning the security at the front door. And these are the things that I think are going to contribute to very serious race problems. When these migrants, they're coming here and they're practicing susu and gay in their countries. Gay and susu are like migrant money lending organizations. They don't have any concept of borrowing from a bank. They'll borrow money from each other. Master Kim talked about it on my show this morning. And that is going to put the blacks at such a distinct disadvantage. And you hear the blacks all the time talking about, well, they must be getting money from the government. It very well could be. But that's what's happening now. But I don't think they have a counter to how the migrants are being set up to basically replace them.
And John, this is happening on all levels too, because it's happening also, especially in the healthcare sector, Once one of them gets a management position, they're going to make sure they get their own people they're hired. They do it in the kitchens, if you notice, in restaurants. They do it in housekeeping services as well. And once again, they also want to do it once more and more of them become landlords. They are not going to rent out to Blacks and other minorities. And what's happening is the Hispanics are more of a coalition than even the Africans. There's some places I used to go to where I saw mostly East Africans there and one or two Hispanics. Before long, Africans are out, Hispanics are in. And they're doing it even in the public school sectors as well. In some states like California and Arizona, they require that you have to speak Spanish in order to get a job in healthcare or in the government sector.
Yeah,
they
you
know
know,
exactly what they're doing.
And nepotism is huge in the Indian community as well.
Yes, and that's why I say when we talk about the illegal immigrants, it's not just them that are a problem, it's the legal ones here too. Because a lot of these Indians that have stores and restaurants, guess who they're hiring to do that cheap labor? They're not going to hire Americans because Americans, you have to be at a certain time, you have to pay minimum wage, they might go on strike. No, they don't want to deal with any of that. They hire these people. A lot of them, East Asians, are landlords. They will give an apartment to these people and they don't mind, like you said, there's 5 or 10 people living in 1 or 2 rooms. That's fine as long as they pay rent. And this is how it affects even in nicer areas. They are busing these people into schools in the suburbs and into apartments in the suburbs. That's where the lie comes in about they need more housing and they need to have more affordable housing. No, they're using these people to come out into suburban areas. And along with that, they're bringing crime.
look at it. Look at this, HP in DC. In one of the, not the most affluent, but in a fairly affluent area, they opened up like a DC, basically a school that caters to the Latinos. And as you see in the schools, this school is going to cater to the Latinos. Can you imagine being one of the few Blacks in the school? They're trying to teach Black History Month or something like that. These people are not going to want to hear that shit. They're going to want to buzz right past it.
John, they've already had race riots in places like LA because they don't want to hear about Martin Luther King. They're
No, I
changing
think
things to Cesar Chavez.
the Latin in the title is just referring to
No, that's the title, but that school is I think I want to see it's either a bilingual school or it's an always Spanish school, and it's in Columbia Heights, DC. Anyone that knows DC, that's very, very Hispanic.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing, is and this is one of the things that I talk about from time to time is look, it's allowed to have an all Black school. It's allowed to have an all Hispanic school. But can you imagine what would happen if there was to try and be an all white school?
No, there's all white schools, bro. Shut up, man.
No, there aren't. Where?
Hate to listen to clowns whine like you, man. Just because you're broken
where
doesn't mean you can't sit up here and blame everybody.
Where?
There's plenty around.
Where?
All the private
Name one.
Set up
Name one. No. That are specifically pro all white. No other ethnicity can join. Tell me where they exist.
Are there any schools that are all Hispanic where no other ethnicity can join?
That's what AP was just talking about.
Requirement, right?
And yes, there are historically Black colleges where only Blacks can join.
And there's HBCUs that became predominantly white.
King Sharad, let me tell you something.
HBCUs are predominantly white.
Ukrainians that are coming here.
Bullshit.
No school.
Search it up, man.
Ukrainian
That's just ignorant.
Hey, Queen Chanel, one at a time. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying, King Shanard, we have a large population of Ukrainian people coming to America. There are also large communities of Polish people. They don't have a school that says, hey, we are Ukrainian or Polish only, that's funded by the federal government. But as we speak, there's a large community of Somali and Arab people that are coming to the community. And guess what? They're going to have a school, a multilingual school. And who do you think it's going to be? It's for them. They don't have to come out and say, hey, we're all Hispanic school or we're all Mexican or whatever. They just say bilingual.
Okay,
That's it.
what's wrong with that?
Can anyone see the screen? I know it's very difficult to see this screen. AP, you're not gonna be able to get through. But let me see if I can show this screen. And Kim Hicks, I wish you would come up here because you're in the New York City public school system. For people that don't see how this diversity is going to play out. Let me see if I can maximize my screen with you. Let me know if you can see this in the chat. I really tell you guys say yes or no because it's an analytics type thing. But if you can see this, if you can read this, say yes. If not, then what I'll do is I'll just read it for you. But I want you to be able to see it just to make sure.
John, just keep it highlighted. That'll be easier.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's what I'm going to do. Let me see what's going on here. All right, so take a look at this right here. This is an article. I can't remember. I don't know where this is from, but it's a publication where it says racial tension heightened noticeably this spring when word spread across the city that Latino gang members were plotting a Cinco de Mayo massacre of blacks in retaliation for a drug ripoff by a black local gang.
All that for a drug ripoff?
Hey man, you never seen Narcos or anything like that? You think
no,
they just
no, I
one
have.
person?
I'm just.
You think these people that come from Mexico and kill a whole bunch of people, they'll say for a crime? You think they just gonna change their ways to come here and be civil?
Why can't niggas be like that, man? Why can't we take out a whole community just
But I
because we
think
got shorted on fent?
What these people they do respect. There is an expectation of honor, even in their criminal class, and these niggas rip them off. And how they determine to get back is a mass shooting of blacks. That's what they do in their country. According to the roommate, Crips gang member had stolen a huge cache of cocaine from Florencia. 13.
Dang.
A plug at 13. Wait a minute. No, hold on. That's a Latino street gang. That's not a child. A Latino street gang in the Jefferson area.
Okay, never mind.
Version spread throughout the internet, sparking such citywide fear that more than 51,000 black children stayed their black ass at home that day. Keep voting for it, black people. Keep voting. Vote harder. You niggas won't even be able to go to school.
Wait, John, hold on. Real question. Did it keep the crime down that day?
It probably increased the crime because the blacks didn't go to school. The blacks didn't go to school that day, so they probably out in the streets all day just committing crime. But this is the diversity. This is what they're going to face, and they're voting for it. Them Mexicans ran their ass up out of school over some shit that happened away from school.
And to all the feminists who are always talking about diversity and equality, in Latin America, they have a horrible record of treating women. They kill women like no tomorrow. That's why when their men come here, they have no problem with kidnapping and raping women. No problem. They do it all the time.
Oh, I'm sorry, AP.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, hey Muffin, could you mute right quick? We're hearing.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I.
Oh no, you're good. I was gonna say that I don't remember who posted it, but I remember in the Discord, someone posted a video of this small little Hispanic gang beating up on a guy. I couldn't tell if it was a guy or a girl or not, but his body was covered in blood. And I believe they used a wooden, what is it? A plank of wood with some nails in it or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So back to this article. I want to get through this article right here. So this is New York City again. The city claims that they're saving money by going through this no bid contract, $600,000 compared to delivering 3 box meals a day. You know how many people will benefit from 3 box meals a day, and the city is giving this to people who don't even belong here. And so their only response to save money is to give direct money to a company called Mocafy. Yes, City Hall is paying $8 for 3 meals a day to a different no bid contract. So there's 2 no bid contracts here under a deal that they concealed for months. I wonder why they concealed it. Twice as much as the $4 per meal that Mocafy debit card recipients get to spend. Yet the city has only just begun a bid process to see how such meals might cost if companies compete for the job. For reference, it costs the city between $4 and $6 per meal to provide takeout school breakfasts and lunches during the 2021 pandemic. Plus, a big part of this comparison relies on a different assumption that migrants with no access to cooking facilities can successfully budget $4 per meal. A real-world example strains that assumption that NYT followed a family of 3 to a downtown bodega where they bought a one-day's lunch for $44. Man, this is truly amazing. I don't even need to read anymore. This is really amazing. Listen to this. Here's some more clearly fraud here. The company that got the no bid contract has applied to the city to pay a Bronx security subcontractor $350,000 for staff and services. But the contract says that the city, not Mocafy, is responsible for the security. So that's just $350 in their pocket. The company doesn't have to maintain security of the cars that will be given to the migrants. So why the need for a Roosevelt subcontractor? And why was this person? Who chose this person and why? Again, this is just graph at this point. The American citizen, the people that live in New York, living in these small 1-bedroom apartments with 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 people, they're being treated worse than the migrants, more or less. Even more to the point, they're being grounded to the ground by these migrants getting everything and causing the price of living to go up tremendously. Again, they're shopping in the same stores, same grocery stores and everything. Anyway, was someone going to say something here?
No, you're good, John.
Here's one final article that I want to show you regarding this migrant crisis. And I think, again, that most people aren't seeing this. So I want to highlight it here. New York polls, if anyone is in New York City, please let us know in the chat. New York City polls fume as migrants keep getting dumped on one borough. It's like the third world. And there's a video. We'll see what it looks like here. You guys that aren't in the inner cities, you'll be amazed at what's going on here. Take a look. Of course, there's an ad going to play. But yeah, so the migrants that seemingly have been moved to large parts of Queens. If you remember, Queens was the area where they turned down the Amazon relocation. Amazon was going to relocate in Queens, and the people said, "Nah, I'd rather not." And it was mostly a bunch of let's just say migrants. I think
wasn't that the whole AOC thing?
Yeah, the whole AOC thing. But the people behind her were more. Let's take a look at this video.
Traten de llevarse lo que puedan.
This is the Roosevelt Hotel, by the way. It looks like the Roosevelt Hotel. To put this in perspective, this is prime real estate in Manhattan. If you can see my cursor right here, I think that's a bus. The street that intersects here is Madison Avenue. Behind all of these people is the Grand Central Station. I mean, this is prime.
John, isn't it a high-end area?
Prime real estate. Prime real estate. All the people that are coming in from, let's say, Westchester County, they're getting off the train station directly. Hell, the train is probably up under this building here. I used to work right here. Where this bus is 285. I think it's 285 Madison. I used to work right here at this corner. I think it is.
Right?
I'm sorry?
It's Midtown?
Yeah, Midtown. This is like 45th and Madison Avenue and Grand Central Station. This is very expensive. Like you're talking about
Times Square.
4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's not Times Square. Hell no.
No,
This
it's
is
near
4, 5. This is Madison Avenue. Like you already heard of Madison Avenue marketing and all this. Look at what they're doing in Madison Avenue, bro. I'm telling you, right here in front of this bus in Madison Avenue, you see the red lights right here. At this corner is 285 Madison. I think it's 285 Madison where I work there. This is the Roosevelt Hotel. It used to be a high-end hotel, but now it's owned by Pakistani Airlines. Yes, that's correct. Pakistan, the foreign country, Pakistan. Look at it. Look at that. Now, I have pictures, and I may pull them up, and I don't need to, where there are people like this guy. You see, he's paid. Look, he has a walkie-talkie on his wrist, on his hip. He's got a lanyard right here. He works for someone. The police out here protecting these people. They're waiting in line to get housing, and they're gonna get it. And when the city can't put any more people in this hotel, you know what they're gonna do? Give them Section 8 vouchers. And as AP said, and as my friend Philippe came on and said, there are now many foreign landlords in these inner cities, and they're going to be willing to rent to these people, just like that migrant that I showed as well. Look at this city worker giving these people food. And ask yourself how many times city workers have sent someone out in your neighborhood to give out food. You can stop. You see it right there, East 47th Street. Look at these people. Look at these people. Look at these people. Doesn't it look just like the people that I showed you right here?
That's the next step, John. That's the next step.
This is a picture.
Well, I mean, did you ever see the?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like on look, I don't know if you ever follow Fox News. They're becoming less conservative by the day. But a couple years ago, and this guy is still down there. I think his name is Bill Melugin. A couple years ago, like he was showing the drone footage of the Haiti shanty town that was right on the opposite side of our border, or right on our border. Did you ever see that video?
I've seen so many. Let me explain this picture to you. Hold on for 1 second, Roosevelt. Muffin, I'm going to come back to you. The video that I just showed you, the one that you see here, this is current. This is a picture that I took last year at the same place. You'll see I'm in the same place. Look, this is the same place. Do you know how many people that have come through here since last year? Tens, if not hundreds of thousands. Now, let me explain this picture to you so you can better put it in context of what's going on here. For the people of you that don't understand, or the people of you that think that like this is not being orchestrated here, let me see if I can show you this picture again. You see this woman right here? It's not. You see this woman? You can clearly see this is the Roosevelt Hotel. You see the black awning, and right in front. Sure.
I'm sorry, John.
No, go ahead. What are you about to say?
I was going to say, have you guys noticed that a lot of their clothes aren't dirty?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they?
I'm going to show you why right now.
Oh, okay.
So you can see this is the Roosevelt Hotel. So you know I'm not lying. You see the black awning, and there's a real high-end shoe store right here. Right here. Right in here is a high-end shoe store. Imagine trying to do business right here with all these migrants in front of you. Like, there is nothing but high-end stores right here. Understand? This is 4746 in Madison, Grand Central Station. People coming from Westchester County, Connecticut, they get off right here, up under this place is Grand Central Station. This used to Roosevelt Hotel used to be a high-end hotel. Just imagine, you see where it is. There's a high-end restaurant bar right here. I mean, $25, $30 a drink. And look where these people are in front of me. And I met the guy. I interviewed the guy that worked at this high-end shoe store. I can't remember the name of it. And he was black. He said, man, like, business is gone. How the hell do you even get to the store? And he said, my job will be over sooner or later because this can't continue. And look, this was a year or so ago when I took the picture, and now they're still here. All those businesses have to be gone. They have to be. There's no way they can still be in business now. Anyway, so back to what I was saying, back to the video here. It's truly amazing. Truly amazing. And I think this is really what, this is what the Americans are up against. But the article goes in to say just like I want to share with you this. Just imagine you in America and this is what you see. Can you guys see that? Look at this. He's boxing outside. You got this here, he ain't doing anything. He's just playing around with his phone. Just hanging around. All men.
3 of them sitting, 1 of them boxing.
He's training to knock your ass out.
And here's the thing: is we were all sold a lie. Mostly liberals who didn't look into shit. They were all sold the lie that, oh no, what you don't understand this is all just poor immigrant families who want to make a better life for their children. We were all sold that it was nothing but big families coming over here, moving into this country. It's not. The majority of it is military-age men.
Jesus.
And those of us who were waving our
Well,
hands
conservatives didn't whine.
Right.
What?
So the problem with the conservatives, the so-called conservatives, they were like, we have to be Christian compassionate. We have to love them in, and they need our help. And the rest of us who are waving our hands in the air saying, I don't give a shit about their children. Let them die. Don't bring them here.
And the people
hold it.
And hang on. And the people who were against immigration, guess what, Stanley? We were all called racist and white supremacists.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
I still think you're a white supremacist. That doesn't change.
That's fine. You can think whatever you want to. I think you're a black supremacist.
I know I can think whatever I want to. Thanks for the reminder.
Yep. You're free.
Hey, Righteous.
Mm-hmm.
I got a question for the audience in the panel, in the chat. I just want to know what you guys think about this. What this is, if you can't see it.
Oh, hell yeah. That man's getting it right now.
Huh, bruh.
Hell yeah.
Listen here. I want to know what you guys think about this.
That's a
Put it in the chat. I need the analysts to push it. So I want to hear your comments in the chat. This is a city street. The city is putting in the effort of putting in nice, beautiful wrought iron. I've told you about the wrought iron by my property where the niggas put a jack in between it. Squeeze dude for a shortcut. And I've told you about the landlord who's at his wit's end. He found some airline grease, some airport grease to keep the nigga from sitting on his wrought iron fence. Look at this. Taxpayer money. Chairs for these niggas. They need spikes on them to make their ass stand up. See, I put spikes on this shit. They wouldn't be sitting down.
And think about this, John.
What the heck
Think
is he
about
sitting?
this. All the people, all the women in their beauty shops have to get a license for braiding. They have to get a license for this. They have to use Barbasol. And the same thing with those people in their filthy roach trucks where they're selling their tacos or whatever food they're selling. How many of you think of them are getting health inspections?
Maybe one. Maybe one.
The same amount that's probably at that the so-called barbershop here. And think about this. As the lockdown was going on, do you think they stopped doing this?
I don't think so.
Nope. You think any of them got arrested? Nope.
Nah.
But the Americans who tried to go to church, look what happened to them. They couldn't even have services outside.
Well, and here's what I want to say about this. I'm going to disagree with AP a little bit on this. She's right in everything that she said, but this is just further proof that what health codes do there need to be for a barbershop, for someone to cut some fucking hair, What seriously, what college education, what training, like outside of actual experience of cutting someone's hair, like what do you need a license or a certificate for to cut someone's fucking hair? That's retarded.
Wait, hold on. That's real? You need a license to open a barbershop?
Yes.
I thought that was
Yeah.
bullshit.
No, dude.
No, you have to have a license. Do you
Yeah.
know the women who even braid hair in certain states, they have to have a license?
You don't need no damn license.
Right. Well, again, did you hear AP?
Yeah,
just a braid hair. Yeah, just a braid hair, and to do nails, and to be a cosmetic place where you do facials and all this sort of shit. Dude, that's retarded. There is no reason that you should have to have a license, and that you need to have some special college education to do some shit like that. That's stupid.
Well, in Texas, we don't have to have a license to do natural hair or braids. So in Texas,
Good portion that it makes too much.
Good.
It doesn't make any sense otherwise.
Yeah. No.
We don't have to do that down here. So
yeah, no barber should have to have a business license. That's stupid.
Well, hold on, Righteous. I agree with you. But in these inner cities, when these blacks live, there have been licensing requirements being put on the blacks for barbershops, beauty salons, things like that.
Well, it's not just blacks, John.
John, can you repeat that, John?
In these inner cities, and I'm going to show you in the inner cities where guys are just more or less cutting hair and they're not dyeing anything, they're not putting chemicals in hair. They have the license just as much as a woman who's perming her.
Yeah, like with chemicals, yes, but just braiding or natural hair, no.
Look at this article here. Wisconsin votes to exempt hair braiders from occupational licensing laws. See, it's not about necessarily braiding hair per se. It's like another tax to do business. And so Wisconsin, from pressure of probably from the blacks in the city in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, are asking for an exemption. And they voted to exempt hair braiders from occupational licensing law. And you'll see here in the article that, and a lot of cities have done this. So, because a lot of the blacks, well, I ain't gonna say the blacks, but these liberal cities, this lady has a mask on. I just can't. I just can't be blacks with these masks on. It's just true, man.
Well,
but anyway,
and John, that's the true heart of the problem. Okay, like when it comes to like a barber shop, whether it's black, white, brown, it doesn't matter. They're just cutting someone's hair. The only reason that they demand that you have a business license and that you have some sort of degree or certificate is so that the government can get their cut of the pie. That's it.
Yeah, and you see here, Wisconsin hair braiders may no longer need, so which means they needed one, a permission slip. Look how the wording is, a permission slip from the government to make a livelihood using their skills. Just the wording of that is truly amazing. Permission slip to use your skills to make a living. That is kind of amazing. But all across the country, there was a push to force hair braiders, barbershop people to get licenses. Now, when you go in many inner city barbershops, you'll see that they have a license up on the wall. There's such thing as a master barber in many cities. And so I'll bring you back to this. Wait a minute. Was I sharing that with you?
Yes, you're sharing.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, you're good, John.
So I'll bring you back to what was I showing you? The guy.
The migrants.
I mean, look at this. Now, you think about and again, I'm going to point out.
Wait, hold on, John. Is that a migrant cutting the hair or a black American?
What you think it is?
That look like a migrant, Gary.
Okay.
Bro.
Hold on, wait. Why am I saying migrant? That looks like illegal. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. It would be a different story if a black American was going out there and be like, "Damn, these niggas need a haircut. I'm gonna cut these niggas' hair. Maybe I can get some change out of them."
Right, and they would be shut. They would be shut down immediately. Those people are illegally here. That's why it's fine for them to do what they're doing.
I wanted to see his clippers. I guess
what
he
type of clipper
has.
he rocking, man? Where he get them from? That boy got a whole fit on the ground right there.
Hey,
Also, real quick, DG made a comment here in the chat. You people are conservatives, but when it comes to minorities, you want the government regulations. I smell hypocrisy. No, DG, I literally just made the argument against it. I'm completely against it for black people, white people, brown people. Doesn't matter.
And the thing I'm saying is that the rules should be even. They should be equally applied.
That's my whole argument.
Why aren't we stopping these people from doing this?
And they're selling food out in the open.
Because there are not enough libertarians.
What?
Stanley, is that what you consider yourself, a libertarian?
Oh no, not at all.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I mean, the argument against licensing anything is a libertarian argument.
Not everything, Stanley. We're talking about basic stuff that you can learn on YouTube. You don't need no license to.
I mean, they're business licenses for a reason.
I'm not talking about a business license. I'm talking about an operation license.
Why? Well,
I want to hang on, Garion. Stanley, I want to go here with you.
A lot of it has to do with health regulations.
Like what?
Oh well, I mean, like washing your hands before you cut somebody's hair. If you've ever been to a barbershop, what the hell do you mean? Why does it matter?
Yeah,
You're
why?
kidding, right?
No,
I like people.
seriously, answer the question.
Dude, stop cutting me off.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm about to tell you why.
Answer the question.
When people get close to me and do things like working with sharp objects, I prefer the sharp objects to be sterilized and clean hands.
So you need a license.
That's one reason. That is just a basic, simple reason that business licenses and health regulations and all that stuff is important.
So Stanley, hang on.
Hold it down for me.
If these business licenses didn't exist, okay, and you walk your ass into a dirty barber shop, are you going to stay there or are you going to go somewhere else?
Okay, don't give me that libertarian bullshit about
answer the question.
Regulating everything.
Answer the question.
I don't do.
You're going to stay there, Stanley?
I don't do counterfactuals.
Gotcha.
Right,
so you're going to stand there and get your hair cut by a dirty ass motherfucker.
Dude, who the hell?
You're retarded.
You are unrealistic. You are living in your own world. You're sniffing or you're smoking your own supply.
Hey, why should I care? Why should I care?
Let's not do this.
No. We're gonna do this. Why?
We're not going to do this.
Portia's trying to talk. Go ahead, Portia. I apologize.
I don't want to have to mute y'all. So I think that both of y'all are saying valid things, but I would like for us in the audience to be able to hear the both of you out. So for you, Muffin, you're saying that you don't agree with people needing to have a license to cut hair or braid hair.
Nope, absolutely not.
And then Stanley, you're saying that they should have a license?
No, I'm saying business licenses are necessary. And I was asked why, and the first thing that came to mind is health regulations. In barbershops, you're using razors and equipment that touches the skin of every customer, making sure those utensils are requiring those utensils to be sterilized, hair swept up, et cetera. That's part of the business licensing. One of the reasons we have licenses. So
wait, Muffin,
things like health can be regulated.
No, Gary. And I want to ask a quick question.
This is Portia's talking.
I'm sorry. Isn't the business license separate from the license to braid hair or cut hair?
It is.
You know what? I actually don't know, but I do know that in Georgia, anyway, you will generally have like a barber's license, like that you're certified to cut hair. You will also have a business license if you own the barbershop. So that's two licenses.
So Portia, I'd like to ask Stanley a quick question here. So Stanley, does that business license guarantee that barbershop is going to clean their hands, clean their utensils, and clean up the floor? That business license makes sure that they do it?
No, nothing's a guarantee
Right.
in life.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, but it
Thank you.
also allows for periodic health inspections. So
You don't need a business license for health inspections. You don't need a
apparently
business license for health inspections, Stanley.
in the world that you live in, everything is perfect.
Straw
In the
manning.
world,
Yeah.
no, I'm not straw manning anything.
You always do.
All I'm saying is that business licenses are necessary.
Not from based off of what you said. No, they're not.
Stanley, what do you think?
You know what? Then base it off an expert. Take a business class.
Oh yeah. Appeal to authority. Good job.
Stanley, let me
Well,
ask you.
you know what? I don't see when you start bringing up like all these fallacies and stuff. I'm not a debate bro. You save that shit for high school debate team. Don't be bringing up straw men and all that stuff.
Well, then I guess don't debate people, Stanley.
Save that for high school, Muffin Top.
I guess don't debate people, Stanley.
I'm not debating. You thought this was a debate?
You're obviously here.
You thought this was a debate. That's your problem.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right. How dare I blur the line between discussion and debate?
How dare you?
I'm sorry. You're right. You'd have to be smart enough to debate, Stanley. I apologize.
We are not debating. This is not a debate.
I know.
My goodness. Stop acting.
Trust me, I know.
Hey, Stanley, let me ask you this question. So these are mostly
John, really quick before you ask, just to give credence, it says a business license is a license that allows you to operate a business within your state. Almost every business needs to have a business license, salons included, as well as barbershops. In fact, every U.S. state requires that a salon has a business license, and you can apply for one through the U.S. Small Business Administration.
You know, the thing is, I know these guys don't have a business license, so I'm not even going to fake the funk and ask the rhetorical question. But the thing is, no one's going to stop them from doing this. They're going to be able to make their money, stack their money, live for free. I have a video on my stream. You can take a look at it. It's a black man who's dropped off at the D.C. Migrant shelter now. It used to be a black shelter, well, a shelter that primarily housed blacks, older drug addict and older black men down on their luck. And now the older black men have been pushed more or less out of the shelters because of the influx of migrants. And when you see things like this, where these people are being allowed to make money in fashions that just 10, 15 years ago, you wouldn't be allowed to do. I remember when food trucks became very prominent and the restaurants were complaining because these people that follow all the rules, got the licenses, and then a food truck just put right in front of your restaurant. And so the cities kind of reacted to that and made the food trucks go to specific locations and things like that. But today we're seeing the cities look the other way when people are out and out cooking food. I've shown you pictures of that on the street. No license. Cutting hair, selling food, peeling mangoes. Like, no regard, no one's reining any of this behavior in. So how does an American who's trying to go out and get his license and do all those things compete with someone who doesn't have to do all those things? I've shown you videos of the scooter guy making $1,100 a week, no tag, no license, no registration. Muffin, did you see that? Did you see the video of the migrant riding the moped in DC? No license, no tag, no insurance, making $1,100 a week cash money.
No, I didn't see the video, but I did hear you talk about it. I think with CT.
Right. So this guy's
I remember hearing about it.
$1,100 a week. Right. Around.
So again, what I'm gonna say is that, like, dude, like, look, this is just further proof of needing to get rid of useless regulations.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree with them.
But John, let's look at the long-term effects from this, okay? So think about all the laws that have been changed over the past few years. They've changed laws and said, homeless people have the right to hang out in be out front. You can't stop people and ask for ID. Police, they've cut back on policing, traffic laws and violations. So you see how all this is tied in, which is allowing these people to do what they want to do. See, a
Yeah.
lot of blacks thought that those laws, they were being discriminated against, and we need to stop this. This is what the white liberals told them, right? So they got all these laws changed. But guess who's going to benefit from all this in the end? Same thing with the minority scholarships, loans. These people.
Well, no, tell me who's going to benefit, because I don't know.
Oh, God damn it.
What do you know, Stanley? What do you know, Stanley?
Well, help an old ignorant man out.
Oh, you know what, Stanley? Stanley, hold on. Kimmy Cakes, can you get on the panel? AP, are you from New York?
Repeat that again, please.
Are you from New York?
No, I visited New York. So a lot
Can
of
we
places
get someone on the panel that can explain this map to me? I think you'll understand what's going on here.
John, are these migrant centers, John?
These are migrant centers, yes.
Right.
Because here's the thing.
Hold on, one person.
It's all Texas's fault.
And so what's another thing too is keep this in mind. This is why I say you have to think long term. The long term effects is as these people come to these areas, they're going to get what? Political power. They're going to put their own kind in those areas. So they're changing the laws for them, right? And so once they get larger population in that area, everything is going to change just for them. And so as Americans, either you're going to live under those third world conditions, seeing the guy out there cutting his hair, having to worry about crime, seeing the open prostitution, because that's another thing, John. I know you probably, I think you've done videos on that one too.
Yeah.
The open prostitution that happens.
Yeah, you said something
You're
about
going
the
to either
hose.
have to live for that, or you're going to have to find somewhere else to live. And like John is saying, it's going to get very expensive. So what's going to happen to the working class whites? Hold on, Stanley. I love you, Stanley. Just give me a chance, okay? So all the working class whites, blacks, and other legal immigrants that are here, you're going to be forced to live around these people. And I'm telling you, you're not going to like it.
Well, how long do you think it'll be before the politics change? Where the third world can
He means fully, AP. He means fully.
Fully?
Hey, Stanley, look at this, man. Bro, this is fully.
Well,
this is
right. I was about to say. Here's the thing: is they don't have to change anything. All they have to do is not enforce stuff, and that's what they're doing.
Well,
and they're shoving. Hang on. They're shoving it in American citizens' faces by showing these people don't need a business license. These people don't need a car registration. These people don't need to have insurance, and they can do all the things that they need to do to work and make money and everything like that just fine, and not have to pay those extra expenses while the rest of us do.
And they don't have to show their tax statements when they go to the hospital and have to pay that bill because you're going to pay for it. They don't have to show their tax statements when they want to send their kids to college. Come on, people, think about it. They're going to be able to qualify as having no income. And like John is saying, they're already working underneath the table. They already have money. And whether, let's just say they are here legally, they have a legal job, they're paying taxes or whatever, they still don't have a right to be here.
That's correct.
So exactly what's wrong with this picture?
He don't see it yet. He don't see
No.
it. We're never going to be able to get
Okay.
I mean, I could take those people and put them in a dorm room.
Let me explain it to you.
I could take this picture and transplant these guys into an HBCU dorm room, and it would look almost the same.
Yeah. So Stanley, let me explain it to you. What's wrong with this picture is that these illegal immigrants can come here and do this, while hardworking Americans who want to do the same thing, guess what? They've got to go to school. They've got to get a business license. They need to rent a building. They need to do all these other things. They need to pay all these other things to do the exact same thing.
Let me tell you the problem with that argument. If these guys are illegal and they're doing it illegally, what makes you think that Americans can't do the same thing illegally? Because they
I mean, we
can.
can't. They're gonna track us down.
Okay, so they can is my
Because the
point.
cops,
They can do the same.
because the
They can
cops
do
after
illegal.
actually come after them. Stanley,
My
you're
argument.
retarded. You're
My
retarded.
argument.
Hey, Righteous. Let me respond to that.
My argument is they can do it illegally.
Let me respond to that.
Think about it. If we want to travel to another country, we have to go through security. We have to get patted down by TSA. We actually have to buy a ticket, make sure we have accommodations, prove that to customs, make sure we have a return ticket. We got to do
Have
all
an
that
ID.
just to go somewhere else.
Let me explain. Let
They're
me
putting them on
explain,
planes,
Stanley.
sending them all over the place.
Stanley, like there've been generations of Americans that had submit themselves to the licensing requirements, and if you take all that out of the equation, who the hell wants to see someone cutting hair on this street corner? No one wants to see that, man.
I would say nobody does.
Right. So when you ask what's wrong with it, well, that's what's wrong. The visual, people spend the largest purchase that someone makes is typically their home or their car. So people are very defensive of those things. And they depend on the government to keep people out of their neighborhood to protect their property values by stopping behavior like that.
Okay, well,
hold on, Sam. So wherever this is in New York, wherever this picture is that I showed you, it's a very expensive part of New York where these people probably pay a shitload in taxes. Kim can attest to that. And they didn't pay for third world-like conditions. It's not fair to them, Stanley, to pay the enormous amount of taxes that New York City charges them. And New York City not affect the rules. They should apply to everyone.
But see, I actually think that's a good argument. The rest of it about the licensing and all that stuff, it all seems ridiculous to me.
So you don't hang on. So you don't think that they need a license? So you don't think they need a license?
Okay, Muffin, please.
So you don't think they need a license?
Basically, building an argument over I don't like what I see, to me, just isn't much of an argument.
I believe I believe you've been arguing for business licenses, Stanley. So are you now saying that you're against business licenses?
Boy, you sound like a little puppy who found a bone.
That's fine. That's fine. Answer the question.
No, I'm not arguing in this case. I'm not arguing for business licenses. We're talking talking about this picture. And I'm saying that if
Do you
John
think they have a
is
business
going
license?
to say,
Do you think they have a business license?
John is going, I'm addressing what John said. I'll get to you.
Do you think they have a business license?
I think John makes a good argument if he's saying, hey, this isn't fair. The way you explained it, John, at least it makes sense. Thank you for rescuing Muffin from his own argument.
You don't have a good argument, Stanley.
I have a perfectly fine argument.
Okay, so do you think these people have a business license?
I think you
I
have
asked
a
you
good
a question,
argument
Stanley.
too.
Do you think they have a business license?
Why would I know?
Okay, should they?
Well, you can't have a business license to cut hair.
I know that, John.
I don't think that's an appropriate question given their illegal status.
Do you think they should have a business license, Stanley?
I don't think people who aren't qualified to get business licenses should have them. So illegals shouldn't have business licenses.
I
agree to that.
Okay, right. You could have just agreed with me instead of being a queer.
I don't agree with you. I agree with you that illegals shouldn't have business licenses. I think business licenses are necessary for those who can qualify for them.
Right. Thank you, Stanley, for agreeing with me, you queer.
No, I'm afraid I'm not agreeing with you. Apparently, you think I'm agreeing with you. That's good enough for me.
Okay. Hang on. So let's hammer this out, Stanley. What are we disagreeing on here?
Well, I'm looking at this picture. These people shouldn't have a business license. They're illegal.
Okay. So what do we disagree on, Stanley?
Why we're even arguing over this picture, for starters.
Right. So, which means it's bullshit, and you just don't want to
No,
say
when we
that
were
you agree
talking
with
about
me.
business
You just don't
licenses,
want to say that you agree with me.
We weren't talking about this particular picture when we were talking.
I asked you about this particular picture.
You did?
Hey, can I get
Well,
solid?
then that's my bad then.
Hey, solid.
Okay, so you hang on. I'm sorry, John. I want to get this.
Go right here. Go right here.
So, Stanley, do you agree with me?
No.
Then what do we disagree on, Stanley?
Now, I don't think. I think that business licenses are required of legal businesses. Now, if you want to do illegal
so what do we
business,
disagree on in this picture, Stanley?
Apparently, you think these people. Well, no, they're not legal. It's not an argument. These people can't. These people cannot hold a business license.
Okay. So everybody in the chat, Stanley and I agree, but he's too much of a queer to admit it.
Dude, you don't even understand.
Where do we disagree, Stanley? Where do we disagree?
We disagree that you even have a good argument currently.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You have nothing.
Stanley, what do you
I guess not.
What do you guys think about what's highlighted on the screen here? Tattoos on the streets on off-stale places is probably Queens.
I'm sorry, what's on the street?
Tattoos. These immigrants have opened.
Oh.
No water. No running water.
Now these are by illegals?
Yes.
No, it should not be happening.
Why do you think the city is not enforcing the law?
I would have a huge problem if they're not. Now, where does it say that the city knows about it? Obviously, these reporters do.
So the reporters know. You don't think the residents, the people that are living amongst this, have not called the police? They're complaining about what the hell is going on here?
Well, in this case, they have a good complaint.
What was I talking about here? Let's get Kim in here. She's from New York. Kim, what's the migrant situation like in New York?
I'm going to be honest with you. Like I told you before, I don't see them. I might see them selling fruits and candies on the train, but I don't wake up every day and go to the market and like, oh my God, there's 100 migrants. Like, and I'm going to be honest with you. It's New York City. It's a hub for a lot of things in the world and even in our country. And I think they really honestly keep the migrants on the outskirts, so nobody really sees them. You know, you might see them going to work, you might see them selling things on the train or in the train stations, but they're not like in abundance in our communities. Just like sitting outside or going to restaurants, they're not that visible.
Let me share a video with you, Kim, and I want to get your opinion of this.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Are you able to see your screen? Okay, let me see if I can share this tab. You may know exactly where this is.
I know exactly where that is.
Let me cut the volume. See what's going on here? Let me see if I can match it.
There goes the repo man.
For all those students. Look at the one away. Look at the big African. Look at the big African. Come and get his school. Look at your nigga flip flops.
John, can you make this full screen, man?
Huh? I don't know if I can. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me find it again. Oh shit! Let me find it again.
Hey, John, real quick, while you're looking for something, I want to respond to DG in the chat here because I don't know how he got this retarded view that I was arguing for business licenses.
Nah, he only heard half of what you said. That's why.
Yeah, clearly, right. And I even went into the chat and clarified my position, but he's still arguing against me. So DG, I'm the one arguing against anybody needing some sort of business license So no, I don't think that
Wait,
black
hold on. You're
people
against
need.
any business?
So
You're against
illegal
any
shouldn't
business license? Hold on. The
Well,
whole issue with the whole fucking issue with
hang
the
on,
illegals.
hang
Hold on.
on. I said I'm arguing against the business license. Like in this particular discussion that we've been having, I have been arguing against business
He doesn't know
licenses
what he was
in this
arguing
talk.
for.
Okay, well, the thing is the reason you need business licenses for this is specifically because a lot of illegals sell food. And there's no fucking health and safety fucking inspectors. So when little kids get fucking sick in your fucking city and they go to the fucking hospital and you have to pay for it and it goes spreads to other little kids, who's gonna get blamed for that? Because you're not gonna know who served it, you're not gonna know who did it, you're not gonna know where the food came from, you're not gonna know how they made it, you're not gonna know. Do you understand?
Hang on. No, hang on. Are you saying that if we were to get rid of business licenses, we would just have no health inspectors? Is that your claim? That's what you fucking think?
No, my claim is that the issue why you need a license for this specific case is to prevent illegals from even getting to fucking be able to have a business. You starve them out.
Oh my God!
They're already doing it.
Bad
Hang on.
argument
Shut
to
up,
worse
Stanley.
argument.
Shut up, Stanley.
You know
So
what?
what you do is you
They're
make it so
already-
it's a very
don't be
simple
a
thing.
bad
It's a very simple thing. It's called a
They're already
deportation. It's
doing
called a
it illegal. They're
it's called
already
a
doing it
deportation.
illegal, Imperious.
Yes, and the only reason they're doing that is because nobody's enforcing it. It's very
Right,
simple.
okay,
You
so we
enforce
enforce immigration laws, kick them the fuck out of this country, and then we don't need to worry about illegal businesses.
they're not
business
breaking
licenses.
immigration laws.
Well, apparently
No,
this is the white privilege panel.
It's Jesus fucking Christ. None of you know the law. Shut the fuck up and listen.
Oh, hold on, Imperius. Let me play this.
It's called a fucking no. It's called a
Do you know New York law?
It's called a self-fulfilling deportation system. You pass fucking health and safety codes, and anyone who is seen violating those health and safety codes, you have an automatic deportation because it's a health and safety risk for the country. You guys are fucking stupid. All of you are fucking
Where
stupid.
is that written down, or did you just make it
fuck
up?
yourself. Yeah, Imperious,
Did you
fuck
just
yourself.
make it up?
Hey, I just put Imperius on mute, and you guys go on mute for one, or not go on mute. But let's hold for 1 second. I'm going to address Imperius' point. I want to play this video. I'm bringing you back off mute, Imperius. I'm going to play this video because we have a New York resident here, and I want to hear your opinion of it. And then I'm
Who
going to
gives a fuck about a New York resident if they don't know the law?
well,
Fuck yourself, Imperious.
We're going to get to the law in a minute, Imperius. And I want to show you exactly what
It's very simple. It's very simple. You enforce a health and safety code off of every fucking side vendor, every food vendor and street vendor. When they break that, you make it an automatic deep.
Imperius, look what's on the screen. The government is not doing its job in these inner cities.
Right, and the business license does not guarantee that these people are going to do that stuff that he's talking about.
Nothing's gonna guarantee. There are no
And then
guarantees.
you scare the shit out of them, and you have cops inspecting every fucking street vendor. You scare the shit. It's called La Migra. Do you remember La Migra in the 90s?
I agree with you. Have the inspectors. You don't need the business license.
Let me play this video. So I want to get Cam's response to this because I want her to explain exactly where this is. Kim, tell the audience where that is.
Okay, so that's right across the street from Jay-Z's Barclays Center, where the Brooklyn Nets play. That's their home stadium.
What's it cost to live down there?
To buy, and a couple millions to rent, I would say anywhere between $2,500 to $3,500 a month.
What would you get for $2,500? Maybe a studio or something?
25, yeah, you're looking at a studio. Lucky if you get a 1-bedroom.
This is prime real estate, correct?
Yeah, I mean the houses over there are starting maybe $6 million and better.
And all these migrants. Now across the street, across Atlantic, if you go over to Flatbush, there's a Chick-fil-A on the other side of Barclays.
Yes, like
Same thing,
yeah,
right? It's the same thing, correct?
yeah. Typically, yeah, not this much, but yeah, they're definitely on the mopeds.
No,
Like,
in front of
to
the
do the
Chick-fil-A, there's a
deliveries.
lot of them in front of the Chick-fil-A. There's a lot,
Yeah.
right? And I've already shown you how much these guys are making, $1,100 a week, because they're probably delivering very short orders. They're probably not going more than a mile away from where they are right now. Would you say that's fair, Kim?
Yeah, but look, they're in the wrong neighborhood. Like
Setting themselves up
they're in the
for
wrong
they're
neighborhood
setting
to do
themselves up for complete failure.
Yeah.
Like John, you don't understand. See, this is perfect. You want them to continue to do this. This is what I'm saying. Nobody looks at the grand scheme of political strategy. You want them to continue to do this. Let them in their $6-7 million fucking a house neighborhood. I'll tell you this. In my neighborhood, where I came from, with richer than that, if you even saw someone walking just down the street and they didn't have nice clothes on and a watch, you had 6 cop cars. So let these people stew in what they have. And then when Trump gets in office, all federal funds are pulled from each one of these cities. And then they have to pay for it themselves. And then
Trump's not going to do a goddamn thing.
No, that's what's gonna happen.
Trump's not going to do a goddamn thing.
He doesn't have to do anything. Just pay them. And they'll burn each other. Liberals hate each other.
Look, Congress controls the purse, Imperius, and you know that.
Once the money runs out. No, he did it already. He already did it when he was in office.
What? When?
It's called withhold pork barrel spending for every state that does not abide by immigration policies.
You know, I don't.
Do you understand that the only reason that they're paying the hotels?
How long did he hold out on that?
Do you think that? Hold on, this is this whole conspiracy nonsense.
How long did he hold out on that, Imperius?
This is why
2
America's
years.
failing.
2 years. That's why they had to get him
People
out.
Like these two are running it.
Bullshit.
No, Muslim's a dumb fuck on this shit. He's just mad.
Go fuck yourself.
It doesn't matter.
No, go fuck yourself.
You're mad.
Trump's not going to do a goddamn thing.
And Pierce, can you look at this screen right here? Give me case. Do you remember?
Surrender now. No, John. If he doesn't believe that he has any hope, surrender now. Surrender now. If you have no hope, surrender.
Go fuck
Give
yourself.
up. Don't care.
No, go fuck yourself. Yeah, no, go fuck yourself.
Exactly.
Hey,
hold on. And fuck Trump too.
Hold on.
Why are you talking about?
I think you might have to mute someone.
You can't. See, I will never lose because again, this is why religion is this is why faith is the only answer. Because for us, we are in this world and not of it.
Is Trump religious?
Yes, he's a Presbyterian.
No, the fuck he's not. Get fucked, bro.
Yeah, he is.
All right, sorry, John. I'm sorry, John.
Look, I let you guys talk. I promise you. You know, I just hate muting people. I'd much rather just say, hey man, come on, can you guys just because people will say, hey, mute these people, but I don't want to do that. I feel like I can just talk to you and say, hey man, come on, let's come down for 1 second so we can have productive. Let me share this with you guys. And I want to say, Imperius, I think you're right, but I think this is your blind spot. Let me share this with you. Kimmy Cakes, do you remember this?
Yeah.
Now, what this is let's look at this. Handcuffing, not the arresting. The handcuffing of a subway vendor in Brooklyn prompts outrage. I haven't even read this article, but I think this is on Fulton Street in Manhattan. Am I right, Kimmy Cakes? Before I scroll down.
Yeah.
Isn't that lady putting them churros on Fulton Street? Right there in Manhattan.
Yeah, all the churro ladies are still selling their churros. And the dirty ass train stations and everything. Unlicensed and all that.
Now, CT did a stream a while back. And I tried to put some context to that shit. And I said that he did a stream about somebody put it in the chat if you know what it is. But I think it was about Westfield. Calling
Is that the San Francisco one, the Westfield shopping mall?
The guy that came on here, Philippe, he built out the data centers for Westfield. You know, I'm telling you, I'm giving you his bona fides here because this guy was telling you something very serious. But anyway, so Westfield took over Westfield was the prime contractor for the 9/11 towers, all the concessions, the visitor center. Kim, correct me if I'm wrong. And they also had the mall development at Fulton Street Station. CT did a stream about that. CT did a stream about that where those people said, "I'm out of here. I don't want to do business here anymore because New York City would not affect the law." Does anyone remember that in the stream? Put it, yeah, they remember that. CT did it a long time ago. And I remember. I said, "Yeah, I know exactly what it is." And the story that I remember was that churro lady. It kept coming to my head. I said, "Man, that churro lady, that was the precipice right there. That was the precipice for like no law being enforced. Those people made the police back down." Kim, I don't know if you remember this, but they did it. Do you remember that, Kim?
Yeah, I do.
See, John, I understand what you're saying. You got to understand, the NYPD is a more equipped and larger fighting force than most militaries in the world. The problem is here, John, you need to bring up a book. There's a book called Twilight of the Elites. Okay? And what it is, as I've said the entire time, you now have a generation of elites that don't know how to rule. See, if you were a smart elite, you could do two things. One, you could crush the populace until they give you so much power because they're so desperate for you to fix it, and then you line up 100 million of them against the wall and shoot them. Or you could use it to a way to make them love you. So the rulers nowadays don't know how to rule. They have no foresight, and they haven't been bred to rule. The rulers nowadays are people that just by luck. They were not forged by other rulers.
Imperious.
So, John, can I ask you a question, please?
Sure, go right ahead.
Imperious. So, what do you think about what came out the other day about Trump rejecting Project 2025, and his staff coming out and saying that they are not going to be staffing any positions at all from people from the Project 2025?
Again, I'll backtrack on that too, I'm sure. But number one, I don't care about Project 2025. If you want my honest opinion, do you want my honest wish for all this? I want it all to...
No, hang on. Then why are you putting so much faith in Trump? Why are you putting so much faith in Trump when he's rejecting the Christian Project 2025?
Because I don't care. Again, where we are as a nation is so bad that you can't pick a perfect person. There is no salvation.
No, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's like if you're saying that Trump is the man to do the job, and Trump's and there's Project 2025 which wants to push Christian nationalism onto the country, and Trump specifically comes out and says, "No, fuck that shit. I don't like it." Why do you still want Trump?
Because his policies.
What
That's
policies?
I want the salt deduction put back in.
The what? I'm sorry, the what?
The salt deduction. Do you know what that is?
Righteous, do you know what the salt deduction is?
No, sir, I don't.
It drains wealth from fucking blue states.
Yes.
Who said that?
See, I know so much more because I've been in this. I've been to political donation dinners. I know what goes on behind the scenes and how things get done.
And
it doesn't get done the way you think it does. Do you think Trump is going to? Do you not think Trump is going to say? Do you not think Trump is going to say anything to get elected, and then he'll do because he has no input. He has no need to be reelected. He's not beholden to anybody.
No, I don't fucking trust Trump at all because
you
look at his
more than
fucking presidential.
You know what? I hope Trump does get elected.
I see them
two
as
are
the
his
exact
main
fucking
advisors.
same.
I know his agenda will fail.
Can I say something, John? Really quick?
Sure, go right ahead.
It's not about Donald Trump. See, Righteous Muffin, it's not about Donald Trump. It's that he can be the beacon to get other people to move forward and what is right. Because, like you said, no one man anyone can depend on. However, he can be the rallying cry to get other people to get things forward. See, the problem on why we're failing as a nation is because, like, I'm not just saying you, but others are looking for a single person. That's not what it's
No.
going to take. It's going to take us, we the people. And if Trump can be the forerunner to get the people moving like he has a personality. He has, and people feel like he would help them move us into the right direction. We don't have time to be arguing. Hold on, Righteous Muffin. We don't have time to be arguing with each other over petty things. We have a problem in this nation. And
Now, can I tell you why Trump's not going to
Shut up, Stanley. AP's talking.
No. You say shut up, sir. Be
Let her
polite.
talk, Stanley. Then I'll let you go.
Stanley, I mean, come on. That is the whole point. I am tired of hearing about people looking for a leader. We don't need a leader. We need someone just to be the flashlight. We know where the light is. We know what we need to do. And if Trump can be that person, I'm all for it. And
Trump is not that person.
And that's where we disagree. And like you said, you see things that are happening. Okay, let's say Trump is not the person. He's not.
Well, here's the.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And eat bonbons all day. Okay. So
didn't say that.
What is your solution? What is your solution? What are you doing to help move the country forward? What are you doing?
He's on the internet talking to you.
Yeah, I was about to say, no, you're absolutely right. Oh no, I'm not doing anything. That's fine. But here's the thing: is like Trump was supposed to be this.
It's not fine.
You're okay. You're absolutely right. I will grant your entire worldview. You're absolutely right. I'm not doing a goddamn thing. But Trump coming out and Trump coming. Stop complaining. Oh, why? Why should I care? Oh, okay. Well, then fuck it. Fuck it, guys. Let the government take over. Give all the money to Israel. Give all the money to Ukraine. Go fuck yourselves. It doesn't matter who he installs into his administration.
Do you really think that it doesn't matter who's in charge or who gets installed? They're still going to give money to Israel. They're still going to let immigrants in.
They don't have to.
Republicans and Democrats both support immigration. They love it. There's plenty of people in the farming community.
Right. My point is, don't claim to be Don't claim to be this America First president that everybody is claiming that he's going to be when he's not. At least be honest. He's not. He sucks the dick of Israel. He sucks the dick of the immigrants and all that sort of stuff. Like, just admit it.
We know that.
It is.
We know
it's
that.
Fine.
But
okay.
The thing about it is.
Okay. So then he's just a lesser Joe Biden. Got it.
Yeah, they're all that way, bro.
They're all
Name
that
one
way.
that isn't. They're all that way.
Then why do you care so much if Trump is elected?
No one did, dude. He's just gonna get. We just want someone who isn't fucking gonna, support getting kids' dicks chopped off and having Flag Day at the fucking classroom, bro.
Who said Trump's against that? Who said Trump's against that? He's got Caitlyn Jenner on his side. Everything that you guys want to bring up,
it doesn't.
You have nothing.
Bro. You ain't getting rid of
right.
50 million illegal.
Right. It doesn't matter.
Can I say
I
why
hope the country
Trump's
collapses
probably
faster.
not going to win?
I mean, I think that's what you want is for it to collapse. It sounds like it.
No, I don't.
Hello.
But you guys coming in here and saying that like Trump is just gonna take care of everything. You're just as retarded.
Look. Exactly. Let me say one thing, dude. Look, I get it, man. The Jesus complex, cult of personality.
I actually think that.
Was that it?
I actually think that Trump.
You're gonna eat shit. Trump's the better option of shit.
You're right, Herman. You're right, Herman.
That's what a lot of people are saying. No one's saying he's gonna come in here and fucking make water into wine and give everybody a new fucking house and get rid of all the illegals. It's over. You ain't getting 50 million fucking illegals out of this country. But he's a better option than the fucking left-wing lunatics that are in there now. But I agree with you.
Is he?
He ain't great.
Is he?
He's gonna pump
in what
money
way?
into Israel. He's gonna pump money into fucking all sorts.
In
of
what way is Trump better than Biden?
Man. But I mean,
in what way?
He's gonna be the better option. Gun rights.
And
laws.
how?
I mean,
how?
just a better option. He ain't great.
How?
You're right.
I can tell
He
you
ain't
how.
good.
I can tell you
But
how.
it's better than fucking what the left is doing right now.
No. I'm
Unfortunately,
sorry,
that's the system
John.
we're in.
I'm sure you have some answers. I don't exactly know who I'm talking to right now. So I'm asking you. You said that Trump is the better option. In what ways?
I can tell you why he's not.
I wasn't asking you, Stanley.
Okay, well, I didn't know it was your panel now.
I'm having a back and forth with the guy. I thought. I guess he dropped off.
Did he drop off? Let me answer your question then. I think I'll try to answer your question. Trump, I think, is the only candidate that is willing to talk about immigration on either side. Yet, both of the parties, the Democrat, Republican, they both benefit from it. If nothing else, at the least, Trump brings awareness to something that no one else will talk about. I have to give him credit for that.
Well, John, also, he also mentioned 18 million people that need to be deported.
Well,
everyone else mentioned 3 or 4. When he talks 18 million.
Hang on. He just talked about stapling green cards to goddamn college diplomas. Get fucked, Imperious. He's not going to deport them.
But again, as I said to you, at best you're going to get his awareness. But this is really bigger than one man. You can't put all this on him. He let you know.
My point is, to Muffin is, what do you go? What is the answer? To give up? Don't vote for either of them and just let it keep continue?
No. The point is to get Trump to course correct and not go down this stupid ass road that he's going down.
Well,
Trump does what Trump wants to do. That's who he is. He doesn't listen to anybody.
Right. And so here's the thing: is during the primaries when we actually had an ability to course correct him, everybody sucked the dick of Trump and said, no, there's nothing to worry about. And then guess what? When the primaries were over and everybody dropped out, now people are coming out and saying, I really don't like his plans for Israel. I really don't like his plans for wars. I really don't like his plans for immigration. Yeah, good job, fuck ass. You could have said
that's not what happened, though. Muffin, hold on.
It is.
That's not what happened. No, what happened was he was down to DeSantis in the early primaries. Do you remember this? He was down to DeSantis.
DeSantis ran a horrible campaign.
No, not just that, but what did the Democrats do? They indicted him. That's when everything changed.
Right, and then it
wasn't his. Right, it wasn't the primaries.
Instead about policy, instead about Trump's policies and talking about any of that, all it became about was talking about Trump and him being a political prisoner. And look where that got us.
That's the most effective way to get dumbass independents to listen to you.
All right, fair enough. I do agree with both of you. I like Trump. Don't get me wrong. But
he's not a perfect politician, but God damn it, who else are you going to vote for right now? Even if I can get 2 years of deferred ATF action, I'll be happy.
I agree.
Trump put in the bump stock ban, Imperious.
Yeah, but he didn't put in the fucking Vanderstock. I don't care about bump stocks. I don't own one anyways. It's a joke. It's stupid. You can't control it. I'm talking about Vanderstock. I'm talking about Vanderstock.
It doesn't matter.
In the states, if we can get him to give power back to the states, a lot of this will change.
Now, can I tell you why I'm pro-Trump?
Why?
Because I'm guessing his administration is going to be full of righteous muffins and imperiuses, and nothing will get done. And then in 2028, we'll be back to trying to pick a better president.
Well, we'll see. Last time they did. This time he better just put Steve Bannon in and put in Miller and just the hardliners.
Steve Bannon wasn't as smart as he thought he was. Now he's in jail.
No, he was smart. It's the fact is you can weapon.
He wasn't.
You understand? You do understand that I
understand that if Bannon was so smart, Trump would be president right now, right?
No. Here's the thing.
That has nothing to do with it. You can be the smartest person in the world.
You're right, Imperious.
There's going to be Imperious and the Righteous Muffin
John's
in the
trying to
Trump
read a comment.
administration,
Can I get you guys to hold
and
for 1
nothing
second?
will get done.
Can I get you guys to hold for 1 second? I'll let you get back up.
Yes, sir.
Someone in the chat says, props to John Golf for holding it down all day in CT's absence. He's the greatest substitute teacher ever. Hey, you know, I know Imperious, you donate to CT. I don't know if you do Righteous. It doesn't matter if you do, but for the guys that do or don't, you know, CT is thrown off of YouTube. And, you know, the powers that be are against all of us, as I've been explaining to you pretty much all day here. So here's a man who's giving his time and energy. He's even giving me his platform to talk on his platform. So the least we can do for him while he fights YouTube is donate a little something. Don't take this time off to not donate at all. Donate a little something to him. You see the Chaotic Truth podcast scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Take the time. I'll give you a few minutes to do that. And the next thing I would say, and you know, I'm not talking for CT, but I'm just talking in general. What I would say to you guys, the guys that contribute super chats on panel, what I would suggest you do, honestly, this is based upon my research about YouTube and YouTube analytics and how they pay out and things like that. If you're really against the big business and things like that, donate directly to CT and any of the other panelists that you find yourself listening to. Donate directly to the Venmo or the Cash Apps, and I think you'll be doing the Lord's work in cleaning out the middleman that's getting cut of their labor there. So that's just my thoughts here. You guys go ahead.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to cut in before everybody else does. So, to the whole Steve Bannon thing, let me just say that when Steve Bannon came out and said that they wanted to cut down the federal government and they wanted to cut down the American government, there was so much bad press around Steve Bannon that what did Trump do? He got rid of Steve Bannon. All right, so all Trump really cares about, and he showed this over and over throughout his entire presidency, he wants the left-wing media to love him like they used to 30 years ago. So I'm not going to believe this bullshit that he's going to come out and do this or that when all he wants is their fucking attention because he's a narcissist.
He's a narcissist, but he wants their attention because that's what got him elected in 2016. $2 billion worth of free advertising.
Oh, well, good thing that he's got their attention. What the fuck is he going to do with it?
His name is, remember, who's elected president is now a cultural matter. It's not an elective matter. People now are walking around assuming Trump is the president as of now. Other countries are visiting with him, not Biden. The citizenry itself assumes Trump's going to win.
I think that's easily disproven.
No, it's not.
Apparently, wherever in the country you live, it's not a part of the country I live in.
Have you seen any Biden? Have you seen any Biden flags?
No one here thinks Trump is the president.
True.
Everyone is a cultural assumption that he's going to win.
Dude, you must live.
Stanley,
where you live must be magical.
Shut up, Stanley. I said I'm talking
Stanley, there's a reason why betting odds have him at 77%. When the betting odds are people putting their money to their mouth.
Okay.
Imperious, even if true that Trump is the president. Oh my God, yes, Stanley, shut up. Go back to sucking a dick. God damn it.
I only
Imperious,
understand
even if
no
true.
No comprende.
Imperious.
Righteous. Stanley's pretty respectful, man. You don't have to do that. You know, I'll mute him if you need to make your point. You don't need to throw slanders and stuff like that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll do my best, but you know what? He's just okay, John, for you, because this is your channel, sir. So Imperious, even if true, even if I was to grant your worldview that everybody in the world believed that Trump is the president, what the fuck is he gonna do? He's already denounced Project 2025. He doesn't care about Christianity, so what's he gonna do?
I don't care about that. That's not that I need to stop the bleeding first.
He's going to staple green cards to college degrees and high school degrees. So what's he doing?
No, not high school degrees. No, hold on. Can I clarify this now, please? One, he's going to staple a contingent fucking green card to citizens of other countries that come here and graduate and pay back their loans. It's not just you graduate, you get a good. He doesn't have that authority. You can't be in debt.
Why would he even do that?
Because you understand it. Hold on. There's something called global brain drain. I want the smartest people of other countries coming here so I can take them from other countries. It's what we've done for 60 years.
We have enough people.
In Pierce, honestly, I agree with you probably on 85% of the stuff you say. But to be honest with you, I think there's a blind spot in your logic, honestly. And that's one of the reasons why I showed this video, this film, is that all over America where you refer to the law and things like that, the law has been negated in many cities and states. I give you an example just right here locally where I am. I can ride around with an AR-15 smoking weed. As long as I put the weed out before the police officer walks up to my car, he can't even search my car like they used to be able to do. And so that's why when I show you examples like this, where the police went to arrest a woman who was breaking the law, and she was not arrested.
Yeah, I understand, or John. That's my entire point. It's not a hard solution. The only reason these cities are doing that and not enforcing the law is because they have a monetary incentive to not enforce the law. Yeah, Good God, you guys, what did Gavin Newsom?
Hold on, stop them, Pierce. What do you think their monetary incentive is to not enforce the law? We're going to have a back and forth.
Okay, one, the more crime you have, the more federal money you get. One. Number two.
Let me stop you on number one. Someone commented on the chat earlier that a lot of the crime is not being reported. There are many states, cities in particular, that don't even report their crime statistics to the federal government. So how are they getting more money?
They report selective crimes and other ones not selective. That's why. Is that why? Hold on. Is that why in San Francisco you don't release the race, Stanley?
We're not talking.
No. So you're telling me that police forces don't release selective information, Stanley?
We're not. A, I don't live in San Francisco, and
I'm talking about any police. I'm talking about any police.
New York. No, don't move the goalpost.
Is New York required? Is New York required? Is New York required or barred from reporting the citizen legality, the legal citizenry of the actual of the people committing the crimes? I'm driving, Stanley. I have to concentrate on a few things.
So why did Trump? Why did Trump stop the National Guard?
Is New York City barred? Hold on. Is New York City barred for reporting the legal citizenry or the legal status of the criminal? Yes, they are, Stanley.
Okay. He's going to play retarded. Why didn't Trump send in the National Guard for the BLM riots?
How do you track crimes that aren't reported in the first place?
Because you have estimated crime statistics and you have victims reporting groups. You have victims recording.
So you're tracking crimes by estimating? No.
Yes, Stanley. Yes, that's what they do, Stanley. They estimate crimes.
Bullshit.
That's how they get their budgets every year. That's how they get their budgets.
You are making it up.
Let me rein you guys in because we're about to finish up.
No, this is just people again talking feelings. The fact is, police officers and police stations and police districts do not.
How do you track something that's not reported? Was my question. How is that feelings?
And Pierce, let's respond to this chat, this comment here. And I think Black Knight is a New York City police officer or former. And I think, in Pierce, this really gets to the underlying root of your argument, why things are so difficult, why you keep pointing to laws when in reality the laws aren't being enforced. And so
yes, that's my point. It's all you need is to enforce them. Just like San Francisco did. You enforce them and it's all gone. This is a result of people being more okay with the crime than being okay with the solution to the crime. That's all this is. More
Okay,
people
perfect.
are okay with seeing people having illegal businesses, taking jobs, running red lights, running on. They're okay with that because to
We
most
were just
people,
talking crime.
it's scarier to
We were
see
just
women getting
talking crime.
arrested.
Hey, hold on for a
John, may I
second.
can I ask him a question real quick?
Sure, and then we're gonna go to Master Kim. Is that okay? Let's go.
Okay. Yes, sir. I have a quick question for you there, Imperius. If true, and you believe that, I assume you believe that Trump is going to bring law and order. Why didn't he bring law and order during the BLM riots in 2020?
Again, it's political suicide.
Right. There's 4D chess. Always some fucking dumbass excuse.
So you're telling me in 2020, let me ask you a question. Do you think if he would have gone and he would have been hard-handed on that, he would have not played in the exact things the Democrats were saying? That he's a fascist, a Nazi?
They were going to.
Hold on, we're gonna move away from this topic, but I want to respond to Imperius quickly. And again, it's something that I lived in righteous. Don't hold this against me, but I think this validates your point. A lady friend of mine and I'm going to find that picture if I can find it. We went down to the White House, right there where they painted Black Lives Matter. Does anyone remember that? They painted Black Lives Matter on 16th Street, right leading is the street perpendicular to the White House. Does anyone remember that? I need you to put a yes or no in the chat. It helps me.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
The people in the chat, let me know if you remember that or not. And so my lady friend and I went there, and I'm not going to look up the picture because it may take me a little while, but there were all these dead blacks. Philando Castile, name some niggas. You know them all. But as soon as Trump was elected, all them niggas' posters were gone. And my lady friend, we went back down there, she was surprised. And she's a liberal, she couldn't understand how those posters immediately were gone once Biden was elected. I said, because they're using niggas. And I think that is really the momentum that's carrying America today in periods that you live in a nice neighborhood. These things you're somewhat exempt from. But all across these inner cities, they're letting the migrants do whatever the hell they want to do. I've shown you people cutting hair on the street. I've shown you people that were cooking on the street. This was a black woman. I think I showed you a picture of. Housing, I've shown you pictures of that. There are two sets of rules now in America. And you're going to have to just get used to it. You're not going to enforce your way out of it. Let me show you an example of what I mean.
Well, yeah, you have two sets of rules because most people are fine with that.
Well, and listen, I'm not here to bicker back and forth as to why or why not.
I'm just saying, my point is this. It's a very solvable problem that we can solve in less than a week. But again, people don't want that. It's mean.
Okay.
The number one sin in America, the first commandment. The first commandment in America is "Thou shalt not be mean."
Yeah.
Okay. So you know what happens if you have a bunch of fucking illegals cooking up food. You know what you used to do in the 50s? You know what the cops used to do? They take clubs and they crack it across their head. They'd have things. Hold on, John.
You know what they did in the 50s?
Because there's a simple solution, Stanley.
Imperius, let me stop you for a second. You sound like Thomas Sotomayor when he was on that channel with the white people talking about accountability and respect and all that shit. That shit's gone, man. It's gone. I shown you the pictures of motherfuckers out on the street cutting hair, barbecuing, whatever the hell they want to do. Look, Imperius, I'm trying my best to impress upon you.
I get it. I grew up in Southern California. I get it. You guys in your shitholes where you decide to live, suck it up, Buttercup. You guys are dealing with it. Down here, if you have a black guy walking down the street in my neighborhood, you have 6 cop cars pull up on him. So you guys get to live in the shitholes that you guys decide to live in. In Orange County, California, I never saw a bum. You know what they did with bums?
You know what?
They picked them
That's
up in the
why
cop
you
car and drove them up to. No, I'm like that because you know what? There's a simple solution. No, Stanley, it's again you're saying, oh, you're mean. That's all you're
No,
saying is, oh, you're
I
mean.
think you're maladjusted.
John, I'd like to make
No,
one,
it's called
one
mean.
statement
It's
here
called
to
no. Again,
Imperius.
it's called. You know what the cops down where I lived did? They drove them
Okay,
up to
you're
LA and
not going
dumped
to
them in
address
LA where they want to be.
I think you're maladjusted. It has nothing to do with me not wanting to be me.
And I think you're more willing to live with slow destruction than dealing with a short-term uncomfortability for you to do the solution that needs to be done.
Hang on. That perfectly goes into what I want to say to you, Imperius. So Imperius, that goes perfectly into what I want to say to you, because what you just admitted earlier, when I brought up the fact that Trump didn't stamp down the riots of 2020, you said that because it wasn't politically advantageous. So what you're admitting is that instead of Trump doing the right thing and squashing those fucking riots, he allowed those people to burn down businesses, burn down people's home, and kill people because it wasn't politically advantageous. So it doesn't matter what is or isn't right. It matters what is or isn't politically advantageous. Go fuck yourself.
Well, yeah. Why would I stop liberals from burning down their own cities? Why do I care?
Imperius, and I think that's your blind spot.
No, it isn't. That's the thing. That's your blind spot. Balkanization. It's already happening. Do you think New York and California are the country? You need to get out, my friend. I understand you think New York City is the center of the world, but it's a shithole that nobody wants to go to.
Hold on for a second. A while back, there was a guy on CT's channel. I can't remember what his name was. And he was talking about the issues in California. I think he was in Huntington Beach or something. If anyone knows what his name is, feel free to put it in the chat. And CT, the panel was going on by blacks. And the guy said, look, my problem is not blacks. My problem is the homeless situation in California. And I remember reading about the homeless situation in California in Paris. And you said that the homeless situation in Orange County, if they would have popped up in Orange County, the police would be right on top of them. Well, let me show you.
There was a federal law, John. There was a federal lawsuit against the city of Irvine because the cops would pick up any person they suspected of homeless, beat the shit out of them, and dump them in Santa Ana.
Well, how do you explain this? Homelessness spikes sharply in Orange County.
Yeah, and then they take them and they throw them out. That's fine. It just means more running from LA down there, and they pick them up and they drop them back off in LA.
Well, let's see if that's what they're saying. Where's that article again? Here it is. All right. And we'll see if what you're saying is correct, Imperius.
Yeah, it's a migratory. They're migrating from LA.
Clearly, Imperius, they have not removed all these people. This looks to be downtown, some Orange County.
That's Santa Ana. Yeah, they dump them in Santa Ana. Yes.
Is that in Orange County?
Yeah, it's like one shitty town in Orange County. It's like the Mexican town. So they dump all the blacks and the Mexicans there.
But Orange County is even if it's shitty, it's probably $1 million to move there. Is that correct?
No. Santa Ana's a shithole, dude.
So what do you think it costs to buy a house in Santa Ana?
Like $400 or $500.
It's still pretty middle class, upper middle class, right? Most people in this audience probably won't have a $500,000 home in Paris. And plus you have the taxes on top of that in Paris, very expensive. So look at this.
Yeah, well, if you're an illegal, you get a 20% down payment assistance in California, so you don't need that much.
And that is my point in Paris, is that the government is subsidizing this.
Yes, that's my point. But all you need is to then tweak that government against them, right?
In Paris, we're gonna have a little one-on-one here. Seriously, there's so much money involved in Paris. I'm here in DC. I can tell you, there's so much money involved. You can't fathom it. The food, the housing, the English as a second language, clothing, ESL. Only goes Kimmy Casey if she's in the.
Yeah, and where did they get that money for, John? Where did they get that money from, John?
From the government. And the government.
Yeah, where? What government, John?
Federal government. And that government.
Yeah, exactly, John. And what does the president have, John?
You think Joe Biden's gonna stop that?
No, John. When Trump gets in, what can the president do, John? He was already supported by this last term with the Supreme Court and the funding for the wall. So what does he have the authority to do, John? John, what does he have the authority to do? Does he have the authority to redirect and use federal money as he sees fit, John?
Yeah, that's true. Well, he has
Yeah. So John, so what happens? You know, all
No, he
the
doesn't.
hold on,
No, he
John.
doesn't.
Yes, he does. He does. It was
No,
ruled
he
in the Supreme
doesn't.
Court case for the
No.
wall.
The
Yeah.
president does
He
not
can
have
rule
that
for
authority.
discretionary spending in any
No.
way he wants. Yes,
Okay,
he can.
discretionary spending isn't all funds.
No, that had to do with
allocated by
military.
Congress, they
I
go
love.
that was
Okay, so if I bring
military
up the case, so
funds.
I'll bring up the case and we can read the holding. Okay, let's bring the holding.
That
Since I have
was
to take you guys back
military.
to school,
That
let's
was
read the
military.
holding.
That was
No,
military
Put the
funds.
no,
case in. Put the
no.
case
That was
in the
discretionary
back
spending
chat.
moved. That was discretionary spending moved to military funding.
The purse belongs to Congress, Imperius. You know this.
Not discretionary spending.
Militarily.
Imperius.
No, he's the commander in chief
Of
the military.
the military.
Yes, but that's not the point of the holding of the case. The case was moving funding from discretionary to fund the military
No.
to build the wall.
No.
Okay,
No.
I'll bring the holding up and then let's bet who's right. If the person that's wrong can never come on the show again.
Okay.
Let's put it on the line.
Put the case in the back chat.
Hey, John.
Yeah. Hey, we're gonna get Master Kim in here. Master Kim, he give us some insight before we end this show. Go ahead, Master Kim. What's up?
With respects of discretionary spending, I don't know the right answer, so I can't hype up Fagboy Imperius on this, but Fagboy Imperius is spot on all the other shit that he said. That's a fucking fact. But what Imperius is doing is dangling.
Then quit calling him fag boy. Chink.
Hold on.
Fucking Fagboy muffin top. Go fucking.
Yeah, whatever, chink.
Hold on.
Fucking fag.
Hey, hold on. Master Kim, stop for 1 second. Righteous. Come on now. We can't do that, man. We have to respect that.
No, I'm sorry. Look, Imperius and I go against each other, but I'm friends with him, and I was here.
Hold on. I'm talking about Master Kim.
I was here when Master Kim was talking about trying to get him disbarred. Master Kim, go fuck himself.
Yeah, I don't care about Muffin. Muffin can talk how he wants, dude.
Only thing with backstage. Whatever happened, it didn't happen here. Right? And so we're going to judge everyone based upon how they behave here. And so there's no need to call names or anything like that. Like, you can get your point across more effectively, honestly.
No, you can call me names. I like it. It's fun.
Yeah, that's cool. But you know, call them names. Call them. Put your number in the back chat, and he can call you, and y'all can trade names.
But I have the link in the back chat, John. Do you want me to link the story about the funding? It literally the holding of the case was about how the executive branch, Article 2, can use Article 1 discretionary spending. The Supreme Court doesn't take narrow cases on one single question, like can on this specific time can Trump do this? No, it's a holding regarding an Article 1, Article 2 question. That's the issue.
I think we probably.
Hey, John.
I think we probably exhausted the issue. So let's get Master Kim in here because I want Master Kim.
No, we don't want any Asians in here. Get out of here.
Hold on. Because Master Kim, I think I'm gonna prompt him to talk about his conversation or his experience riding in the car with a bunch of Patels, and you see if you can contrast their behavior with what he's going to tell you. Go tell us about that ride with the Patels, Master Kim.
Yep, and John, just real quick, if I could just at least take 10 seconds. A lot
Sure.
of people on the panel, whether it be on CT or here, do something called posturing, right? Kind of like it's a bit, right? Kind of it's talking shit, idle threats, silly stuff like that. And for dick face muffin fag boy to defend Imperius is ridiculous. I've spoken to Imperius. Imperius understands it was a bit, blah, blah, blah. I've spoken to him many a times. So sorry, fucking muffin fag, for you get Imperius is a winner.
Yeah, no one cares, Chink. No one cares, Chink. Move on.
Righteous. Come on.
No. He gets to sit here and call me fag boy, and I can't say anything. Go fuck yourself, Chink.
That's true, Master Kim. Let's not use the F word. Come on, Master Kim.
You're a loser, and that's why you're
Yeah.
Shut up. Muffin's not. Hold on, Master Kim. Muffin's not a loser. Like the reason he can go hard on me because we go hard on each other outside of here. We fucking talk all the time, and we yell at each other way worse than that.
right,
So I don't care, but don't no, hold on. Don't rail on Muffin. He's a smart guy. Like, trust me. It's just I disagree with him on some of his on the extent to which on certain things he argues. But no, he's a smart guy, just like you are, Kim. But what I'm saying is, in general, like, let's stop being butthurt about name calling. Who gives a fuck? Like, come on, guys.
Okay.
Like, let's just not get butthurt about you could, as I've said, I don't think I've complained about anyone calling me anything. I don't care. So you can call me whatever you want.
Messi can make your point. Go ahead, Messi.
Okay, so and again, that's basically what I wanted to say. But as far as writing with Patels and being friends with these, business owners and stuff like that, what I communicated to John is, spending time with these guys, and I've spent a lot of time with these folks, is when they sit back and talk about interest rates or real estate deals or building a new strip mall, or maybe they're Chipotle just signed a 5-year lease with a 5-year option. Hearing these guys go back and forth is the same equivalent as myself, who I followed Georgia football, and John going back and forth about SEC football and all the finer points or whatnot. It's absolutely stunning. Now, mind you, I do come from a business family, but it's stunning to see how serious these guys discuss business, if you will. And I guess that's what I wanted
Kim,
to mention.
as an SEC fan.
Hold on. We're not talking about football here. Go ahead, Messi Kim.
And just kind of showing a different focus. Most Asians and Patels, and again, I guess I just will coin myself the proxy representative of these guys. They don't really follow politics too well because they're self-starters and yada, yada, yada. But Biden has fucked this country up so bad that we are paying attention to politics, and we do need Trump to come in and kind of bring us in from the deep end. He's not the total solution, nor do we expect it, but he needs to bring us into shallow water so that so the other people in government can kind of turn stuff around. So I guess I wanted to mention other minorities and their perspectives. They don't give two fucks about what goes on in politics. They pay their taxes. They work hard. They're not swinging off the dick of the government. They don't collect food stamps. Not all, but a majority just don't do that stuff. And with that being said, I'll mute my mic.
Hey, John, I want to ask Kim a question. Hey, Kim, do you think, as an SEC fan, any SEC team today or before could have beaten the USC teams from the 2000s?
Oh, absolutely not. It's absolutely stunning to see it now. I mean, it's
No. I think we had the 10 years from the 2001 when Pete Carroll came in to 2010 when he left was the best dynasty in college football history. I don't care about Nick Saban. Remember, we went down to every SEC school during that and beat the shit out of you guys at your own houses, like 55-10. How many schools had 3 Heisman Trophy winners in a row?
Yeah, it's stunning. The football culture is definitely different down here, so it's kind of stunning to see us, get handed to us, especially with a handful of white boys too. It's just mind blowing.
Well, it's because we had literally it was because LA doesn't have a football team. USC was like a pro football team for LA. So you had celebrities on college football sidelines every game. You had like Snoop and Dre and all those guys on the sidelines during games. So we were a pro team playing college kids. Do you remember Joe Mixon, I think his name is, the running back for the Bengals. Do you remember him?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, do you remember how Pete Carroll on the last day, he wasn't even in the running to get him, and on the day before signing day, he just went down to Mixon's house and Mixon just signed with him? Different kind of work. Like, literally, when it was Pete Carroll at SC, man, I don't think SEC football was anything.
Hey, we're about to wrap up. Go ahead. Mexican, I'm going to give you last words here. We're about to wrap up this stream. I had a couple thoughts about a stream. I saw someone else do something similar, and I wanted to go into like a deep dive. Any of you guys ever watched The Saint on YouTube?
Yeah, he's all right, but he's a fucking douchebag too, though. He talks a lot about shit he don't know about. He's a douchebag. Like, he's a straight, he's kind of like, he tries to be extraordinarily controversial and stick his nose and he makes opinions that aren't even his just to get viral. He's just a shady character. He's a snake in the grass, dude.
Has anyone heard? John, can I respond to the chat that you brought up, that you highlighted?
Yeah.
About the fact that I don't say the N-word. Yeah. I'll say chink all day. I don't really care because it has a separate meaning as well as, you know, there aren't that many things for Chinese people. I don't really care. The thing is there are certain words that I just think are disgusting, that don't need to be said. I don't like saying pussy. I don't like saying that word. Just like I don't want to say nigger. Like, I can say it all day long if I want to. Guess what? I just don't want to. There are tons of other ways to offend Black people that if I wanted to, I could do it. I don't need to say that word specifically, because what it does is it gives you ammo. It gives Black people ammo to immediately discount anything that I had to say. So instead of that, I don't. I'll say that you're chimping out or you're acting like an ape or something like that.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think the word chink just doesn't bother Master Kim?
No, I don't. I really don't. Like, it's like calling a white person cracker.
What about like slope or squint? What about squint? So is that better, Mr. Kim?
Master Kim,
it's the same. It's the same.
Master Kim, what slur would offend you?
Well, you know, to be honest with you, I don't think it's a matter of the slur. It's obviously the context, right? So Dickface McMuffin was fucking just trying to stick up for Imperius and all offended and acting sensitive.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, you wanted to come in here and say fag boy and faggoty and all that sort of stuff. So I called you a chink. That's exactly right.
Okay. That's me.
Yeah.
As an Imperius, all right, but you're fucking Dickface. You know.
Yeah. And I rashed you too, chink.
Okay, so there you go. So, you know, but to answer your question, John, you know, I don't think nothing of it. I know what I got going on, and so I don't need to kind of joust with some guy like that. I know what I've got going on. You know.
Well, also, isn't there a big difference between like racism and just being discriminatory? Like, I think everyone gets discriminatory when they look at someone like, I just don't like that person. I don't like how they look. I'm like, but actual racism, where you go about your life trying to make another person's life worse because of their race, that's very rare. I mean,
everybody is bigoted.
Everyone's bigoted. Like, we all like our own groups. We all have in-group preference. But to be racist, to go out of your way to make another person's life worse because of their skin color, that's very rare nowadays.
Okay,
like that's all I'm saying.
Hey guys.
Go
ahead, Master Kim.
What about assaultive, aggressive behavior? Oh, suck my dick, or fuck you, or I mean, isn't that pretty compelling language?
No, dude, that's like no, dude. Like I remember, dude, my whole life people said I'm gonna fuck your mom's mouth and stuff. Or I'll fucking I'll shove something up your ass like your dad shoved his dick up your ass. Shit like that. I've heard it my whole life, dude.
Yeah.
Like you gotta play a lot. You need to play a lot of sports, dude, because I heard that shit since I was 7 years old, dude.
All right. Hold on for 1 second. Let me interrupt for 1 second. Before I end the stream, I want to give you guys one more chance to donate to CT Extreme. I mean, his Cash App. You have many opportunities to do it, but while we're here, we're live. If you could do us a couple things, I think I'm like maybe 4 subscribers away from 300. Sorry. And so if you haven't subscribed, please do that for me. If you do contribute to CT's channel, I'd encourage you to contribute now. If you've never contributed before, but you've listened, then contribute now. Take the time to contribute now, because the man is, facing the powers to be. And in these times, as you can see right here, there's some people that don't even have to play by the rules, and they can go ahead and do whatever the hell they want to do. While there are other people who's pretty much playing by the rules, and CT is very stringent about making sure that people don't come on his panel as porn bomb and things like that. He has a lot of people that work with him, and all these people, I'm not going to say they're dependent on him, but they are supportive of him, and they're hoping that he gets back online. So why don't we take, let's say, 10 seconds, right, for you guys to take a little something out, right? Again, like we go to Target, we go to Walmart, you go to liquor store, whatever, you spend money with people that you don't even know. But here's a chance to support someone that you come and you consume his content almost every day. Every day we're in the panel and people saying, hey, extend the show, CT, extend the show, CT. Well, show the guy that you appreciate him right now by, it could just be $1. The man will appreciate, and that'll give him, not saying he doesn't have the will to keep fighting, but the support. Oftentimes, when people know that there's some people in their corner, it gives them that extra little to keep fighting. So I would suggest all of you guys in the chat, in the panel right now, if you send him $1, he's going to recognize who you guys are, and when he gets back, He'll have all the motivation to give you
Hey,
the
you
best
cheap sons of bitches, get the fucking donating.
and get the likes and get the subscribes up. And while CT's out, get the shares up. Share my content, share CT's content. Again, I've given you
Absolutely, because you know what? Like, even though we have the conversations that we do, we get rowdy. We might get a little racist or anything like that. Guess what? You and CT allow that to happen at the detriment of you guys' own name and your own channel. And for the sake of free speech, you guys allow it to happen, and that's exactly why everybody should donate and give some money, because there are not many people online willing to have the open panels that you guys do, and have the balls to actually go through and let people say what they want to say with very little moderation.
Give crack to me says, can you guys give me a gook? Hey, if you guys want to get crack to me a gook, give him a gook and put it in the Cash App when you send it to CT, and we'll read all the gooks, assuming CT is available to send it to us. But come on, get crack. I would love to hear your point of view here, or at least get the gooks.
The Asians, they multiply like weeds. You got one, then you got another. Jesus.
With two of them. Yeah, we'll give you a gook, Master P. Get crack. Someone on here will give you a gook. But look, I'm about to end this channel. I really appreciate you guys coming on. It's a good time to fill in while CT's out. And again,
is he going to be on Rumble now? Is he doing his show on Rumble from now on, or what is he going to do?
Yeah, so that's the thing. If you guys can get him to 500, I'm not sure if Portia's still here. I still see her avatar here. But if you guys can get him to 500 in the Cash App, he'll come on Rumble. I think that's what he's saying. So go ahead and get the Cash App. Here's the Cash App right here. It's also scrolling in the banner. And
does he have one strike, 2 strikes, or 3 strikes on his channel? Like, what did he get?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure.
He said that he got a strike on the video, the Ryan Garcia video, before he'd even started the video. He got a strike on that video that he hadn't even started yet. Is what he said.
That's what's so funny is he doesn't get flagged for anything that's said on here or any of the. It had to be something to do with the screenshot, like the banner or something. I guarantee it.
Yeah. Well, he said, because I specifically asked him about it because I was worried that because I had said the F word on there and Linwood acted all up about it. I was worried, and he said that he was struck for targeted harassment for the Ryan Garcia video that he hadn't even gone live for.
Yeah. So that's the thing, I know we're a little bit off topic here, but I think it's very important to do. Going forward, I think, and look, I'm just giving you my advice or my thoughts on things. And some of you guys may not have known this up until this point. And I think the streamers, the people who stream based upon, my research of the analytics and things like that, I think that you guys should really start contributing to the people who are putting out content that you like by way of Cash App. The streamers need to figure out a way to recognize the people that send them by Cash App without making the show disjointed or anything like that. But we all need to team up as Americans and cut out the middleman corporate America. This might very well get me banned. But you guys are paying 30% whenever you want to get a shout out or something on CT show or any of the other panels that you join. I don't know if you guys know that or not. So I think you guys need to support the people that you listen to every day by sending them Cash Apps or PayPal or Venmo or whatever. Some dude says Cash App keeps the YouTube's out. That's very true. Because again, we're paying these people 30%. And yet we get up here on the panel and Be Brave and all these other people talk about the corporate America. And he's not wrong. But let's cut the corporate America out of it. We can easily do it. It isn't much more difficult to send a Cash App than a super chat. But we're Or falling back on the ease of sending super chats is very easy. But I think we'll be.
He should make sure he has like a pop up though for when he does get a Cash App. He'll read the comment. You know what I mean?
Well, he does, bro.
No, there's not going to be an integration right now. There isn't an integration right now between.
Well, it's not a pop up, but if CT reads it when he gets a Cash App, if the person wants him to.
Oh, does he? Okay, I didn't know.
I'm not all into the operational things, but there has to be these YouTube streamers based upon the analytics streams that I've done and my research that I didn't. Again, I just did a part 1 of the YouTube analytics. I'm going to show more once I get enough content where they can start to show me some of the predictive stuff, the AI type predictive stuff on what I should talk about. And so there's an algorithm that is at play as well. So I think that if we want to keep hearing what we want to hear, the easiest way to do that is to share, like, and then on the financial side, contribute Cash App wise. And we'll be doing a service to not only us, because we'll be able to keep CT on the air, or be able to give him the ability to move to a private platform. And he'll get to keep more of the money. So when you think about that, I think it's a win-win for all of us. Someone says I should interview Aaron Clary. Do you know who Aaron Clary is?
Yeah, I know who he is. He's okay, but he's like a pseudo intellect. He's one of those like red pill dudes, like kind of like he's all with what's his name? God, what's that fuck? Rollo Tomasi and all of them. Like he's all into that. And he talks more about economics, but in the lens of like men have got to do this because women are doing. It's that same shit, dude. I mean, he's got a couple good ideas. He's not an idiot. But again, it's all encompassing women. It's like I don't care.
So again, like this, if you look at the comment here, banked up 700. Like I think I've been giving solutions to the streamer to A, cut the middleman, which is YouTube, out of their pockets, and B, find a way to support the streamers that are sending you Cash Apps that's not integrated into YouTube, so it doesn't pop on the screen the same way that it does if someone sends you a super chat, which makes sense because YouTube is charging you 30% for that. And so why would anyone, not me, but why would anyone buy Chaotic Reacts and then they're going to have to still pay the middleman? It will far make sense for the streamers who are doing this to figure out a way to get people to just Cash App them instead. Go ahead. Someone was about to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, and unfortunately, and I noticed this when you CT did that stream on Rumble, he got basically no super chats or whatever they're called on Rumble. I tried to send a couple of, like, I don't know, Rumble chats or whatever they're called, but like Rumble was like, you need to confirm your email, and I was trying to send them at stoplights, but and that sort of stuff. So like I couldn't confirm my email. But I did notice that, like, when he did go to Rumble, almost nobody sent any money into him, and we have to recognize that this might very well be his job. And so if he can't make money going on Rumble from the people in the chat, then it's not worth it for him.
And again, like the people that go on the news, they have companies that pay them. Many of us spend hours upon hours. I've been streaming now 7 hours, and luckily I'm able to do this and not have to go out and make a living. But there are other people that need to make a living. CT will tell you it's all about the money, and so from that standpoint, he's putting himself at risk. You see the abuse he takes from other people when you go on their panels, and I'm sure that he may not have talked about it, he may not have even thought about it, but his employment prospects have probably been severely diminished. Like, can Nick Fuentes get a job? Can Nick Fuentes go get a job? Hell no. And I would imagine that CT probably has a very difficult ability going to get a job as well if he were looking for a job. But luckily, he likes to stream, so it's very important. We got Cube here. What's up, Cube? You got a question?
Hey, how y'all doing? Go ahead and like and subscribe. I've been listening off and on all day. Just something I really want to point out real quick. You guys, you mentioned, shoot, what was I gonna say? You mentioned the fact that, shit, I forgot what I was gonna say, man. Like, but you guys talk so
Really
damn much.
showing out here, bro.
John smoking hotbox you, dude.
I got everybody else high, huh?
Rapping and rapping that I be forgetting what the hell I'm gonna say. God damn it, Master came on there.
I'm trying to
All
figure
right.
out.
No.
While he figures out, I just want to say something to Mr. Kim real quick. So, Mr. Kim, real quick, I just want you to know that, like, there's no bad blood between us. The only reason that I had anything to say against you is because the couple of times that I've heard you on CT stream, you were trying to get Imperious disbarred, and I see that as cancel culture. I see that as the same queer thing that the left is trying to do, and so I was completely against that. So that's why I didn't like you.
All right.
I have nothing.
It's all right.
I have nothing against
It's all
you
right. I still don't
personally.
like him. He's Asian. I don't like him anyways.
Master Kim, give us some good advice here. What you got?
Graduate from high school.
Just kind of listen to everything that's going on, and that's a doggone shame. I think what trumps everything is what you're mentioning about CP's podcast or whatnot. That kind of just is very overwhelming, and for sure I'm going to donate. I was sending him small little cash apps prior to this, so I'm already, so thank God, but I'll do it right after the show. And I think that with respects of what Muffin was mentioning, just, I did, get a chance. It was part of the stick. It was part of the threat and just goofy stuff. There was no real intent. But with all that being said, you would have no clue because you only saw me on that show a couple of times. But with that being said, Imperious didn't take the bait and told me to stick it up my ass. So with that being said, I completely understand what you're saying. And this is online stuff, and if you dish it out, and I was just simply saying derogatory things that guys will say amongst each other, not really with a deeper meaning behind that. It wasn't a racial slur, nothing like that. It was all in good fun. Saying that I agree with him. It wasn't meant to be taken anything more than that. I think there's a difference when you call someone, I can't wake up and be white tomorrow. So there's a difference to me. And that's just what I deal with. But yeah, you get on the internet, Nixon.
No, dude, I say worse than that.
And I'll say you're right, Mr. Kim. Like, yeah, I don't have the opportunity to listen to all this sort of stuff live. I've only been listening for the last week or two, the last couple of weeks. But yeah, when I caught on a couple times live, and I was hearing you, trying to make someone what it seemed like was trying to make Imperious or someone lose their job. It didn't even have to be Imperious. Trying to get anybody to lose their job or something like that. Yeah. I took that a certain type of way.
Hey,
Sorry,
I
John.
just talked to Portia. And Portia, man, she really disappointed me when she told me. She said, no one has hit the cash app. Bob is the only one that sent him something.
Hey, Portia, if we hit the cash app, will you do some stripping for us or what?
Don't be a degenerate.
Queer. Come on, man.
I remember what I was going to say.
Honestly, look, I don't get anything out of this. Honestly. Like, shit, I could go by my merry way. I got people waiting on me right now. I could leave here right now and not give a damn one way or the other.
But I'm just saying, Mr. Kim, I see that as a leftist tactic to try and get somebody fired. And so that's why I got a certain type of way about it.
It's
not.
nothing.
Muffin, you're spot on, and I apologize.
It's nothing important right now. Mr. Kim, if I may interrupt you, and I very rarely interrupt you, Mr. Kim. But honestly, man, like seriously, like I don't get.
Well, I wanted to bridge the gap, John. I wanted to make sure that I explained to Mr. Kim why I was upset at him and why I came at him and everything like that. And I think Mr. Kim understands, and we can move past this. Is what I think.
But what I think is much more important here now, honestly, man, like seriously, like very few people come on camera. We got Cube here. I'm on camera. No one else is on camera. Every day CT comes on camera and you guys get on and you get to chime in and say whatever you want to say. You can say nigger and periods. No one says anything to you. You're not at risk of losing your job because you're anonymous. But CT, like shit, like he's not anonymous. And you guys like I'm really disappointed, right? Like, and I think
Hey, you got to give me some credit. I send them $50 to $100 a week.
I'm not blaming anyone. Don't get me wrong. And again, I'm not pointing you out. I shouldn't have even mentioned your name. But honestly, like these people are really, in some cases, they're putting their life on the line, but they're really putting a lot of their prospects on the line in many cases. And he gets online every day and he doesn't. And you've seen the situation that Tommy Sotomayor is going through in that he's boxed out. And, you know, for a guy that gets on and does sometimes 10, 12-hour streams, and when you guys are there, you contribute. He reads what you read on the screen. I guess that's probably why you contribute, and that's good. But when you're doing that, YouTube gets 30%. And you get the recognition clearly that your name shows up in the bar as having contribute. But like if you want to keep content like CT, and all of you guys, I'm looking in the panel, I'm looking in the chat, all of you guys follow CT. And you know, I think if you want to keep content like that, you know, it's worth contributing something. $1. Everyone here has $1. You've been here all day. You got to at least have $1, right? So let's at least do that. $1. If you can do the dollar. Someone says John's right. It's almost like running your resume with a felon. That's true. You know, one time I went for a job. It was out. I can't remember where it was. It was years ago. It was somewhere out in Maryland though. And I had said something online, and I won't even tell you the platform. You probably can find it. And the guy Googled me, and he looked my name up, and then he asked me about what I said. It was pretty strident. It was pretty, pretty virulent what I said. And the guy, I didn't get the job. You know, maybe I'm sure I already had a job. Usually I work 2 jobs, but I didn't get the job because it's merely something what I posted on Facebook, and I wasn't talking about killing anyone or anything like that. But for companies, they're like, we can't deal with this. Far better to find someone else with the same talent without the liability. And I imagine that CT would face the same type of situation if he were to go out looking for jobs now. People just look on YouTube, man, you said that? No way. Find someone else to bring into our organization. So that's why I keep harping on it. If you guys want to chime in, feel free.
Hey, John Galt, I actually remembered what I was going to say. It had to do, I'm kind of circling back here, so forgive me. But I just want to get it out real quick while I remember. It was about blind spot. And I think you have a blind spot, sir, and some of the people on the panel in that, your example was, you keep referencing rules and laws, migrant rules and laws and regular folk laws. Well, you're bringing up the examples you're giving are things that probably shouldn't be laws anyway, right? Cooking on the side of the road. You think that should be a law? You should go to jail over that, you think?
Fuck yeah. I don't want diseases all over my city.
And you think the government is the one? You think you can't decide whether or not you want to eat someone who cooks on the side of the road or not? Or cutting hair on the side of the road? You need the government to dictate that? That's a blind spot.
Hold on, QB. That's the question. I never said it should be against the law or legal. What I'm saying is that the average American that wants to abide by the law, he's going to find himself facing a lot of regulations that a lot of people aren't. Right? That's all I'm saying. Take it however you like. You can follow the law. That's cool. But if you don't follow the laws, if you do follow the laws, you're going to be behind the 8 ball. That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you one way or the other. You can do this.
Can I ask a question, John? We can have a very simple answer to all this. Why is any resource of the American government in any way given to these people? I'll give you an example. Why do they get to call the police when something happens to them? I just want to answer to that. I want someone to answer.
Okay, I'll answer that.
I'll answer.
Hold on.
Fuck them.
No, my question is if I walk up, if someone walks up to one of them and you're a U.S. citizen, you punch them in the face. Why should your system? What jurisdiction does the system have against you against a foreign citizen?
And Pierce, you can't be that dumb, right?
No, I'm
Like,
asking for a justification. I'm
He
asking
dumb,
why.
he's
Why should
bro,
they
do
be?
you want to live in an area of chaos?
That's not chaos.
Listen,
If you're not a citizen, why should the rights of a citizen go to you?
So if two people on your block are stabbing each other and they're both immigrants, hold on. You don't want the police to respond.
No, I'd rather a U.S. citizen like me. I should be allowed to take my AR-15 and go up and put a couple shells in both of them.
What about if all the people on the block are little old ladies? Come on, dog. You're not even.
Then the little old ladies can come out with their shotgun and put a slug in them.
You're not making any sense.
I'm making perfect sense. Why should any U.S. resources that they don't pay taxes on, that they don't contribute to, be used for them?
Tell you why.
Look at it selfishly. You don't want to live in an area.
Let's not even do law. Let's do the way the world works. What comes around goes around.
Okay, let it come around and go around. I'd love to see another country.
You know what? You will squeal like a little girl.
Doubt
when
it.
It happens to you.
Doubt it. Because I'm a U.S. citizen, I get the pay the taxes. They don't pay anything. They have no input into the system. Why should they get anything out of it?
I have met people like you before. You will cry.
Why would I cry?
And Pierce, you don't even make sense. What if they came and robbed your house? You don't want the police to respond to that person that robbed your house?
No, just like if anybody came in my house, they ain't leaving.
You don't even like black people on your street.
Bro,
my next door neighbor's an ex-Marine who's black.
Hang on.
My next door neighbor's a Marine, he's black.
Stanley, I just want to say thank you so much for adding nothing as usual. Thank you.
No, my question is legitimate because just like my neighbor, if you enter my neighbor's house, he's black, he's an ex-Marine. He don't care what color you are. You're not leaving.
Stanley,
I don't care about your neighbor.
You lie as usual.
I'm talking about you.
And as I said,
Imperious, I dismantled your argument in your question.
You didn't say anything.
In one fell swoop.
You didn't say anything.
What do you mean? Bro, listen. You don't want them responding if they do crimes.
I don't want cops responding to any. I will not. If I had a choice, I would never call the cops. I will take care of it myself. I have a big enough property in the back. I can take those two bodies or whatever and just bury them.
You're an exception. That doesn't mean you're the rule, bro. Like, come on, bro. You don't believe what
But that's my point. That's why democracy is a failure. The democracy is for the lowest common denominator. People that can't do what they need to do. That's why you have to give your rights up to the cops. So that's why you have to submit to them.
Okay, what percentage of the population is under 18? What percentage of the population is over 60? Like, bro, you don't make no damn sense.
No, God, of course you
made absolute sense. The laws and the way the laws are enforced is for the lowest common denominator, the weakest people, not the people that. Do you think I, with 2.5 pallets of ammunition in my garage, need the police?
I think statistically you're going to die because of those 2 ballots.
You don't think anything, Stanley. Shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry. Can you say that in Spanish?
Hey guys, we're going to
no creo.
Hey guys, we're going
to. How did L feel, Imperious? How did L feel? Woo. Easy. Light work. Light work. That's light work.
You didn't give no L cubed.
Hey, we're going to get ready to end this stream shortly. There are a couple of things I did want to show you before we end, just to get kind of like your final comments about that. Again, as I say to all you guys, we can talk about what the government should or should not do, but they're probably not going to do what we want them to do. Living here in DC, I could go into expansive detail as to why not. I could bring the guy Philippe back up here and he could probably give you an even more in-depth view as to why not. So just like I suggest you guys should suggest to donate to CT as opposed by Cash App as opposed to Super Chats, not just CT, but anyone that you support. When we talk about doing things and doing it locally, that is probably the biggest way, is cutting out the big corporate middleman, the guy that the entity that Be Brave talks about all the time. So as a going forward message, that's what I would suggest to you all. But I do want to end with a couple of things, and then that I want to show you. Now I want to get all of you guys comments here. So the first thing I want to show you is this. Let me see if I can find it. And this goes to show you what I'm talking about when I'm saying that the government is against you. Can you guys see that?
No, we can't
really
see it,
need-
John. It's not up.
We can't see it, John.
Oh shit,
It's
you
not.
can't see it. Damn. Okay, my bad.
I can put it on the screen for you.
There you go. Now I got it. There you go. You see that right there?
Is that the San Francisco where they buy your first e-bike for you for free? I remember hearing about something like that.
What is that?
He said, "What is
Pierce,
that?"
you got that?
No, I just heard about it.
So, as I keep trying to tell you guys, I go in and out of my properties and I see things that I say, that's interesting. And so this is what I saw on one of my properties, right? And does anyone know what that is before I explain it to you? Portia, can you see that? You know what that is?
I'm thinking Pierce might hit it on the head.
I mean, it's very explanatory.
E-bike incentive program.
Yeah. Does anyone see that?
I see Muriel Bowser's name
Yeah,
on
we
there.
see
Is
it.
this in DC or what?
If you can read those small letters, I know you can read those big letters.
E-bike incentive program.
Says voucher type.
That's a voucher.
Yeah, it wants you to buy
Who does it go
buy
to?
an e-bike.
Hold it. I don't think you guys see everything. Look at there. What is that? What they say right there? Can you guys see that?
So it's a cargo. It's a cargo e-bike.
Hey, I really need you guys in the chat to do me a favor and put the big number that you see in the chat. Put it in the chat for me, please.
2,000.
Put it in the chat for me. I really need it for the YouTube analytics. If you want me to be explicit with you, put it in the chat. 2,000. If you see the small number, put 150 in there. Put it in there.
John.
Hey, we're gaming the YouTube analytics right now, so put 2,000 and 150 in there.
What's a cargo e-bike?
Hey, boy, listen, see, Stanley, I'm about to show you. I'm about to teach you a lesson about the unseen. I'm about to teach him a lesson about the unseen.
Let's just be sure that it's better than any bike our parents bought us, all right?
Stanley, I keep trying to tell you about the unseen and the seen. Frederick Bastiat, what did he talk about in the 1700s, right? What did he say? He talked about the unseen. I've talked about this several times on CT show. In the Department of Economy.
Oh no, the Mises Institute.
This is Frederick Bastiat. You see the name right here. Claude.
No, I'm looking at the
this is
site.
They're just writing about it. A law gives birth not only to an effect, but to a series of side effects. All of these effects, the first only is immediate. It manifests itself simultaneously with this cause. It is seen. The others unfold in succession. They are not seen. It is well for us if they are foreseen. Between a good and bad economist, this constitutes the whole difference. The one takes account of the visible effect. The other takes account both of the effects which are seen and also those which it is necessary to foresee. Does everyone understand that?
Yeah, it's legal realism, right? Am I getting that term right?
I don't know what legal realism is.
Basically, things have consequences. That's essentially what it's saying.
Well, but the fact that not many people are able to see the unseen consequences. Now, let me ask you this question. What do you think the unseen consequences of giving people $2,100? Do I need to show you the guys the picture? You want to see the picture again so you know I ain't bullshit?
Well, is it in cash?
Does anybody? Hey, see, look at this motherfucker. Don't know nothing about the way of the works. Stanley, you gonna make me play that damn Manly now? You gonna make me play that? Don't make me play the Manly, Stanley, because you smarter than that. You just up here playing like you don't know things. Can anyone? I want you to put it in the chat. Yeah, I'm playing the analytics game, but can anyone put it in the chat what they think the consequences of giving out $2,100? Somebody said increase e-bike prices. Anything else?
It depends on who
It's
they
going to
give it
fuck
to.
up the rental prices because they're using that money for fucking rent and housing and all that shit. They're going to get the bike for $100, and then they're going to use that all the rest on housing themselves and other people that they're bringing in.
Well, the people that got this, let me give you a little background information. See, this is what I'm saying, Pierce. Like, I'm out here in the real world, bro. Like, you live in a very nice neighborhood. You don't even know how much your government is turning against you. And I could keep going on and on for hours.
I absolutely do, dude. I absolutely, I absolutely do. That's why I'm interested in it. But that's my point. That's why it's a very simple answer to me. You turn off the funnel of money, all of this disappears. The rats scatter.
Who the hell buys e-bikes anyway?
The ones you just saw, John, yesterday. The ones driving those fucking Uber.
Hey.
Like I said, who the hell buys e-bikes anyway?
Yes, John, we saw it. We saw it.
See, Stanley, either Stanley is ignorant or he has to act like he don't know things.
You know what?
Hold on. I showed a stream where a migrant was on a scooter. And how much was he making? Put it in the chat if you remember. How much was it?
$4,000 a month, no tax, baby.
No tax. Now the government is giving him what? A mode of transportation where the police don't even mess with him because the bike, that e-bike, the police can't say shit if he ride up on the sidewalk. If he ride in the street, that damn thing got the same potential to damage you as a damn scooter. Them damn e-bikes, listen. Let me show you again. I went and did some research when I found this shit. It was just laying about one of my houses. And I went
this is in DC.
Yeah, you see that? You see the mayor, Muriel Bowser.
Yeah, Muriel Bowser.
Washington, D.C., e-bike incentive.
You know, the one thing I always find interesting about things like this is, again, and I say this all the time on CT's panel, geography, like where everyone is located. Because like in Texas, for example, they tried the scooter and bike thing, but it's not a thing here. Texas is so vast, it's so big. You need a car.
Right.
But where y'all are, like up on the East Coast, I understand why that's necessary for you to have a mode of travel such as a bike or a scooter or something like that. But why?
What's a city thing?
Vouchers? But no, Stanley, even in the cities here in Texas, like Austin, Dallas, even in the major cities, it's you still need a car, you know. So it's like it just didn't go that great here. It was a pilot. They tried it. It just didn't work. But it's always interesting to me to see things like this.
Hold on, Portia, let me ask you a question, Portia. You ever been to Amsterdam?
No.
John has. John's been there. We know he has, right, John?
But when I went, I ain't just go smoke weed. I can smoke weed at home.
Red light district.
Yeah, you went to the hookers. That's what I'm talking about, John.
This argument about whataboutism is annoying.
Hey, I ain't no
John wanted to get himself a weapon.
Niggas don't make me meet you, please. When I travel, shit, I take my women with me. I ain't ever bought a prostitute. What the hell are you talking about? Right? So ain't no damn red light district, even in my subconscious mind. So what I'm telling you is that I lived in New York City for a very long time. And I've been to Amsterdam, which is, if anyone has ever been, you know what it is. It's a bike culture, right?
Is it like the bike capital of like the world?
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone ever heard of Harlem in Amsterdam? The real Harlem. Haarlem. The real Harlem, where our Harlem stems from. Anybody ever heard of that before?
No, I haven't.
Right. So I've been to the real Harlem, and I've been to Harlem in New York City. And so what you'll find is in New York City, man, you know, what even no different, man. Listen, shit. How would I get there? How would I live? Yeah.
Is it better over there or here, John? Do you get better stuff here or there?
You know, I would say like here, you have to be a little bit more selective. Over there, you know, it's pretty much like going to get a cup of coffee or something like that. If you've been to Berlin or something like that, you drink beer. You know, a lot of the places have, you know, 6 or 7 different types of beer, and that's pretty much it. And it's everywhere you go, the same 6 or 7 lager, what's it? Wessenstaffel or whatever, you know, a light beer, a wit beer. So in Amsterdam, you know, you go to the coffee shop. You go to the next. It's similar to here, but a little bit more laid back in terms of you just go somewhere and smoke, as opposed to here you have to go somewhere by and large and go to your own place to smoke or smoke outside, something like that. So there is a different part about it.
John, is Harlem the place where they do this cleaning project 3 times a year where they remove all the bikes from the water underneath the bridge? Is that the place, or is it just kind of?
I wouldn't be surprised because, you know, again, like if you go there and you talk to some of the locals, some of those people may have 3, 4, 5, 6 bikes, right? And someone is my wee man. But actually, I'm gonna do a little advertisement here. If you're ever in DC, you can go and buy weed from these people right here.
Flower Girls.
Look how they deliver this shit. This is not bad, right? This is not bad, right?
No,
wait, they fucking drive it to you? What the fuck?
Nice and discreet.
If you're good with logistics and things like that, you'll deliver it like this. Hey man, I'm a big money customer. What the hell you think you're gonna deliver it to me in aluminum foil? So anyway, in Amsterdam, you'll see people hauling a load of drywall on a bike. Anyone know what drywall is? Does anyone know what a sheet of drywall is?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
and so now I want you to look again at this certificate, because I hope I am bringing it home to you. Sometimes I don't like to just tell people. I want them to see shit for themselves. I want you to look again. I want you to look again. Does everyone see that? Does everyone see what I'm talking about here? I'm going to put my damn mouse over it so it's not to waste my time. See this? What does it say?
Cargo e-bike. Cargo.
What do you think that means?
God damn, they about to be hauling some bricks and cement.
So I went and looked up, well,
what the hell?
I went and looked up, I said, well, what the hell is a cargo bike? They got some damn bikes that will haul 700 pounds. A bike. A motorbike. That means that these migrants that you brought here that can't get licenses for cars, can't get a tag, now they're going to have bikes that can haul drywall, bricks, anything else you got, tools, buckets of material, paint, a 5-gallon bucket of paint, and the government mirrors a black woman who will write tickets on niggas if they stand too long in front of a school or a fire hydrant. Is rewarding the migrants with $2,100. She want to make sure they even lock the shit up. $150 lock. $150. I bought my lock for my scooter. It was about $150. So these people did research. Some of you niggas in the chat, Google, how much is a cargo bike? An e-bike.
God damn. What else they giving out in DC? God damn.
Free food, free housing.
God.
Anything else you want to know? I told you niggas on Erie Tuesday. Listen.
This is only for money.
John, they're gonna give out free weed soon for you.
I mean, you're bold for living in a place
Hold
like
on,
that.
hold
I
on. What did Imperial say? Free weed? Oh, y'all niggas ain't even ready.
I said they're gonna do it for you next. John, just petition them. Go to city council. Be like, it's racist if you don't give me weed.
John, after this, I have a
Don't you think these liberals done thought of that shit already? Don't you? Don't you think these motherfucking liberals done thought of that shit already?
No, dude, no, they didn't. I'm telling you, they haven't gone that way yet. If you want, dude, get a troon up there with you. You and a troon, take a troon and say, hey, if you don't let me, and have the troon say, hey, if you don't let me have free weed, then I don't think I can go through with my transition, and that'll be racist and sexist and everything.
You don't know how far shit gone, man. Don't make me pull it up, Imperious. I'll pull it up for you. Listen, man. Sometimes I go in my house, I'd be amazed at this shit. No bullshit. I told you a while back about I had a nigga from Newark. My boy paid almost $4,000 for his e-bike.
Is that how much they go for? I'm about to look it up. But $4,000.
John, pretend you're a woman for a day. Go to city council, smoke a blunt, and say, if you guys don't give this to me for free, I'm suing your asses. Just tell them that, John. See what they say in city council.
They already ahead of me, Imperious. They've already thought these things. Sure, let me show it to you. Anybody want to see what I'm about to show Imperious about the weed in DC?
Yeah, sure. I just looked
show.
Now, first off, listen. In DC, you get a free phone, cell phone.
Obama phone.
You get them motherfuckers good phones.
Wait, which kind? Are they like brand new? Can I get like the new Fold? I'm gonna buy that. It's like $2,000. I was like, I didn't want to pay that if I have to.
Fold, but like you can upgrade and pay a little money and get like a real phone. I had a tenant that was his job to give out phones all day. He worked for a company, which means that they were being funded to give out phones all day. Let me ask you this question before I get too far into. Do you know who was behind? Then the DC did everybody.
Hey, John, I got a call. I'll be right back. Yeah.
All right. He really needs to hear this. But what was I saying? The cargo bikes. What was I saying here? Cargo bikes.
About the
the week. Feels like he had to leave. Let me see. DC. Okay. So look, in DC, right? You get a free computer, you get a free phone, you get free internet, and if you're poor, you get free housing, you get food stamps too. And if you have children in school, you get $250 per month per child during the summertime. Is that enough for you niggas, or do I need to keep going on? Should I keep going?
Keep going.
Is that enough for you niggas, or do I need to... Oh man!
Keep going.
Is that enough for you niggas? Should I keep going? Hey, you get a bike.
You are the problem, John. Go. You are the problem.
They didn't think I'm the problem. Shit, nigga, I ain't getting nobody no free bike. Well, you know how many niggas don't offer me bikes and bullshit foods and all kind of shit. Somebody asking me about the pussy, nigga. I don't need no pussy for rent. You see how much welfare and shit they giving out around here in DC?
I mean, that's just I don't listen. I don't know. I just couldn't. I would be so upset living in a state like that, knowing all of the things that folks get, because it is night and day down here in Texas. Like, absolutely not.
Somebody said, "What type of computer?" Somebody said, "Nigga, does it matter?"
Yeah, I get. Is it a Dell?
Does it matter?
Is it a MacBook?
It matter. It's just a fucking. This is a porn bomber from last time. I kick his ass.
John, I have a question too. I posted something in the oh, that's somebody. Oh yeah, we probably don't want to bring them up.
Get his ass up out of here. How do I
you want me to kick him out, or?
Yeah, kick it. Like, I don't want to have to authenticate people, because I guess some people wouldn't be able to join.
Yeah, that person is gone. So, in the back chat, so next week we have the RNC convention in Wisconsin, and I mean I'll be there. I'm a delegate at large, and talking to a few people, and I just looked it up. Are you familiar with Amber Rose?
The rapper woman, right? Yeah,
the woman that used to date Kanye West.
Mm-hmm.
and she had the little rallies or marches, like the free the nipple or whatever it was all these years ago. But she endorsed Donald Trump, and I just got a few messages from a few of my friends and stuff that are going to be there at the convention also, that she is going to speak at the convention. So I'm curious,
wow.
Stanley, I know. I'm curious to know your thoughts on that, John. If you, in the private chat, I posted the link to it. But Amber Rose speaking at the RNC, do you think this will help or hurt? Everybody on the panel, I'd say.
I'll let you guys answer first. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like things like that, like really never can hurt you, can they? I don't think it could ever hurt you. You know, like for whatever you want to think about her. I mean, she is fairly attractive, right? Blah blah blah. She's a celebrity. I don't think it could hurt you. Can't hurt.
Oh, okay.
Anyone else want to chime in?
Yeah, I like the Republicans' efforts at a big tent policy.
I think AP is here, right?
I'm joking.
Oh, okay, Stanley. I thought I have my.
But I'm with I'm with I3. How is it going to hurt?
It's Amber Rose, you know, and you know it's all good and fine. You know, a lot of folks are coming.
Would you prefer Cardi B?
Absolutely, neither one of them. I'm trying to figure. I mean, I'll be there, so I'll be able to. I'll take videos and stuff, and if anybody's live, I'll call in and turn my camera.
Of course, you're gonna try and get her autograph.
You're not saying you're jealous, are you?
Absolutely not. I'm just like I'm curious. Like, what is she gonna wear? Like,
I'm curious to know who it. I'm curious to know which Republican's going to pick her up.
That's why this is a no lose, right? Because you know you might have someone like you that I want to see what she wears. What's her hair gonna look like? You know, next thing you know, they watching the RNC come in there. Otherwise, they would never tune into that. So
well, that's, in that aspect is true, but I'm thinking about like the people that are going to be at the like so because you know everybody can't, and this is going to be for the Democrats and the Republicans. Everybody can't just go to the RNC. So you have tons of delegates at large. The only way that you can go is if you're invited, and then all of us are extended to we can only invite one guest. To add to our invitation and things like that, but
so who'd you invite? HB.
Anyways, so it kind of works that way. But if she's going to be there as a speaker, I know that she typically, like whenever she goes to red carpet events, she always gets her tattoos covered. I'm assuming that she would do that, but this, you know, it is pretty conservative, if you will, and she's not.
Portia.
So I'm just curious.
Portia, I'm taking bets that she winds up with Mike Johnson.
Wow.
Mike Johnson. What's that? Who's that?
Speaker of the House. He's very Christian.
What do you mean she ends up with him? What do you mean?
He and I mean like next morning, you know, he's
like
buying her breakfast. Yeah, hooking up.
I don't know. I'm just not so sure that
he'll have something to tell his son now.
Hey, Portia, real quick. How did Amber Rose get famous? Like, what is she famous for? She a video girl, or how is she famous?
Yeah, you know, OnlyFans before OnlyFans was OnlyFans.
So she was an adult. She was an adult actress of some sort.
Yes, a video girl. She's done a lot of things. She had this feminist rally that she hosted in Cali that was similar to the LGBTQ, but it was for women. Like, and it was like a free the nipple. And so they would be in Cali at this march, you know, the women having their boobs out and all of that. And
so talk about, did she do was she officially like an adult entertainer?
Yeah.
Like Cardi B? Officially?
Yes.
Okay.
Officially, yes.
One thing's for sure, though, the woman she is really good looking.
No, she's very attractive.
Yes,
She is, but she was with Kanye West, and then she married Wiz Khalifa. They had a son. Then she married some other dude, and they had a kid. And she's, I guess, within the last year or so, she's gotten herself better, like Black China did. They're trying, they turned over a new leaf. I'm just not sure if, but for the culture, and like Ice Cube said, I guess it'll have more people attracted to the RNC convention. But the other thing about the RNC convention, it's not like it's something that's live streamed, like watching the news or something. You'll see different components that happen at the like whenever Trump speaks, you'll see some of that, different speakers. But as far as being tuned into the actual work that we're doing at the convention, y'all won't see that. But I don't, honestly, I don't know what to think of this.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on.
What the hell are we looking at?
I'm going to show you in a minute, but I want to ask you a question related to Draws Andrews. He said, John, you see how tolerant blacks are of allowing trash people in. Honestly, Portia, this was my thought. Back when Trump won the first election and when he lost the second election, quote unquote, he probably could have, there would talk around the political spectrum of how if he had just appealed strictly to whites, a lot of blacks like yourself still would have voted for him. But when you appeal to these low-grade blacks, I think it turns off more people than it turns on. The blacks that are with Trump, they're more likely to be turned off by Amber Rose and use it as an excuse not to vote for him than vote for him. That's my opinion. I think you got to go the high road and let the blacks that, like yourself, that probably have a low opinion of Amber Rose. Yeah, and someone saying she's for the streets. I think honestly, like Portia, I don't know you, but you don't seem like an Amber Rose type person. You don't seem like the type of person, right? This is my point. And so I think that, she's not going to make you vote for the Republicans. It's possible she could get up there and say some shit to make you like, oh, why did they allow
No,
her?
that's actually how I feel right now. And like I'm sending out messages. I mean, because a lot of people just to be as brief as I can about this. So I'm very active in the party, but we have to understand that there aren't a lot of young Black women involved in the Republican Party that are out loud about it, especially in my state. So it's one of those things. And then too, not just me being a young Black woman, just me being young, period. Like, we have the Young Republicans, which is a nationwide organization. We have so many different things that young people are involved in, but as far as Black people, not so much. Now, you have some older Blacks and things like that, but the difference between like Blacks in the Republican Party and white folks in the Republican Party, they're gonna do their work, their homework, and their research, because a lot of them probably don't even know her, but then whenever they find out who she is, that could pose a really big problem. And this is stuff that I feel like the Republican Party can do to kind of help themselves out with their imagery, but they're going to be very judgmental and they're going to have a lot to say about her. And then me, I already know how I feel about Amber Rose. She endorsed Donald Trump. That's great. But as far as her being at the RNC, to me, I don't think it's a good thing, but
maybe she contributed a bunch of money.
What did you say?
I doubt that.
Maybe she contributed a bunch of money.
I don't. I can look that up and see, but
I doubt it. She doesn't have a lot of money. Like these
Hey,
people
John,
are bundling up.
John, are you surprised that they're promoting somebody like Amber Rose? Never forget, this is the guy who invited Kanye West and Kim Kardashian to the White House, and Kanye West had his feet on the White House desk. Are we surprised that they're bringing Amber Rose? You don't hear them inviting Michelle Malcolm back there, now do you? So,
well, I think this is honestly, having been in DC so long, I think these are the professional politics people, and I think
exactly they're playing the Black politics, the same thing the Democrats did. Because never forget, when they talk about appealing to Black people, what
but
did
do
he
you think
say?
it's a good idea?
Hold on, he released felons out of prison, and that's supposed to appeal to black people. It sounds like just when the Democrats say they're going to give blacks more food stamps, vote for me. It's still appealing to the lowest common denominator.
Yeah, that is definitely true.
But this is the big tent, and once again, this is the same man. He's supposed to be for family. Okay, let's in quotes. And like I said, once again, I'm not looking to him for leadership or anything. I just want the country to be fixed, and if this is a way to rally the real conservatives to it, that's fine. But in the end, when you look at it, I'm not surprised at all. They say they want a diversity tent. That if homosexuals can now call themselves conservatives, and we have a man who now calls himself a female invited to Mar-a-Lago, I mean, hey, anybody can. Why not?
Yeah,
why not
but
have
technically,
like Amber Rose there? Why not?
I know, but
technically,
not why not? But like, do you think it's a good thing? Like, what do you think? Like, not
when
speaking
they start
generally
talking
for like
about when
your.
they want to appeal to the black vote, they turn me off with that because you sound just like
MAGA is
Democrats.
populist.
You're different. Exactly. It's
MAGA is populist. So I mean, appealing to the people is, in theory, what they're all about.
No, I get that. I just wanted to kind of hear like a woman's perspective from someone that might know something about Amber Rose. It's like I heard what you said and I don't disagree, but like AP, like for you personally, like what do you think? Like, do you think that it's a
you
good
know what?
thing? Or?
I hope she goes there to the convention, and I hope she does a strip dance. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't care, and as I really don't care. I hope she has a little pasties on and maybe a G-string, and she will look great. Why not?
Huh. All right, Stanley, go ahead.
No, I just think that, and I'm not even being facetious here. MAGA is supposed to be populist.
Yeah, I would rather
not elitist.
I would rather you be like honest, you know.
Big tent for everyone. So
well, sometimes people have trouble telling whether I'm being sarcastic or not.
Well, yeah, sometimes it is hard, but you know, it's just one of those things where I just find it interesting, like for her to be on the stage with.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but you're thinking like an establishment Republican. You know, this is MAGA.
Now, see, that's what I disagree
so it needs
with
to
you,
be more so like stepping outside of the box and saying, "Hey."
And many of these establishment Republicans have been sleeping behind their wives' backs with other females and other men. So, I mean,
well, I don't know about all that. I'm just saying MAGA is not establishment Republican.
Let me I want to share 2 videos, and then anyone else want to comment on anyone else want to comment on what Portia was talking about here? No.
Yes, no, I don't think that it's genuine. So we can move on.
Let's check this out right here, and then I want to follow with we're going to end with your comments about a quote I'm going to show here, but I do want you to take a look at this, because remember, I want you to put all of this in perspective. And that on one hand, the city is giving out e-bikes, and I've shown you guys what the e-bike scooter drivers are making, and the e-bikes now allow them to drive legally. And some of those e-bikes, I think someone in the chat said they go 45 miles an hour. It's just like a scooter, but you don't have to have any regulations or license, insurance. The police can't pull you over, things like that. So the cities are gearing up for these people. And long when I lived in New York, I realized how the New York City people, they're liberal, they're elitists. And on HB's and John Galt's Trucker Show, I talked about how there are people in New York. One guy in particular made $125,000 writing tickets against people like HB for parking for 3 minutes with their truck on. Did anyone hear that in this stream that HB and I did? And HB talked about it. He said, "Man, I'm not going to New York. The hell with that." And I said, "Well, what would be the consequences of of that HB, and HB said, man, there are a lot of truckers that refuse to go into New York, and the ones that do, they demand a king's ransom to go into New York. And so that, I think, is the unseen cost of why things are so expensive in New York. But more importantly, I think there are, and again, this guy that was the king of writing tickets against truck drivers like HB. And one of the reasons why I say, like, we should contribute to HB, is one of the reasons why I put his Cash App up on the show, is that, like, as these liberal, and it's not only New York City, it's California. HB doesn't want to go in California. California, New York City, he definitely doesn't want to come here in DC. So we're making it even harder for the people like him to make a living. And the Indians, I think Master Kim calls them the Patels. They're willing to do this. They're driving to a trunk, going in these cities. They don't give a damn. They'll do it. Just like Righteous Muffin talked about how the migrants are really causing pressure on his business. So, this is another opportunity again. Like, we can, HB is an American driver, a black man driving a truck. Here's a good opportunity to pitch in, help each other out. We always talk about building up our own communities, doing it local. Well, this is as local as it gets. But anyway, I wanted to show this. I'm sorry. I don't want you guys to think I'm shilling for HBSCT. I don't get anything from these people. I don't even ask them how much they've gotten from you guys, but I do think it's important. It's almost like my life's mission, to be honest with you, to help.
Hey, John, all that stuff you were mentioning, though, it's all a small price to pay to not be mean.
To not be mean.
Yeah, that's all it is. I mean, everyone will accept all those things happening because, oh my God, it would be mean to throw those people out.
Yeah, no, that is true.
That's the entire argument.
And so, if you lived in New York for any period of time, you realize that they're trying to model it after Amsterdam. Bikes and things like that to be the premier mode of transportation. If Kimmy Cakes is on the panel, they're starting to charge people, or they're attempting to charge people, damn near $20 to come in and out of Manhattan. That's where the elite people live. The poor people live in Brooklyn, the Bronx, Staten Island. They're going to be charged $20 to come to work each day. You live on one block and you want to move your car because they're cleaning the streets. You have to maybe move to a neighborhood that's outside of the what do they call it? The toll zone. You got to pay to come back into the toll zone. It's truly amazing. So they make it very expensive for the people who have cars, the American way of life, which is cars are more or less really built here. And, they're making it very difficult, while at the same time, they're giving people who don't drive cars the ability to ride on our streets, on our sidewalks with no licenses, no tags, no anything. You ask yourself again, how many times has the government offered you $2,100 to do anything? It doesn't happen. But here they are offering outsiders, $2,100. I've just shown you don't even have. They are offering it to anyone, but only the outsiders are accustomed to driving bikes and scooters like that. That's just the same. But here's another example again of what I'm talking about here and what you're up against, and how it's going to be very difficult to vote ourselves out of this because the money is so big. Let's take a look.
For that. In other news, street vendors here in LA, they're about to get a serious financial break. Annual permit fees for vendors are going to drop an impressive $514 near the end of this month, from $541 to only $27. The LA City Council unanimously approved the.
Have I made my point yet? Do I need to play more of this video?
And John, that's what we were talking about earlier.
Finish it up.
That's what we were talking about earlier, how when they get into power, they change the laws to help benefit their own people. Eventually, they're not going to have any fees for that.
No fees.
As I
$27.
said, what we get, everyone here, oh, we got to be nice. We got to be nice. Can't get mean to these people. Can't throw them out in the ocean. No. But don't worry, they're going to be really nice to you guys pretty soon.
Now, this is LA. Now, hold on. This is LA. This is how it looks. Anyone in DC in the chat, put a yes, DC or something like that. This is how it looks in Columbia Heights. Where that Spanish school I showed you, right around the corner in the popular business corridor. Who's here from New York? Kimmy Cakes, or she's not in the chat. This is how it looks on a main business corridor where people are paying upwards of $600,000 for a condo. You have people out on the streets, no licenses, no nothing.
If you go to LA, John, you wouldn't even think you were in America.
Yeah, but John, remember. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm here.
But no, John, remember, all the rich people can come down from their condos and live in some Latin flair and then go back upstairs.
I don't think they're rich, though. I think they're upper middle class.
No, but I mean, like the people that are, they can go down the street, get a little Latin flair, and then go back up to their, communities. That's what they want. They just want to be. Remember, they want to feel that they're good people because they have brown people around them.
And they also want the cheap labor too, because, for instance, the neighborhoods like East Palo Alto and even parts of LA, they spring up from cheap labor. All the rich people, they want the maids to come in and clean up.
They need babysitters and house cleaners.
Yeah, that's why they're there.
When you say Latin flavor, do you mean mamacitas?
No, I mean, well, yeah, there's that, but I mean also just. I mean the food and the clothes and that kind of shit.
You know what, Imperious? I wish someone was here from New York, because I'm going to tell you, Imperious, what it really is. I'm going to boil it down to what it really is. And was it Master Kim? Master Kim may have talked about it on the stream this morning. Every morning we're going to do as much as Master Kim allows. We're going to do a morning business show. He operates in the hood businesses. You've all heard his expertise in the hood.
You should do a show called Inquisition with Imperious, where people call in and I just berate them how stupid they are.
We could do that, Imperious. We had to figure out a way to get people to keep calling in after you're berating them, though. So anyway, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say how bad an idea that is, but
it's fun for me though.
I mean, let's save it. Let's save it for church.
Hold on. Someone has a question. We don't want him to forget his question.
Is BQ? Hey, is there any restrictions on reselling the bike after you get it?
How they going to regulate that?
Shit, I don't know. Something like food stamps or something. I don't know.
No, they'll sell it before they leave and then go back to Mexico when Trump gets elected.
Well, hold on. Let me explain to you, so you guys really don't understand the way of the world. Here's what's going to happen here. And for guys that are joining later, for people that don't know what he's talking about, I showed you this. Let me see if I can show it to you again. I'll show you again. So what I showed you was this right here. And this guy asked, are they going to be able to, what did you ask the question was?
Like, are there any restrictions? Like, if they get these bikes, can they just resell it for the cash and get the $2,000 in cash?
All right, so let me explain to you how the real world works. There are several companies that they listed are able to accept these certificates. And so those companies, what do you think they're going to do when they realize that the government is sending out $2,150?
Well, they're first going to raise the prices of new ones, and then they're going to give the used ones to the illegals. Take the full $2,100 for a new one. So they'll give them like a $500 worth, with a couple broken, whatever, and a broken.
What do you think the poor people are going to do when they walk in there with $2,000 in paper in their hand? Do you think there would be some unscrupulous bike sellers to say, "Hey, I give you $1,000 right now for that"?
Well, that's what I said. Yeah, they're going to give them a broken one or a half, used one. That's worth $500 or nothing at all. Yeah, maybe nothing at all. Because again, these people are very compliant that you're bringing in. They don't fight the system. They just, because down there, that happens to them. They just go, "Oh, that happens sometimes down in Mexico." I mean, I've been to the TJ and I've been down to, Mexicali and stuff. And I'm telling you, dude, you get robbed somewhere, you get your shit stolen. You go to the cop, they give you a number to call. It's not the police, and they'll help you find your shit.
So John, you're saying that you think it's possible that they go into these companies that are selling their bikes and just hand them the voucher and cut a deal with them? Maybe they get $500 in cash or something.
No, they'll give them a broken down, beat up, used old bike, and they'll keep the whole $2,000 pamphlet.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? Isn't that what you would do if you were an unscrupulous businessman? You own a bike shop and someone who doesn't ride a bike came in there with $2,000 in cash. You say, hey man, just give me the money out, give me the paper, I'll give you $1,000 in cash. Okay, cool. Right here, someone says, get them $600 e-bikes for $2,000, whatever.
That's what I just said. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, same thing. It's all the same. But the point I'm making to you is that I showed you how much those immigrants were making. I showed you what the DC city councilman said. Hey, it's the only way they can make their living. Either we let them ride the scooters on the street, or we support them with welfare. So the city has chosen to let them ride the scooters on the street. And so I think that now, with them giving out e-bikes, they're providing an out for them so that the police won't have any reason to pull them over or interact with them by giving them e-bikes. The blacks aren't going to ride e-bikes. Many of the blacks have sunk or hidden a sunk cost in their car. They're not about to ditch their car and start delivering by a bike. I could show you the DC map and show you where most of the blacks live versus where most of the migrants live. The migrants live right downtown, where in the expensive areas where people are ordering deliveries. The blacks who do deliveries, they live out on the perimeter of the city, and they have cars. So there's a distinct advantage for the migrants. And now that the city is giving them e-bikes, all the better.
But remember, John, it's because to the blacks, it's too scary to see a bunch of migrants on chain gangs thrown in fucking big double-decker buses and dragged into C-117s and flown out of here. That's just too scary. It's too mean, John. It's too mean.
I think the blacks would be for it. I think it's the illegals here. If Kim...
No, they wouldn't. The blacks, like Stanley would go, oh my God, that's like slavery again.
Come
on.
Hey, and Pierce, real quick. Were you on earlier in the stream? Hold on. And Pierce, I got a real quick question. Something just came to mind. Were you on early in the stream? Who Kendrick?
Yeah, I was earlier. Yeah.
Kendrick Lamar or Drake?
I mean, I don't really care about either of them, but I mean, I like Drake's music more.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, granted, I don't know that either that well. I mean, I know some Drake songs, but it's been a long time. I remember when he first came out and shit. That's more what I remember.
Yeah, no, I was just because I don't know too much about it, but I think John Gold was trying to allude to it being, kind of down racial lines in a way.
I mean, I guess I don't know why though. That's so stupid. Like I never understood that because I mean Drake is like the all-time, like, to me, what I would think of like a black dude being a player. Like he's like a Denzel, like a young Denzel kind of guy. Like he plays the game. He's super rich. He knows his shit. He acts pretty classy all the time. He never acts like an idiot.
And Pierce, you have to go back and listen to it.
I heard some of it. Yeah, I was listening. I don't get it because I'm not part of the, I don't know that culture, so I don't get it.
Not black, Imperial. So, I tried to explain it. I think it's simply outside of race. I didn't mention much about race, and I didn't even mention much about music because I don't think it's about music. I think it's about the darker skinned blacks are not able to compete with white people, clearly, nor are they able to compete with the mixed race people. I've shown people. Who's laughing?
Me.
Sammy?
Yeah.
I've shown you that in the mayors around the country, many of them are light skinned. I've shown you all the mayors in DC the last few years. Almost every one of them was very, very maybe mixed.
Muriel Bowser isn't that light skinned.
Shit.
Hey, John. So, John, do the blacks hate Patrick Mahomes?
They root for Lamar Jackson.
Oh my God, he's so ugly, John.
Well, down
John.
south, we don't root for either.
No, I mean he's a good player, but John, he can't win in the big games.
He can't win.
He can't win. I mean, Patrick Mahomes. I'm a Raider fan, John, and I hate Patrick, but he's fucking good, dude. He's fucking good.
I have black friends in this panel that they can't accept the fact that Patrick Mahomes is better than Lamar Jackson. My own damn mother, who doesn't even watch football, roots for Lamar Jackson. Why? What the hell does she know about Lamar Jackson versus Patrick Mahomes?
Who the hell says Lamar Jackson is better than Patrick Mahomes? That's a damn lie.
The Super Bowl.
The Super Bowls speak for itself.
The rings.
No. I can't.
No, he said who said? Yeah, he's saying who's saying Lamar Jackson is better. I think he's saying Patrick Mahomes is way better.
Yeah, everyone knows Patrick Mahomes is the new Brady. Like, come on, man.
But what I'm saying is that why does my mother root for Lamar Jackson? Why do so many blacks root for Lamar Jackson?
Probably because she knows you won't.
I don't talk to my mother about sports because I don't watch sports.
He's like all offended. I don't. What the hell are you thinking?
But
does your mother know more about sports than you?
No, that's the point. I know more about it, but somehow she finds herself to be a Lamar Jackson fan. Go figure out. We live in DC. Why isn't she a
Probably because his girlfriend's black.
What about like a Dak Prescott? Does nobody like Dak Prescott, or what's going on with that?
Has anyone ever heard of what Dak Prescott? I'm glad you mentioned it. Anyone, man, we're gonna end up going about 10 hours. Has anyone ever heard what Black Prescott said about his family? Anyone put yes in the chat? No, if you haven't heard. I'm playing the algorithm.
I haven't heard.
No one ever heard. Anyone ever heard? Anyone? Before I pull it up, I'm gonna give you a chance to say, yeah, I've heard. And then if you haven't heard,
No, I haven't heard it, so I'll listen if you play it.
Blacks who defied said he heard of it. Blacks, tell us what what Dakota is his real name, said about his black versus white family. Blacks, can you get up on the panel and tell us what Dakota?
Hey, Stanley, do you know about Kendrick Lamar and Drake? Who do you got? Stanley?
Do I need to pull up this Dak Prescott what he said? Because Black said he knows. Does anyone else know?
Honestly, I'm too old. I don't really keep up with that stuff.
Does anyone else know in the chat what Dak Prescott said about his black versus white family? Does anybody know? Before I pull it up, because Zane, wait, we got another Asian. Why don't get cracked? Get up here. We got another Asian in the chat. Does anyone know what Dak Prescott said? I'm the jerk said yes. Tell us what he said. I'm the jerk. Should I pull it up? What do you guys think? Should I pull it up? Does anyone
Let him come on the panel. Let him come on the panel and explain it.
I'm the jerk. Why don't you come on the panel and tell us what he said?
What about like CJ Stroud? What about like CJ Stroud? He's pretty damn good.
All them boys are mixed. You see how the light skin was.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Do they hate him? Like, who would the blacks choose between like CJ Stroud?
He hasn't earned the hate yet. Let him get
okay.
The championship.
So if he wins, then everyone will hate him.
Right. See, right now they're rooting for him because he's the underdog. But once he starts and they see that white girlfriend and that white mama.
Hey, who was the one that just came into the league or something and has a white girl? Oh no,
Caleb Williams.
Yeah, and all the people I was hearing all mad about it. I'm like, Jesus, what? I should be mad about it. It's a white chick. Shouldn't I be pissed about it?
He's the first overall pick.
I'm a little, it's late in the evening. That's 9 hours in, and I did another 2 hours of Master Camp. What the hell did I say I was going to pull up? What was I about to pull up?
The thing that they said about Dak Prescott's family. The family.
So was they pull it up? I'm giving too much info for free. Let me pull it up. Let me see if I can find it. Dak Prescott.
Now, do they do the same thing in like the NBA, or is this like an NFL thing only? Like if it's like a mixed dude in the NBA, like Wembayama or whatever, like do they not say him as black?
This is basically it's all made up. Nobody. this Kendrick, it's not colorism. It's culture.
Hey,
Is it
Stanley,
like
are
the
you
more high class educated blacks versus like the more like uneducated, like white, like rich whites versus like white trash kind of thing?
No, I would literally say it's culture. Like, kind of like, let's just say sort of like bougie versus street.
So, Stanley, are you familiar with colorism?
Okay.
Living or being
Absolutely.
from the so that is a thing.
Colorism?
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up in Savannah, Georgia. Colorism is a thing.
Oh, so basically, essentially, black people are prejudiced or racist to other black people.
Hey, goddamn it, because I'm trying to get off here. hey, y'all niggas ready? Hey, y'all niggas ready? Yeah. Any Cowboys in the audience in the chat?
Hey, John Gall, that's a hell of a topic right there. Colorism. You need to write that one down. Do a stream on that.
How do you think I should approach it though?
Steph Curry, Kendrick, Drake.
You know how I would approach that, honestly, if I would approach it.
Victor Wembanyama. Yeah, I forgot about him too.
You want me to tell you, like, my first thought when you mentioned it, and I don't know anything about that Wembanyama boy, but I do know a little bit about Steph Curry, and I showed a video of Steph Curry the other night. I need you guys to be active in the chat.
Is Steph Curry?
Dude, I'm so I feel bad for Steph Curry. His wife cut his balls off.
Is Steph Curry's mother white?
Yeah,
or are they just both white? Or are they just both
no,
white?
No, his mother's white. Get that woman her
No,
flowers.
his mother's just really light.
Get that woman now. She's white.
Wait, his brother.
No, she's not. I don't think she calls herself white.
I don't think it don't matter what you think.
I mean, Del Curry's is light too.
Right.
Del Curry, yeah. So that boy probably is at most octopus.
Now the
he's
odd thing,
like an ace black.
I can't even remember what y'all niggas.
He's basically JJ Redick.
John, the Dak Prescott, John, Dak Prescott family comments.
Y'all niggas ain't ready. How many niggas are Cowboy fan? Push it down there, Cowboy land.
No, fuck the Cowboys.
I was back in the Tony Dorsett, Roger Staubach days.
Mm-hmm.
I did like him when Aikman was there and stuff, and Larry Allen and fucking and Smith, and that was a great team, the '90s teams.
John, you need to do a stream on colorism, man.
I don't know what angle should I approach.
We'll call it John Talks Boule.
What I would talk about it is like how. What I think someone said the deck card is coming. What I think is that guy Eric that came on CT stream. I think that boy right on. I'm down here in the world. I see what's going on, and I don't think a lot of people see this. And I truly believe that it exists. So anyway, John, white people. I'm the jerk. Said John, white people would pick Burrow over Mahomes. I don't think white people care about that. He is 3-1 against Mahomes, including regular season, blah, 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 but Mahomes is 1-3 against Burrow. I think the thing is, as it race goes to, is, and I've come up with a theory. Anybody gamble in the audience? I'm going to give you my gambling theory. If you got a gamble, if you had a pool of teams to bet against, and the way that the NFL is going now with all these minority head coaching, things like that, all the black quarterbacks coming into the league, and this is going to be very controversial. It might get thrown off. What I would do is pick the best white coach and the best white quarterback. You almost always bet on those teams. I'm giving you this shit for free. Not even.
Nah, dude, the best coach in the NFL is the dude from Pittsburgh, the black dude. What's his name?
Hey, I don't need to hear that nigga's name. How many?
Mike Tomlin. He's the best coach in the NFL, dude.
Shit, man, I'm gonna mute y'all niggas. Hey,
No, I'm telling you, I like Andy Reid too, but I'm just saying, like, if you look consistently, man, Mike Tomlin's a great fucking coach, dude. He's a great fucking coach.
The Super Bowl for 2025.
I gotta if I was gonna bet, I thought I looked at it and who is the odds on who's the favorite this year? I don't think the it's not the Chiefs.
I don't give a shit who's the favorite.
49ers.
I would probably bet on the 49ers. Yeah, if they're healthy. Yeah.
Shanahan and Purdy.
Do I need to
Yeah.
I don't give a damn. This ain't no sports channel. What I'm talking about is, well, I'm telling you something much more different. If you're gonna bet on sports, the odds-on favorite, game in, game out, is gonna be the white coach and the white quarterback. Well, if you don't have a white quarterback, the mixy quarterback. So Mahomes. But John Harbaugh with Lamar Jackson versus Andy Reid with Mahomes, you bet with Mahomes all night long. That's what you do.
Well, yeah, he's a better player, man.
All right.
No, I get what you're saying. I guess he's lighter. Yeah, I get it, John. I'm not dumb. I get it. I'm not dumb. But what I'm saying, he's also better. I mean, look, I like Lamar Jackson. I liked him at Louisville. I think, if I remember, he played at Louisville.
But if you don't know anything about football, let's say you don't know shit.
Patrick Mahomes is better. He throws those sidearm passes.
Like, get crack for me. He trades stocks. He don't know shit about the company. He don't give a shit what the company is. He looking at charts.
Yeah.
I'm looking at who the head coach is and who the quarterback.
Your chart is the skin color of the dudes. I was thinking charts like, yards, wins, losses, but
man, I'm paid to see. I was paid to see patterns. And what is the quarterbacks for the last 40 years of my life? You tell me, do they look like Ronald Cunningham or do they look like some variation of Joe Montana?
No, I get you. I mean, you always bet it on Brady. You always thought he was going to win every year. So I get what you're saying, dude.
If I bet $1,000 on Brady to win a Super Bowl and somebody said, well, damn, he didn't win. Okay, man, it was a good bet.
But isn't it because a lot of the white quarterbacks do good in that Wanderlic test or whatever it's called, that you have to pass that really well. That's a big thing of how they draft you, how good you think they're going to be, because you can read the plays.
And Piers, do you watch football? And I know people don't.
I watch it decent amount, not as much as I used to. I watch more baseball or MMA now and shit.
All right, so and somebody wants me to show. What video was I about to show? What was I about to show? What was
Dak.
Dak with his family, about his white versus black family.
All right. Cunningham, Warren Moon, or the first elite quarterback. Okay.
Doug Williams.
Nigga won the Super Bowl on a strike season. But in Pierce, if you watch football, anyone that watches football today, what you realize is a lot of the young blacks don't have the fundamentals. One of the things they aren't able to do is take a snap from under center. Most of them niggas have to play under the shotgun.
Yeah.
Watch, hey, you understand, so you see it, right?
Well, because that's all they play in high school, and they started 7-on-7s when they're 12, 13. So it's dragged from. No, I'm saying
I'll take it. I'll eat it. Whatever your reasons are, fine. But the other part is.
But yes, no, you're right. Yes, I get what you're saying. A lot of other quarterbacks do pro style and power and eye formation.
Pro style would be under center.
Yeah,
shotgun is this.
It's 3 steps or 5 steps back.
Zone. You're not doing 5-7 step drops with shotgun.
No, you do 1 or 2 or 3 maybe.
And the shotgun basically is crib notes. If you understand football, shotgun is like crib notes. So we got a dumbass quarterback. He don't know. He don't have good footwork. He can't read the defense. You can't put him under center. You need to give him some distance from the offensive and defensive line, and you put him in the shotgun. And since he doesn't have footwork, he doesn't have to take those exquisite or elaborate 5-7 step drops that have to be in sync with the wide receiver. So basically, you give him crib notes or cheat notes. That's what.
No, I get it. What I'm saying is, the game's changed, but I get what you're saying. To have to do that, it's a lot more practice, a lot more fundamentals on your footwork from when you're young, through high school, through college, and having to work one-on-one with your quarterback's coach a lot on your fundamental footwork and having to make different throws and different patterns. Totally understand that. I'm just saying.
Now let me throw the curveball to you, Imperius. What's the most important quality for a quarterback?
Intelligence, probably the ability to read the plays, ability to read the defense, adjust at the line.
Trent Dilfer was probably intelligent.
Nah. But if you look at someone like Manning, that was Brady, man. That was their hardest
on the field. Once that ball snaps
well,
up here,
leadership.
Hold on. No. Leadership. Once
Accuracy.
that ball, there you go. Cube knows.
Yeah, but if you don't have to be perfectly accurate if you can make a great play. If you have a guy open.
Once that ball is thrown, Pearson, I can show you statistics.
Okay, yes. Once the ball's thrown, yes. Okay.
It's just not a sports show. It all comes down to accuracy. Once that man throws that ball, where he puts it in the receiver's hands. Now, let me give you something that I learned about years ago. Why the white quarterbacks have so much success. Do you know what the successful white quarterbacks all have in common? Most of them, not all.
They practice relentlessly on certain throws, on certain, on their own off time. Just practice.
Let me see if I can show you. You see this screen right here? You don't see it.
No, I don't.
What does that say?
Brady Singer's 7 strikeouts.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was Tom Brady. My bad. Sorry.
I'm like, isn't that the Mets guy?
Well, my point being is that a lot of baseball players, they played baseball at some point. A lot of quarterbacks played baseball at some point in their life. And when you're out in your front yard playing baseball, who are you throwing the ball to?
Your dad.
Fair enough. That's a good answer. And if you look at Russell Wilson, Mahomes, Tom Brady, a lot of those guys were throwing the ball, and that gave them very good accuracy. And that is why.
Is Russell Wilson mixed too?
Russell
Yeah,
Wilson,
I think so.
He doesn't even say he's black. He says he's Indian or something. He's an Anglo.
He's light skinned though.
Anyway, and if you remember, does anyone remember what they did to Russell Wilson? Anyone remember? No one? No one remembers.
Well, he's got a lot of shit done to him, especially by his wife.
That's what I'm talking about, Imperius. What did they do to his wife, Imperius?
Well, wasn't she like a total whore and stuff? I'm sorry, dude.
Them niggas fucked his wife. See it, Imperius.
Yeah, they fucked. Yeah, and then they talked about it. Didn't they put it out there, or talk about it online and shit?
Did anyone remember that? Say yes or no in the chat. I do.
Well, wait, what they do to his wife? Sierra?
Not Sierra, the woman. He was married to a white woman before that.
A white woman before Sierra? And what happened to her?
Was it some blonde girl?
One of them niggas fucked his wife.
Who? A teammate?
And then they were picking on his ass. After
who? A teammate? You said a teammate did?
Yeah, that's why he had to trade all them niggas up off his team. No one remembers it.
One of his teammates fucked her, and then I thought he taped it. I didn't hear some shit.
This is why blacks. I did a stream on CT show, man. Now I went Future. See, he done got fucked twice. It was
Percy Harvin and Golden Tate.
I think it was Golden Tate.
The 2 wide receivers. That's so funny.
Oh, snap.
That's like the ultimate betrayal of a quarterback, man.
You don't understand black people, man.
Didn't that one dude fuck LeBron's mom too? Like that one dude on the light skinned dude. Yeah. Didn't he fuck LeBron's mom or something?
Who was it?
Deontay Wilder, that drug addict nigga that did from DC. Remember that nigga got caught riding down 495 with a guitar case with.
Delonte West.
Whatever.
I don't know. That's just like, dude. Back in the day, John. I'm not quite as old as you, but wouldn't they beat the shit out of a teammate? The whole team would if someone did some shit like that.
This is the point I'm trying to make to you.
Even if I remember in high school, you did some shit like that, you would find your ass getting beat somewhere, dude. If it's on your way to your car after practice, if it's in the locker room where the coaches are gone, your ass is getting beat, dude.
You heard me talk about. Oftentimes you hear me mention ghetto point of view. You niggas, I'm like, man, we need a nigga in the hood like ghetto point of view. Master Kim early on today on my stream What he says is that the masculinity has left the black community. You should listen to the stream. It's very interesting. Because what I showed him was a black woman stealing from an Asian store. Did anyone see that stream? I need you guys at least give me some engagement. I'm not asking for cash apps. All I'm asking for is likes, subscribe, and share the content, and maybe put a response to me in the chat with a content, with a yes and no, whatever I ask for him. And so in the channel, did anyone see that? Anyone on the panel see it?
No, I didn't see it. I'm still waiting for Dak.
It's coming. So there's a black woman. She's stealing from a store, and I mean, she's in a goddamn tug of war with the Asian man. He's trying to hold her bag. And blacks are walking in and out of the store, not stopping her from stealing. I mean, they just walking in and out of the store. And Master Kim told a story on my show, on my stream this morning, was absolute. There were blacks telling Master Kim, I'm so sorry. On behalf of the black community, I'm sorry. You have to go back and listen to it. It's only an hour and a half or so. Did anyone see it? Anyone in the chat, please tell me if you saw it. Yes or no. But he talked about how the blacks beat his mama. He talked about how the blacks beat his mama many times. And one time when the blacks were beating his mama, the police or something looked over to him. Did anyone hear this when he told this part of the show? That shit broke my heart. It broke my heart. And Tyrone, was it Tyrone or Snake? It was Snake and maybe EIE said, on behalf of all blacks, man, I am so sorry. And he talked about one of the whippers. He talked about all of them, but and I showed the newspaper article. He shared it with me. And I showed the newspaper article from where they beat his mother. Cube, you say you saw it. And when the police, no, the robber, it was the damn robber, said to Master Kim when he was a little boy. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was the robber. He said to Master Kim, while Master Kim was sitting there as a little boy, he says, someone says, wait, who are we talking about again? I got lost. We're talking about Master Kim in the stream he did with me this morning. It's Mornings with Master Kim, and he talks business. And so Master Kim says when the robber was beating his mama and kicking her, what did he call a ragdoll her? On top of broken liquor bottle glasses. Liquor bottle, the glass. One of the robbers, the blacks, looked over to Master Kim and said, is this your mother? Master Kim said, no. He's a little boy. And that's just really an amazing story. Like when he told his story, like I don't know how I would have felt. Like someone said in the chat, like he should have joined the Asian Ku Klux Klan. Master Kim's mom got beat up with Kim multiple times, pistol whip. Like he told some amazing stories. You guys should check the stream out. It was very crazy. Cube, what did you think about those stories?
Oh man,
Where was it? Wait, I didn't hear it, but where was his dad? What happened with his dad?
I think they beat his stepdad up too.
Wow.
Slammed them on top of broken liquor bottles. He said they didn't even come with bags to take the liquor bottles that they were stealing or the money. Liquor bottles was just all over the floor. But the niggas couldn't even take the liquor bottles. It was really an amazing story, you know what I mean? Really amazing story. He says, someone said, Richard said his mom is dead from COVID. That's true. It's amazing she lived through that shit. Yeah. Anyway, so amazing story. Let's go to Dak. And we're going to end it with that. Is that cool? We end it with that? Dak Prescott.
Your show, boss.
But you guys should really take a look at that stream with Master Kim.
Hey, John, which quarterback in the NFL you think gets the hottest chicks?
Right now, it's probably Joe Burrow, huh?
I still think Brady does, even though he's not in the NFL.
Yeah, he's not in the NFL, so, you know.
What about Josh Allen?
He's a goofy white dude. He's one of those like derpity derp white dudes. If you like look at his pictures, he just is like, the lights are on, but there's no one behind the wheel there.
You know, he's kind of half black, half white in terms of his ability to play. He's not very accurate. He's just not as smooth. Someone said
Yeah,
Dak.
he's like a white black athlete quarterback because he can run. He runs a lot. He'll tuck it a lot. You know, he'll try to roll out of the pocket and throw a lot. Like, yeah, I don't know. He's like the opposite. It's funny.
But he's not even as an effective runner as Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is a master in not taking the big hits.
Yeah, but playing in Buffalo's tough though, dude. It's tough to play in Buffalo. You got to think. I mean, you know, that's got to be the toughest home place to play in the NFL because the weather just negates any home field advantage you have.
All right, let me show you. People are asking, they ready for me to get into this Dak. I know they want to see some black bashing here. So here's Dak Prescott talking about the difference between his black and white family, and this was published in 2017. So it's 7 years ago. You guys ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Can I at least get some comments in the chat? Again, it's very good for my analytics. That's the only reason I asked you. I'm more straightforward than lead attorney. He doesn't tell you why he's doing it. I'm telling you why, because I devoted a stream to telling you why the chat engagement is important. So at least give me some kind of feedback in the chat for the YouTube analytics. All right, let's go. Let me know if you guys. Oh, you can't say it. Let me maximize it. This is Dak Prescott in 2017. Let me know if you can see this. Do you guys need me to read that to you or make it bigger or whatever? Let me make it one size bigger. And so now that you can see this. Hopefully you can see that right there. That's Dak Prescott, 2017.
You got to read it, John. It's too small.
All right, fair enough. I'm quoting, I grew up in Houghton, Louisiana. I go to my white grandparents' house, and then I cross the railroad tracks and hang out with my black grandma. We have English teachers on my white side. My grandpa is a principal. And then you go to the other side, the black side, and people have been in jail. I was put in all those different situations. I've been in situations where I was the only black guy. We're in a time now where nobody wants to see that, but it still happens. Depending on where you come from, it happens to you. It happens. To be able to wipe that clean and live and see both sides is just who I am. Being mixed allows me to connect with everyone. I don't agree with that. I don't think it allows you to connect with everyone. I think
okay, so you're just gonna contradict the guy who's telling his truth.
Well, he's saying something that he feels.
Okay, but you're gonna tell him that he is wrong about his own life.
Well, again, this was 2017, and we're 7 years later. He hasn't won. For this mixed race guy competing with whites, kind of like Tommy Sotomayor, out of place. He's going to find himself not able to compete. He doesn't know how to play as a quarterback the way that the whites play, where the rules and everything are designed for him. But he's not necessarily black. And just like Russell Westbrook, and there was another quarterback that they did the same thing to. The blacks aren't going to respect him even. And it's going to be very, very difficult for him to overcome this. And we're 7 years in now, and he still hasn't overcome. He's going to have to win. It's too late now for him to win. And I think you see from the Dez Bryants of the world, and again, this is not about sports, but you see from the Dez Bryants of the world, the very dark-skinned, aggressive men that played on his team. You know, it's just.
Well, I have to hand it to you. I'm literally almost 60 years old. I grew up in the deep South in Savannah, Georgia. And it is true, young people, you never stop learning. Some of the racial shit and theories and stuff that you come up with, I'm fascinated because I have never known this sort of stuff. So
Well,
never
He's
stop
Nicodemus,
learning.
dude. He knows all about the blacks, man.
You know what? And I'm basically saying there's some stuff that I simply don't agree with. I know a lot about the blacks too, son.
fair enough. Let's all have our last words here. Who wants to go off first? Go first.
I guess I'll go, John. First of all, I want to say how happy I am Portia was here. She's always welcome to come up on the panel whenever I'm here. That's always nice. Secondly, John, I don't know how you smoke as much as you do. If I lived in the building next to you, I think I'd be high just from all that smoke that's coming from you. And other than that, great panel. I'll make sure to cash app CT and talk to you soon.
Hey, and Pierce, before you go, any topics you think I should cover going forward?
I was thinking of one. There was this really great video that someone put together of Kamala. And I think you should really bring up like the Willie Brown, her history with Willie Brown and Montel Williams and stuff.
I know a lot
I
about
think that would be a really good stream. Just to some of the things that she's a dirty whore, dude. She used to take nuts in the shots in the mouth, dude, in the back seat, like right behind the fucking like apartment, dude.
She did what she had to do to get ahead, huh?
Dude, yeah, I think people would like to hear. I think that's a pretty spicy topic. You might get some views for. So and then Montel. I mean, he was Montel's. She was Montel's side piece for a long time.
Yeah. What do you guys in the chat think about that? The Kamala piece.
Kamala, CUM.
A Kamala piece. Yeah, I think that is actually a pretty good idea, especially you can kind of get ahead of the probably changeover from Biden to her, and then maybe it can, pick up steam again after a week, or you know what I mean? Yeah, that might be good.
All right, who's next? Anyone have any?
Well, last words for me. Appreciate it, John Galt, having me come on the stream, delivering an L to Imperius on a stupid comment. And everyone like and subscribe, and just some topics maybe. I think the colorism. I'm fascinated by that. I'd like to learn more about that, and gentrification. I think I put that in your other stream yesterday. I think hitting on those topics would be interesting.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think about the gentrification, and what's the other one? Colorism.
Colorism.
Yeah.
I don't know how to come. I don't know how to come at that. How do you think I should approach that topic?
Me? I don't know too much about it actually.
I have a great wallpaper Portia should use though. That meme with Peter Griffin holding the shades and saying these are okay and these ones aren't. That would be a good one. That'd be a good meme to put on for the wallpaper.
I think you come at it, kind of like the Kendrick Lamar thing. I think colorism actually exists, but I don't think rap battles are where it happens.
Stanley would be good because he. I mean, I don't think I would call him dark skinned, but he's.
So wait, hold on. If there's colorism, do the blacks hate? Hey John, do the blacks hate Eminem?
They hate on him. They hate on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of
they hate him really?
Like Melly Mel, like you can Google Melly Mel.
But dude, he like roasts everybody, dude. Like everybody, he roasts everyone.
He made comments recently on Eminem, Melly Mel. But but Stanley, you have a son that's half, so I think you would have a lot. You would know a lot about the colorism.
Well, hell, I was in Tots and Teens as a kid. Which is like colorism, Tots and Teens, and Jack and Jill. I mean, that's like if you have to go back into like history to understand how those two social clubs came about. So yeah, I mean, colorism's a thing, but it's not. It's still here, but it doesn't show up in rap battles. Is all I have to say.
Let me give a comment right here. I'll let you finish up, Stanley. I mean, you can have these feelings about CT. That's fine. You can not watch his channel. I think someone said that you were banned from his channel. I don't know anything about that, honestly, and so I don't want to comment on that. But it probably took you more effort to say this and not say anything. And
Hey, John, King Shenard cups the balls. All right.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not speaking more or less to him. He may just be trolling here. But, I think that there is a lot of this in the community. And I think that, again, it takes more effort to say this than it does to not say it. So if you want to give, that's fine. He'll notice that you didn't give anything. He'll notice if you did. So, but there's no reason to
Hey,
hate.
make sure you post the link, though, somewhere. Hey, Portia, post the Cash App link in the Discord, too.
Oh, yeah, Portia, she can do that. Someone said he is in charge. It's fine. And there's a Cash App there on your screen. You can see it. Again, you're paying for freedom of speech. That people that you agree with are allowed to come out and give their interpretation of things. Anyway,
freedom of speech isn't free.
That is correct. You
got to put your money where your mouth is, dude. If you're gonna fucking speak and support, you better support CT, the place that he lets you do it.
Yeah, indeed. Anyone else? Who's it?
I have. Imperious, while I got you, what we talked about as far as discretionary funds and the wall, I read your article. Apparently, you didn't read your article.
I did, and I read your comments.
There is nothing that you said. The Supreme Court didn't even get around to dealing with it. Basically, the case is moot. So
yeah, it was moot. Why was it moot?
Trump has some work to do if he wants to use
Why was it moot, though?
funds.
Why was it moot?
All I have to say is that it's a non-issue. Trump would have to basically relitigate.
No, hold on, Stanley. That's not what I said. No.
Now let me finish my last words.
All right, I'll rebut it after.
I actually really appreciated AP today. She really impressed me, even though I agree with nothing she says. But she's a sweetheart. And Cube, appreciated meeting you. I think it's the first time I've talked to you. So those are my last words.
Okay. Number one, it was moot because Congress has no standing to argue and to sue the president on how he uses the discretionary spending in the first place. There was no need for it was literally a facial challenge that procedurally Congress doesn't have the mechanism to do that. So it was not even a substantive argument. The court just dismissed their appeal to deal with it because Article 1 doesn't have jurisdiction over Article 2's discretionary spending once they've passed the budget. That's what they ruled.
It basically nothing was done. The ball was not moved.
It was moot on procedural grounds.
It was moot on procedural grounds. Therefore, we're back to square one.
No, it's moot because Congress has no ability to challenge. That's the whole point. So Congress can't challenge.
Trump would have to relitigate the whole thing.
Why would he have to relitigate it? Not if Congress is suing.
We are back to square one.
Hold on. All right. So, who else has to give last words here? Anyone else? Anyone else? No one?
I love you, Portia.
All right. I'll answer this question here. Richard, do you know when you're going to do part 2 of the YouTube analytics? Part 1 was great. What I want to do, honestly, is YouTube has, I imagine that my sensor lights keep going. I imagine that YouTube has some kind of software logic that doesn't present to you the just you, John. I don't know. EAE, I don't know. Mabbit, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Mabbit says, I'm sorry. Mabbit says, yes, you, John. What are you referring to, Mabbit? Let me see if I can scroll up. See what you're referring to. Facial challenge. I'm not sure what that means. Click that link. Man, you give me clicking the link, we'll be here another 2 hours. You talking about the newborn drop for the push? the baby or whatever. Anyway, so what was I saying? Damn, I keep forgetting my thought. What was I saying here? Does anyone remember what I was saying? Damn, I forget my thought. Here. Nah, maybe I'll do the push thing tomorrow. Oh, the YouTube analytics. So I think I want to do the YouTube analytics once I have enough data to show me some of the suggestive things that they why I think that it pushes people into doing some of the same topics. So that's what I'm really waiting for. I don't know if I showed you in my YouTube analytics on the first show. There's some data that they won't provide to you until you reach a certain threshold of subscribers and content and stuff like that. So once they do that, I'll be able to show you, and I think it will connect the dots as to why you see what you see as it relates to other content providers who can't really do what the other guy talked about that was here yesterday. What is his name? Chesto. You know, the guy is very creative. He's talented with graphics and things like that. And he doesn't have to post a lot to have a sticky audience. Where the guys that post about women and things like that, I think they have to really follow the algorithm. So that's why I'm waiting to do part 2 once I get more data there. Hey, EAE, I think, says we need 2 more subs for 300. We have 30 people in the audience. If you haven't subscribed,
2 more. Let's go.
That'll be great if you do that. That'll be great. Portia, if you're still here, give me your last words here. Portia, you look kind of like Muriel Bowser in that picture, by the way.
She's gone off thinking about me and is handling herself, John.
All right.
Muriel has a fatter face.
Well, she wasn't always as fat. She's gained quite a bit of weight over the last.
Really?
Yeah. Hey, I want to share this quote with you guys as we head out of here. What is this? Let's see. I'm going to read a little bit of it and then we'll get out of here. All right. Again, you have a couple minutes to like, subscribe before we go. This is one of my favorite authors, and what he says is, and I've come to realize this over the years, among the most trying class of people with whom I've come in contact are the persons who have, well, let me make sure you're able to see this sometimes. Oh, let me maximize it a little bit. Among the most trying class of people with whom I've come in contact are the persons who have been educated in books to the extent that they are able, upon every occasion, to quote a phrase or a sentiment from Shakespeare, Milton, Cicero, or some other great writer. Every time any problem arises, they are on the spot with a phrase or a quotation. No problem is so difficult that they are not able, with a definition or abstraction of some kind, to solve it. I like phrases, and I frequently find them useful and convenient in conversation. But I have not found in them a solution for many of the actual problems of life. In college, they studied problems and solved them on paper. But these problems had already been solved by someone else. And all they had to do was learn the answer. They had never faced any unsolved problems in college. And all that they had learned had not taught them the patience and persistence, which alone solve real problems. I remember hearing this fact illustrated in a very apt way by a colored minister some years ago. After great sacrifice and effort, he had constructed in the South a building to be used for the purpose of sheltering orphan and aged colored women. after this minister had succeeded in getting his building constructed and paid for, a young colored man came to inspect it and at once began pointing out the defects in the building. The minister listened patiently for some time and then turning to the young man, he said, "My friend, you have an advantage over me." Then he paused and looked at the young man, and the young man looked inquiringly at the minister, who continued, "I am not able to find fault with any building which you have constructed." And I think that really represents a lot of times, what, and that was Booker T. Washington, by the way. And I think that really represents a lot of times what we face here is that people are willing to criticize people who've actually done something. They've done nothing. And I think it puts us in a precarious way. The parallel to that would be the truck drivers, where residents of New York City are making $125,000 a year reporting these people. But anyway, so those are my final thoughts. If you have thoughts about another story, something I should cover, you can find my email in my channel. And as soon as I get those statistics, part 2 will be coming. But yeah, feel free to email me, text me. Well, I'm a text, but email me for sure. All right. Anything else before I get out of here? Anything? No? All right. Well, I want to thank you guys, and I hope that you all send CT a Cash App to show your appreciation. Thank you again.